Prologue. I screamed. I screamed, and I screamed, and I screamed. I cried until my eyes burned like fire and my throat was raw. I kept hearing the doctor's words over and over again on playback in my head. She's not waking up. She's gone. I couldn't breathe. There is too much brain damage. Her body is just on autopilot now. It's time to take her off life support and let her go. It is the right thing to do. I'd failed. I hadn't kept her safe. I stared at the sidewalk through the sting of my tears. I liked the pain in my eyes, the ache in my throat. I deserved it. I swung my gaze to the ominous hospital looming above me. I'd been there nonstop, day after day, 7 days, sitting by her side. 7 days, praying and hoping that by some miracle I would see her dazzling smile and her big brown eyes. But all I got was the silence amongst the beeping and whooshing of the machines. She's brain dead. There is no quality of life. It is time to make a decision. Oh, God. I was going to throw up. I couldn't stand to look at the hospital for one more second. It represented everything I'd lost. It represented countless nights of hope that would never come to fruition. It was over. One of the best things in my life was gone. I hunched over and put my hands to my knees, and then I yelled again, because I was just plain angry, seething. I stood up and screamed into the sky. I hated myself. I hated her. But most of all, I hated him. Chapter 1. Ainsley, age 8. I remember the first day I laid eyes on Adrian Davis. I was out back, playing in the creek that runs along my mama's property. It was a typical day in the South. The blistering sun beating down on us, and the air so humid that I could barely breathe. I usually hung around in the fenced-in backyard with Lori, hanging upside down or swinging high on the plastic swings, pretending to be acrobats like the ones we saw at the circus last year. When we weren't walking tightropes, we would pick fresh tomatoes and mint from the plants off the back porch of our one-story brick home in Gilbert, South Carolina. We tore the tomatoes open and covered them with salt from the salt shaker we'd stolen from Mama's old, cracked Formica dining table. But not that day. Lori wanted to play alone. She did that from time to time, and I had learned not to push her. She enjoyed her solitude. She could sit forever playing Barbies and pretending all by herself. Me? I wasn't built that way. I needed the interaction and company that friendship brought. I had to have someone to keep me entertained. So I met Miranda at the creek behind our fence so we could cool off and catch tadpoles. She had lived behind us for as long as I could remember. She had also been my best friend for that long. When I wasn't with Lori, you could almost always find me with Miranda. She and I had an easy friendship that mostly consisted of her making me laugh hysterically. With my tiny hands, I picked up the bucket of tadpoles and creek water and chucked it down so it was closer to Miranda. It sloshed, sending a ton of muddy tadpoles right into her straight red hair. Oops, I said quietly. It hadn't been intentional, but it made me want to laugh. I loved getting her riled up. She let out an irritated huff. Damn, girl, be careful. My mama will be mad as hell if she has to wash my hair again tonight. I rolled my eyes. Please, your mama is always mad as hell, and stop cussing. It ain't cute or ladylike. Miranda snorted her laughter and gave me a look I knew all too well. I needed to run and fast. I tried to get away, but she had already grabbed a handful of mud from the bottom of the creek. I felt the mud splatter down the front of my favorite pink gingham jumper. She knew how I hated being dirty, but I couldn't back down. My pride wouldn't allow it. so I reached for my own mud missile and launched it, hitting her square in the back. It wasn't long before we were a filthy and sweaty mess rolling around in the murky creek water. I was mad about my jumper, so I held Miranda's head down in the mud and cackled loudly for effect. "Your mama is gonna be so pissed," I teased her. It wasn't until I felt a cold, wet mud pie hit me right in the back of my head that I stopped trying to drown my best friend. In shock, I stood up and turned around, fully expecting Lori to be standing on the bank of the creek, ready to join the fight. But instead, I found a beautiful raven-haired boy wearing what appeared to be church clothes. His blue slacks were held up by black suspenders that covered his crisp white shirt. His black shoes were a little muddy from the creek, but not nearly as much as his hands. Evidence. Miranda stood up and leaned around me, her usual fiery temper on full display. "You did not just throw mud at Ainsley. She hates getting dirty, hates it. You done messed up bad." I stifled my giggle and ducked my head to hide my smile, but it was no use. I couldn't not look at him. This alluring boy demanded my attention. Just as I looked up, he spoke. "Doesn't look like she minds it that much. She was just rolling around in the mud with you," he said to Miranda. "Besides, I was just trying to help you out. She was about to drown you." Miranda huffed loudly, but I just stared at the blue-eyed boy. I had never seen him before, but he looked way too nice to be hanging around there. My murky green eyes appraised him. He looked expensive and clean and my age. His face was handsome, his nose straight and turned up at the end. His eyes were like the ocean and feathered with dark lashes. His lips were plump and pink. The smattering of freckles across his nose only added to his pretty. I couldn't look away from him. And I could only imagine what he thought of me right then. My thick, unruly, curly, blonde hair caked in mud. My hand-me-down pink jumper dirty and worn. My feet bare because I liked shoes about as much as I liked green peas. Which was not at all. I tried to brush some of the mud from my clothes, but gave up when I'd only made matters worse. "My name's Adrian Davis. My daddy and me moved in next door. You know, the house with the pool," he said. We remained silent and continued to stare because we were ornery little Southern girls like that. But he just kept right on yapping like it didn't bother him one lick. "Y'all should come over and go swimming with me sometime. I don't have any friends here yet. We only moved in yesterday and school don't start back for a month." I knew what house he was talking about. It was the white brick one to the right of my own home. There was a chain-link fence that ran around the backyard and an above-ground pool with a big red deck around it right in the middle of the yard. The house had been empty for a couple of months since our neighbors, the Wilsons, moved in with their daughter. I had been dying to go swimming in that pool for years, and now was my chance. I decided Adrian might not be so bad after all. "Hi, I'm Ains," I started. Miranda jumped in front of me and cut me off. "Why are you dressed like that anyways?" she asked. "Like what?" he snapped. I could tell she was embarrassing him, and part of me didn't like it. But another part of me thought it was pretty funny. "Like you're going to church or something, pretty boy," she said with a laugh. I giggled behind my hand. I enjoyed Miranda's antics. She was mostly ridiculous, but sometimes life called for crazy, and Miranda was happy to give it. Adrian smirked at me and placed his thumbs behind his suspenders. "I like to look nice," he said with a shrug. He did look nice. Too nice for the likes of us, but that didn't stop me. I needed his pool in my life. I plastered my biggest smile on and made sure to lay my Southern charm on thick. "I'm Ainsley. I live in the brick house right there." I pointed to the house so Adrian would know where to find me. "I live there with my mama and my cousin Lorelei. We'd love to hang out with you." Miranda rolled her eyes. She knew exactly how much I wanted to get in that pool. Anyone who had ever lived in the South in the summer knew how bad, too. Adrian gave me a huge, toothy grin and placed his hands in his pockets as he stood up straighter. I could see then that this boy wasn't just pretty. He was beautiful. The kind of beautiful I had only seen in movies. I loved his smile. It made my heart feel too big for my chest and my fingers tingle. I wanted him to smile like that at me every day. Always. Lori usually woke up before me most mornings, and that morning was no exception. I heard her climb down the bunk bed steps. I could feel her breathing beside me. She did this every morning, like she was debating on climbing in, but just like always, she eventually pulled my covers back and snuggled up beside me. I rolled closer to her and wrapped my arm around her middle, getting comfortable. Laying my head close to her, I mumbled, "Good morning." I could smell the sweet scent of her shampoo as her hair tickled my nose. I loved waking up to her. Lorelai had come to live with us when she was 2 and I was 4. My mama had said that her mom just couldn't take care of her anymore. More than once I'd overheard my mom and my gram talking about how Lori's mom loved drugs more than she loved her. I didn't get it. I couldn't for the life of me understand how anyone could love anything more than Lori. She was my most favorite person in the world. It didn't really matter, though, because my mama and I loved her to the moon and back. My life had felt pretty small before Lori. My father had taken off before I'd even been born. My mom had worked hard and put herself through nursing school because she really hadn't had a choice. She had done it so she could support us on her own. But she ended up supporting both me and Lori. My mama was kind of amazing like that. Lori turned to face me and put her forehead right up against mine. "Ains, is that boy you met yesterday gonna let us swim in his pool today? You said he might, and I really want to go swimming right now." I looked at the clock on our wooden nightstand. "It's only 7 in the morning, Lori. Mama ain't even up yet. Try to go back to sleep." I laid my head back down and closed my eyes, hoping she would get the message. She didn't. "I can't. I'm too excited." She sat up on her knees in the bed and begged me with her big brown puppy dog eyes. She almost always won me over that way. I was a complete sucker for those eyes. I sat up too and ruffled her hair. "I'll see what I can do. Let's get some breakfast first, though." I had to admit I was pretty excited too. We spent breakfast begging Mama to let us go swimming with the new neighbor, and after much convincing, she finally agreed. After we'd eaten, I made sure to put on my favorite pink swimsuit with the white polka dots. I took my time and brushed my thick curls into a high ponytail. I wanted to look good for the pool. It had nothing to do with the beautiful boy next door. Nothing at all. We showed up at Adrian's house at 9 a.m. on the dot. It had taken a lot to hold Lori off that long. I stood on the porch of his bright, white house and nervously tapped my foot, working up the courage to lift the shiny gold knocker on the front door. But I didn't have to worry about it because Lori shot around me, rang the doorbell, and then ducked behind my back. She wasn't as outgoing as I was. New people sometimes made her nervous, and I couldn't help but be scared for her too. It took her a long time to warm up to someone. Adrian swung the door open. He rubbed his eyes while grumbling under his breath. Great, we'd woken him up. I might have felt bad about it if I hadn't been so excited. I could see he was taking us in, me in my polka dot suit, and Lori who was peeking around me in her purple suit with pink sailboats, both of us gripping our pink towels in our hands. "We're here to, swim," I said nervously, giving him a look over. I smiled because he was still in his pajamas. He saw my smile and grinned back at me. "Well, all right then." He leaned back behind the door and yelled, "Dad, the neighbors are here and we're going swimming." His dad called back, "I'll be down in a sec. Do not even think of getting in that pool without an adult present." Adrian motioned us in, and we walked through a nice living room with a love seat and a sofa. There were piles of packing boxes everywhere, some full and some empty. Where there weren't boxes, there were piles of clothes, towels, sheets, and, well, everything. All of this everything was sprinkled with packing peanuts. It was a mess. We then headed through another doorway to a dining room and a kitchen. The back door was off the kitchen, and I could see the pool through the glass. I was staring that way when Adrian spoke. "So, who is that hiding behind you there, Ainsley?" Lori pushed her forehead into my back and tried to disappear. I grabbed Lori from behind me and brought her to stand directly in front of me. "This is Lorelai. She's a little nervous to meet strangers." Adrian studied her for a minute, then he leaned forward and touched his pointer finger to Lori's little button nose. "Well, you don't look like a stranger to me, Lorelai. You look like my little sister Maggie. She's in heaven now with my mama, but she was the prettiest girl in the whole world. She had big brown eyes and pretty brown hair, just like you." I felt Lori gasp a little, but she moved forward and stood right in front of Adrian. "Why did they go to heaven?" she asked. I almost grabbed Lori and ran for the door. This whole conversation felt intrusive and awkward. But before I could bolt, Adrian replied. "They were driving home from the store a couple of months ago and someone hit their car." He turned away from us and stared out at the pool. His admission rocked me. Kids weren't supposed to lose their parents. I was just about to tell Lori that it might not be the best day to swim, that we should head home and give Adrian some space. But before I could even get a word out, Lori walked right up to him and threw her arms around his middle. She laid her head on his back and squeezed tight. Adrian froze for a moment, and they stayed like that for a while. I stayed quiet and unsure, but eventually, he turned and wrapped his arms around her, too. I felt incredibly sad for both of them, having lost their mothers at such a young age. Their circumstances were different, but the outcome was no less the same. Lori pulled out of Adrian's arms and peered up at him. I could tell that she already liked him. She felt a kinship with him she didn't feel with me. I had a mama, a good one. "So, are we going swimming or what, Blue?" she asked. Adrian quirked an eyebrow. "Blue?" "Yep," she said. "Just like your eyes." And that was that. The three of us were fast friends. We spent the rest of that day swimming in the pool, lying on our towels on the deck, and yapping while Adrian's dad watched us from the porch while reading the newspaper and drinking his coffee. Adrian informed us that he was 8 years old, just like me. They had only moved in a few days ago and were still working on getting everything unpacked. Adrian did cannonballs and Lori giggled loudly. He picked her up on his shoulders and threw her halfway across the pool. Each time she'd yell, "Again!" I swam, did handstands and somersaults, and floated on my back. I was deliriously happy because I was so blessedly cool in the middle of an awful southern heat wave. Much of our summer was spent that very same way, swimming, running between the cotton fields a block over from our homes, or playing on the swing set in the backyard. We were wild and free. We fed Adrian our salty tomatoes right off the vine. We taught him to catch tadpoles in the creek behind our house. We caught fireflies in the evening and kept them in small mason jars. We lay on the damp grass underneath the stars at night in our backyards, hand in hand in hand. Our duo had all of a sudden become a trio. Lori could hardly wake without running over to get our black-haired, blue-eyed boy. My heart was so full with those two that it felt like it might burst. Adrian made our lives feel complete and happy. He was the Ken to our Barbies, the ringmaster to our aerial act. Chapter 2. Ainsley, age 11. Sounds like a cat dying. I jumped about 10 feet in the air. I spun and found Adrian standing on our porch, leaning on one of the white pillars, his arms crossed at his chest and his sketchbook tucked underneath. He'd been drawing more and more in that silly book lately, but he never let anyone see. I was a little bitter about it. I wanted to know what he drew in there, because if he wasn't running the streets with us, he could be found furiously scribbling in that book with his brow puckered in concentration. He was wearing his tan khakis, a green polo shirt, and black Converse shoes. As usual, he was pristine, and there I was in my old sweats and a ratty t-shirt. Jesus, Adrian, you scared the crap out of me and almost made me drop my violin. Get off my porch and go home. Now I'm trying to practice. I wondered how long he had been standing there, because I was beyond embarrassed. The truth was, I didn't want to practice on the porch, but I'd been evicted from the house. I was on my 100th try of Mary Had a Little Lamb when Mama had politely suggested that it was an unusually warm day for December and I should take my violin playing outside. And it was a nice evening out. Not too cool, not too hot. No gigantic mosquitoes or horseflies like in the summer. But that wasn't why I had been banished to the porch. It was because I was no good at this violin thing, but I wanted to be. I'd been begging Mama to let me play an instrument for forever. I was a lover of all things music, and she'd finally caved. I was thinking she was regretting that now, but I wasn't. I'd only been playing a couple of weeks, but I felt like I was getting better. My Mama had somehow managed to afford this cheap violin on her small nurse's salary, and I'd be forever grateful. I loved it. I'd never forget the day I opened the black case the first time. The smell was the first thing that had hit me. It had smelled earthy and pungent. I had picked the instrument lovingly up, run my hands over the smooth wood, and thought how gorgeous it was. It had been love at first sight. I wasn't quite comfortable yet with the positioning of my violin, and the bow felt awkward in my hand, but I was determined to be good at this. I wanted to be the best. But I'd settle for better right then. Sounds like you need a lot more practice. I really thought an animal was dying out here, Ains. He smirked and plopped down on the porch step, setting his precious sketchbook aside. He leaned back on his hands, crossed his Converse shoes, and aimed his gaze at me. It didn't look like he was leaving, so I definitely wouldn't be playing. I put my instrument back in the case and sat down next to him. "Where's Lori?" he asked. Well, she wasn't asked to go outside before she gave everyone a headache with her violin playing, so I'm guessing she is inside, doing homework and eating cookies. Adrian laughed, but I wasn't trying to be funny, so I frowned. Oh, come on, Ains. It's not that bad. I gave him a hard stare. You said it sounded like a cat dying, I accused him. And it had. It had sounded bad. I frowned harder. He smiled wide and pointed his finger at me. Ainsley, before we know it, you will be the best dang violin player in this whole town. Probably the whole state of South Carolina. Ha! Yeah, right. That'll never happen. I'm awful, you heard it, I said. This whole conversation made me feel horrible. It was embarrassing enough that Lori and Mama had to witness my dreadful playing, but now, Adrian was privy to it too. This sucks. He shoved his elbow into my side so I'd look at him. He stared back at me and said, because when Ainsley Michelle James sets her mind to something, she does it, all the way. That is just how she is. She's the hardest worker I know. And she never lets anyone down. Never. Especially her biggest fan. Any idea who that is? I felt myself blush at his words. But they'd felt nice, and I'd needed to hear them. My sweet boy next door almost always made me feel better. Our friendship had grown by leaps and bounds through the years. Adrian, Lori, and I spent more days than not on this porch or running around this small town together. Us three. We were still inseparable. I was still a little embarrassed, though, so I quickly changed the subject. What are you doing out here anyways? Hiding. My daddy's in an awful mood. With it being around Christmas, he has a hard time with Mama and Maggie not being around, so I try to give him plenty of space. I pulled my arm through one of his arms and leaned my head on his shoulder. "What was your mama like?" I asked. I'd been itching to ask this question the entire time Adrian had been living next to us, but it had never seemed like the right time. Adrian smiled a sad smile. I felt bad for asking, but I also wanted to know the woman who had made one of the best people I knew. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You know, like, what did she look like? What did she act like? That kind of stuff," I said. I had been to Adrian's house a handful of times the past couple of years, but there were no pictures of his mother or his sister anywhere. I always assumed it was because it was too hard for him and his daddy to look at the people they'd lost so suddenly. He paused like he was really thinking about it, and then started with, "Well, she looked a lot like me, I guess. She had really dark hair. She always kept long. It was really wavy and soft and always smelled like vanilla. She always wore it down. She would tell you Daddy liked it that way. Her eyes were almost the exact color of mine. Grandma always said I was a spitting image of her." He stopped talking and stared down at the porch step. I thought maybe he'd finished talking about her, but after a minute he continued. "Every year, she would let us open one present on Christmas Eve. It was always a pair of Christmas pajamas and a Christmas book for us to read that night. She and Dad would cuddle up with us in their giant bed. We'd stuff our faces with popcorn and read books and watch Christmas movies until we passed out." His lips curved up in a sad smile again, and I squeezed his arm closer to my body. We'd wake up in the morning to a million presents, but my favorite thing was her homemade donuts. She would fry them up on the stove, and after she was done, she would let us dip them in cinnamon or powdered sugar or chocolate. She was a really good baker. She'd even make homemade hot chocolate to go along with them. It was thick and creamy and so sweet that I couldn't even drink much of it, but we loved it. He stopped talking again and leaned his head against mine. "She sounds wonderful, Adrian," I said. "She was. She was the very best mom," he said softly. "Do you miss her a lot?" I asked. It was a dumb question. Of course he missed her. But I wanted him to tell me. I wanted him to say it. I felt like he needed to tell someone how much he missed her. All the time. Every day. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and forget that she isn't here. And I'm so happy. I lie in bed and think I can smell chocolate chip waffles or blueberry pancakes or even her famous donuts. But then I remember, and it's like losing her and Maggie all over again. I don't know if I'll ever be happy again without her. It hurts so bad. People keep saying that the hurt will go away soon, but it doesn't. Not for me, and not for Dad. This time, his pause seemed final. I glanced up at his face, and the devastation made my chest hurt. I wanted to ask about his sister Maggie, but I knew that it wasn't the time. He was in too much pain. I nudged my elbow into his ribs and said, "Well, if you ever need—" But Adrian cut me off with a shake of his head. He was done discussing it. I gave him an understanding smile before saying, "That cat ain't going to kill itself, Adrian." He chuckled, and I gave his arm one final squeeze before I stood up and headed for my violin. As I picked it up, I sent up a prayer for the poor boy's ears, and then forged on with yet another round of Mary Had a Little Lamb. I figured, if anything, my horrible playing might cheer him up. Adrian sat there for a long time and watched me play, his stare unmoving. His jaw ticked, and he rolled his neck. Eventually, he pulled his sketchbook and his pencil out and got to work. We spent the rest of the afternoon like that, doing different things apart but together. It was perfect. Chapter 3. Ainsley, age 13. It was Christmas morning and I was exhausted. The sun wasn't up yet, but I was. I'd hardly slept a wink, and it wasn't because I was excited to open presents. Last night, I'd been just about to doze to sleep, the sound of Lori's snoring above me, when a muffled yell made me sit up in bed. It had sounded like it was coming from outside, so I'd crept to my window and noticed immediately that the light in Adrian's room was on. I slid my window open and listened harder. Sure enough, thumping and loud shouts were coming from his bedroom. I hadn't been able to make out what they were saying, but it was obvious they were angry. For hours it had seemed to go on, and when finally the shouting and banging noises stopped, I still couldn't go to sleep. I was still too worried about Adrian. We'd lived next door to each other for years, and I'd never heard anything like that happen before. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Adrian and his daddy had been fighting last night. And as I lay in bed that morning, I knew that my first order of business would be checking on him. I wasn't a wallower, I was a doer. So I pulled my covers back, the morning chill hitting me hard. I vigorously rubbed my arms to generate some warmth. Teeth chattering, I tiptoed out of my room and down the hallway, careful not to wake Lori. I peeked into Mama's room. She was lying in bed reading a book, but she looked up when she saw me in her doorway. "Merry Christmas, baby," she said as she scooted over and patted the spot she had just vacated. "Come on then, so you can warm up." I climbed in her bed, and she pulled the sheets and the quilt up to my neck. I snuggled down into Mama's pillow, and she pulled me close. Her entire room smelled like lavender, but especially her pillow and her bed. It soothed me. It was the smell of my Mama, and I needed that this morning. Mama's entire room was done in light purples and whites. It was light and bright, just like her. I loved it. It was feminine, pretty, and homey with its big pillows and muted lamps. Mama leaned closer to me, her nose practically touching mine. Her eyebrows rose, and she asked, "What's up, Buttercup?" Somehow, she always knew when something was on my mind. She always knew when I was down and how to cheer me up. And I realized in that moment that my Mama was everything to me. She helped me pick my clothes out every day. She made me breakfast and packed my lunch before school. She'd bought me that violin we couldn't afford because I had wanted it so badly. When I was sick, she would put me in her bed and stay up all night with me, consoling me and nurturing me back to health. She worked long hours at a job that was physically demanding so she could feed and clothe me. I felt a moment of panic hit me. What would I do if I didn't have her? What if I lost her suddenly? Who would love me so unconditionally and completely? Oh, Adrian. My heart splintered into 1,000 pieces in that moment of realization. He had lost it all, and now it seemed he and his father were at odds as well. My pain for him was almost unbearable. I looked at my sweet, wonderful, and selfless mother and asked for yet another thing from her. "Mama, do you know how to make donuts?" Her forehead scrunched in confusion, and she said, "Well, no, but I reckon the internet can teach you to make anything." "Why? Do you want to have donuts this morning for Christmas breakfast?" We usually had biscuits and gravy and bacon, my and Lori's favorites. But that morning, we needed donuts. Or at least Adrian did. "Yeah. I want you to make donuts, and we can dip them in chocolate or cinnamon. Doesn't that sound good?" I asked. "Whatever you want to have sounds perfect, Ains." Mama smiled and headed to the computer in her room. I assumed she was looking up how to make donuts. I blinked really slowly and sighed deep. "Do you think we can invite Adrian over to have donuts with us too?" I was a little nervous she would say no. It was Christmas Day after all. It was what she would call family time, and usually family time around there only included, well, family. But I needed to make sure he was okay after what I'd heard last night. I felt her eyes snap to mine with confusion again. "You want to invite Adrian to have Christmas donuts for breakfast? With us?" she asked. She seemed so clueless, and I had a feeling she was going to throw the holiday family time gavel down at any moment. "Please, Mama. Please let him come." It's really important, so just, please? I begged, and I never begged. In fact, I hardly ever asked for anything, so when I did ask for something, she usually caved. I was hoping today was one of those usuals. After what seemed like forever, she finally spoke. Of course, Adrian can come over for breakfast, but you make sure to invite his daddy over too. We don't want him all alone on Christmas morning, all right, baby? I nodded and wrapped my arms around her. I was the luckiest girl in the world. I had the kind of mama who loved me enough to trust me, and the feeling it gave me felt decadent and rich. It felt like love. A few minutes later, Lori woke up excited and ready to open presents. So that's what we spent the morning doing. Lori got a huge dollhouse with tons of little furniture, and I got an iPod loaded with classical music. I was ecstatic, and Lori seemed pretty happy too. I checked out the window every now and then to see if there was any movement at Adrian's house, but everything was silent over there. They'd been up late. Maybe they were still sleeping. I was lying on the couch, shoving yet another piece of chocolate from my stocking into my mouth, when Mama said that she was starting donuts. She asked me to go next door and get Adrian and his father. I looked down at my green elf pajamas. Adrian would just have to laugh at my expense because we didn't come out of our Christmas pajamas on Christmas Day. It was just the way it was. Besides, Lori was wearing the exact same pair, only hers were red. I wouldn't be the only one getting picked on. I slipped my slippers and my jacket on and made my way next door. The air was heavy with fog and mist, which made it feel a lot cooler than it actually was, so I made sure to hurry. Before I could knock, Adrian yanked the door open and stepped outside. He was adorable, wearing a white undershirt and a plaid pair of pajama bottoms, and his hair was all over the place. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "It's early and Christmas morning. Your mom not doing family time?" I almost smiled at his use of family time until I noticed the cut on the side of his swollen upper lip. Oh, God. Last night. I could only come to one conclusion after what I'd heard, but I didn't want to believe it. I gasped and cupped the side of his face with my hand. "What happened to your lip?" I asked, rubbing my thumb over the fresh cut. He pressed his cold face into the warmth of my hand. "It's nothing, Ains. I'm fine. I just fell off my bike yesterday evening." He didn't look fine to me. He looked broken. I couldn't help but want to make him feel better, so I let his face go and wrapped my arms around his back. A big sigh escaped his body as he hugged me back, his arms encircling my waist. I pulled back just enough to look into his eyes and whispered, "I'm sorry you're hurt." "I'm fine, I swear." He was lying to me, but I let him, because I didn't want the truth any more than he wanted to tell it. It was too horrifying. Pressing up on my tiptoes, I brushed my mouth across the cut on his lip. There, all better. My cheeks flushed at my own brazenness. I was tempted to press my lips to the other side of his mouth as well. I felt a strange but exhilarating buzz beneath my skin. I'd never thought of kissing Adrian before, but it felt as natural as breathing. Now that I'd had a taste of him, I wanted more. I rocked back on my feet, nearly breathless at the thought. Perfect. Adrian breathed across my lips. His eyes held mine for what felt like forever. "Sometimes, you're the only thing in this world that makes me smile, Ainsley Michelle James." As sad as it was that not much made him smile, I still felt warm all over at his words, like the sun was shining out of my skin. Even on such a cold day, I was enveloped in warmth. It felt so good that it made me want all of his smiles so I could always live in this sunshine. "Well, you make me shine, Adrian Michael Davis. So, there," I said, hugging him tight to me again. He glanced down at me and smirked. "That's good, sunshine." I blushed at the nickname, and he quickly changed the subject. "So, what did you come over for?" he asked into the top of my head. I reluctantly backed out of our hug. I wanted to tell him that I had come over because I was worried about him, because I'd heard the awful fight between him and his father, but I didn't. It was Christmas, and I didn't want to make things worse for him. "Mama wanted me to invite you over for breakfast," I said, toying with the back of my hair. I'd probably be in trouble for not inviting his daddy, but I just couldn't. Adrian nervously looked toward his front door and then back at me. "If you don't want to come, it's no big deal. Mama just thought you'd like to join us," I said, like it didn't matter, but it did. I didn't want him spending Christmas Day fighting with his father. I especially didn't want him hurt any more than he already was. He looked like he was debating it for a minute, but finally he said, "Sure. Just let me grab a jacket and some shoes. Just wait out here, I'll be right back." We made the trek back across the yard, and when I pushed the door open, a wave of heat from the fireplace in the living room hit us. We began stripping out of our jackets and our shoes while Lori ran over, practically tackling Adrian to the floor. "Dang, girl, let me get in the house first," he teased, his arms full of an excited Lori. She only hugged him tighter. "Blue, you get to have Christmas breakfast with us. Isn't that awesome? And guess what?" I was smiling. I couldn't help it with these two. Over the past couple of years, they had become so incredibly close, and to say I was pleased would be a vast understatement. I was ecstatic. Lori guarded her heart like Fort Knox. I even felt like she didn't let me and Mama all the way in sometimes. But her Blue was in, and I loved him for it. "What, pretty girl?" he asked. He was holding Lori away from him, and her body was strung tight in excitement. "We're having donuts!" she yelled right in his face. His arms fell away, and Lori spun in a circle, clapping her little hands in elation. I avoided his eyes as I went into the kitchen to help make donuts. And Adrian and Lori followed, sitting at the bar together. "Merry Christmas, Adrian," Mama said. "Your daddy couldn't make it?" Adrian gave me a questioning look before saying, "No, ma'am. He's sick. He hasn't even made it out of bed yet." "I'll have to send some donuts home with you for him," Mama said before looking up at Adrian, smiling. "He'd love that, thanks." Adrian looked a little uncomfortable. I knew why. I didn't regret it. That man had hurt my favorite boy. "Dig in," Mama said. And we did. It was a good day. We gorged ourselves on donuts. We watched Christmas movies and played with our new toys. We stuffed our faces with candy and chocolate until our bellies ached. We played board games and sang Christmas carols. Mama even talked me into playing an eardrum-rupturing version of Jingle Bells I had just learned on my violin. What we didn't do was hear from Adrian's father. At all. He didn't call. He didn't stop by. And Adrian didn't mention it one time. Chapter 4. Ainsley, age 14. I pressed the pillow tighter over my head. I was trying to block out the familiar sounds coming from next door. Every thump, every yell, and every roar coming from Adrian's house sent my heart into my throat. It had been quite a while since I'd heard Adrian and his dad fighting, but not long enough that I didn't recognize the sounds. They still terrified me. My stomach churned at the thought of Adrian hurt. My heart burned with the need to protect him. I lay there wide awake until the noises finally stopped. But this time, I knew I wasn't going to sleep. I had to see him right then, make sure he was okay. But it wasn't like he was going to suddenly appear. It wasn't a Lifetime movie, so I knew Adrian wasn't going to come knocking on my window with tiny pebbles. He wasn't going to climb over my windowsill and confess his hurts. If I wanted to check on him, I was going to have to do it. I got out of bed and took a peek out of my bedroom window. It was quiet and mostly dark outside, but I could see a dim light coming from the window pane of his room. I lifted my window just enough to climb out. I quietly shut it behind me and trotted across the yard. The dew on the grass was cool beneath my feet, and the bottom of my nightgown got soaked as I jogged across the space between our homes. I lightly tapped on his window with the very tips of my fingers. Now that I was there, I was starting to question exactly what I was doing. Maybe I should turn around and go back home. I mean, Adrian was probably fine, and I was more than likely completely overreacting, right? But I couldn't stomach knowing that he might need me, so I knocked a little harder, using my knuckles this time. The window snapped open so fast that I took a tumble right into the holly bush. Jesus, Ainsley, you trying to wake up the whole damn neighborhood? He snapped, pausing as he took in my current location. Meanwhile, I took note that he wasn't wearing a shirt. And why the heck are you in that bush? He questioned incredulously. I felt my face heat. I was humiliated. But I untangled myself from the bush and checked myself for scrapes. Maybe if I don't look him in the eyes, he won't see how embarrassed I am. I was just coming to check on you. I huffed to hide my emotion. I was just going to come out and say it. Look, Adrian, I heard you and your daddy fighting. It isn't the first time I've heard it either. I just thought maybe you might want to talk or something. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I was rambling, and I needed to get the hell out of there. Turning around quickly, I bolted toward my house. I didn't make it far. Adrian leaned out the window and grabbed me around the waist and dragged me inside. Crap. He leaned down and lifted my nightgown, checking for scratches. I'm fine, Ainsley. You worry too much, you know. About everyone. You should worry about yourself. You almost got hurt in that damn bush, he scolded. He was right. He wasn't my responsibility. But Mama had taught me to take care of the people I love. And God, I did love Adrian. And how dare he make me feel bad about it? My face heated, and I clenched my teeth. Now I was mad, so I barked out. You're right. I shouldn't have bothered you. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the bus stop. Sleep good. I turned back toward the window, ready to bolt. But Adrian grabbed my shoulders and pulled my back flush with his chest. Don't go, he whispered. I'm just having an awful day. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. He put his arms over my shoulders, wrapped them around the top of my chest, and hugged me to him. I tipped my head back and to the side. Do you want to tell me about your bad day? I asked quietly, hoping not to set him off again. Come on. He dragged me toward his bed and flopped down, scooting over and patting the spot beside him. I lay down next to him, all too aware of his smooth, naked chest right next to my head. I blushed a little. It probably wasn't right to be in bed with a boy. I knew that my mama wouldn't like it at all. But it was Adrian, and we weren't doing anything wrong. I was just being a good friend like my mama had taught me. Never mind how much I wanted him to wrap his arms around me. I told myself that I was just being there for someone I loved. Adrian reached out and grabbed my hand. I turned my head to look at his face, but he just stared at the ceiling. He seemed to be thinking, so I kept quiet and waited. My daddy has been real sad since Mama and Maggie died. He drinks, beer and stuff sometimes. He paused. I didn't want him to continue because I knew in my heart what he was going to say, and I didn't want it to be true. Not for him. My lips trembled as his breaths quickened. The reality of it all was ravaging his tough facade. He swallowed loudly and then said, When he drinks, he gets mad sometimes. I try to stay out of his way, Ainsley, I really do. I could hear the tears in his voice, and they broke my heart. I felt like I'd been sucker punched in the chest. In my heart, I'd known the truth, but the reality of hearing it still shocked me to my core. I couldn't let him continue. It was too hard on both of us, so I turned and wrapped my arms around him. He rested his head on my chest, and I drew him close. But besides that, I didn't really know what to do. I caressed my hand over the smooth skin of his cheek, and he flinched. He leaned farther forward and rested his forehead against mine. Careful, sunshine, he muttered quietly. I looked down at his face. noticing the fresh bruise forming on his cheek. I didn't want to be careful, though. Even if I didn't understand it, I knew I wanted to hug him, kiss him, protect him. But right then, he just needed to be consoled. I was a kid. But so was he. I did what my mama always did to make me feel better. Rocking him back and forth, I whispered, "Shh," over and over again. I rubbed his back and stroked his smooth black hair, letting him soak the front of my nightgown in tears, while my own ran down my cheeks and onto his pillow. The next morning at the bus stop, I was exhausted, but mostly, I just felt wrung out and hung up to dry. Last night, I had stayed with Adrian until his eyes had finally closed and his breathing had become even. I'd snuck back home and tossed and turned all night. I couldn't make this better, and I felt completely helpless. I was still in shock over Adrian's confession, and I couldn't stop trying to come up with a solution to his problems. That was just me. I fixed things, but I couldn't figure out how to make this better, and it was killing me. While I was at a loss for how to help, I knew what I couldn't do. Tell my mom or anyone else. It felt like too big of a betrayal. Adrian had confided in me and trusted me. What if I told and they took him away from his dad? He had already lost his mom and his sister. That didn't seem like the solution because I knew that if I told, Adrian would be taken from his father. He'd probably be taken from me, too. If I felt this raw, I couldn't imagine how Adrian felt, and that made me feel even worse. I was lost in all of these thoughts when I felt someone pull one of my curls. It's like boys were born with the knowledge that messing with a girl's curly hair would ruin her day. Did they get a manual that told them how insecure we felt about our hair? I turned around and gave a heated glare to Anthony Jackson. He lived on the next block over from me, and most of the time, I wished he lived on the next continent over. He had a habit of teasing me mercilessly. He was also very talented in the art of making spit bubbles. I had learned this last year in English class, where I was lucky enough to sit in the desk in front of him. He would make spitballs rain down on my head whenever the teacher wasn't looking. When I turned around and asked him to stop, he would only blow spit bubbles in my face. It was a shame, really, because he wasn't half bad looking. His blonde hair and light hazel eyes could almost convince you the kid was an angel. He had a killer smile and dimples to boot. But I knew what he hid behind those sweet clefts on each cheek. The devil. I was in no mood for his shenanigans. Anthony Jackson, if you do not keep your grubby hands to yourself, I will kick you in your tiny balls. I couldn't deal with his crap. Lori was pulling leaves off a nearby tree, and Adrian and Miranda hadn't made it to the bus stop yet. I was on my own. "You're gonna do what?" he cackled. I sighed. "Look, Anthony, today is not the day, okay?" He looked at me like he might feel a little remorse for giving me a hard time, but then he grabbed my hand and brought it to his mouth. "Aw, Ainsley boo, are you having a rough morning? Want me to kiss it all better, babe?" Oh my God. The devil was going to kiss my hand. I was in the process of trying to snatch my hand away before I became infected when Adrian appeared out of nowhere and shoved Anthony back a little harder than I thought was necessary. "Keep your filthy mouth off Ainsley," he growled. I stood there, wide-eyed. Adrian's face was a mask of rage, his fists clenched at his sides. I could tell he was waiting for Anthony to smart off, but wisely, Anthony only shrugged and walked off, grumbling his apologies. My mouth gaped in shock. Adrian had never interfered with Anthony's teasing before. He knew I could take care of myself. I was no shrinking violet. This wasn't the first time a boy had teased me, and it wouldn't be the last. But that day, for some reason, he had intervened. I could see the protectiveness etched across his face. It scared me. It excited me. I just stared open-mouthed at Adrian while he walked over to Lori and sat down beside her, whispering in her ear while she giggled back replies. This was what he always did at the bus stop. I could deal with this. What I couldn't deal with was his blazing stare my way every now and then as he sat there on the green grass. What I couldn't deal with was his careful glances at me the whole way to school as I sat next to Miranda on the bus, while he sat next to Lori. It felt different, like things had magically changed between us overnight. And maybe they had. I could feel it in his intense looks. I could feel it in the shaking of my legs and the wild gallop in my chest. I didn't know what this meant for us. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. All morning, I'd been dogged with thoughts of how to save my friend. But who was going to save me? Chapter 5. Ainsley, age 15. I'd smelled it even before I'd woken up. Bacon. It was Lori's favorite food, and Mama was cooking some up because it was Lori's 13th birthday. I climbed out of bed, leaned over the top bunk, and blew a wet, slobbery kiss right on Lori's cheek. "Happy birthday, monkey," I yelled. Lori rolled away from me and grumbled. "Go away." I knew how to get her behind out of bed. "Oh, come on, birthday girl." "I smell bacon," I said in a sing-song voice. Lori jumped from the bed and we raced to the kitchen, practically running each other over. We were at that weird gangly stage, so we elbowed and kneed each other all the way down the hallway. My mama stood in front of the oven in her nightgown, flipping pancakes. Some of my most favorite memories of my mama were in this tiny kitchen. She loved cooking breakfast. It was her most favorite meal. And when she had the rare day off, we spent many mornings there while I sat on the white counters, popping and buttering toast for our eggs. On the even rarer mornings when she would make biscuits and gravy, she would put a small stool by the stove and place a cup of milk in my tiny hands. I would pour it slowly while she stirred until the gravy thickened. I realized that I hadn't poured the milk in a long time. I could make my own biscuits and gravy now, but that didn't stop me from missing pouring milk for Mama. "Morning, girls. Did y'all sleep good?" Lori nodded, her mouth full of bacon, and I took a seat at the bar so I could watch Mom cook. Lori skipped over and hopped up in the stool next to mine. I was so excited for today. Lori didn't know it, but Mama and I were taking her to pick out her very own kitten. Lori had been animal-obsessed for as long as I could remember. I couldn't count the number of times she would bring a lost dog or cat home. Mama would always find the owner, and Lori would be heartbroken when the little furballs had to be returned to their homes. But that day, she would get to pick her very own and keep it. Mama set our pancakes and bacon down in front of us, and we dug in. "I feel like I'm forgetting something," she said. She looked at me and winked. I smirked and looked over at Lori. Her face was sad, and her shoulders were slumped. She wasn't always the happiest on her birthday. I knew they were hard on her mom not being there and usually not even acknowledging her special day. But Mama and I would always band together and make her day as momentous as we could. My mom stood next to Lori, her graying brown hair pulled up in a big knot on her head. Her plump finger tapped her chin in thought. "What am I forgetting, Ains? Aren't we supposed to be doing something special today?" Lori giggled a little, and I smiled. Mom always got her out of her moods. "Oh, that's right. It's someone's birthday today." She yanked Lori off the stool and busted out the most awful and off-key version of Happy Birthday I'd ever heard while twirling and dancing with Lori around the living room. Lori's fits of laughter were so grand that she could hardly stand, so Mama pulled her close and finished her song. "Happy birthday, you precious, amazing girl. You will never know how lucky and blessed we are every year we get to spend with you. You are so cherished." Lori leaned forward and whispered, "I love you, Aunt Jessie." "I love you too. So, what do you want to do on your birthday, honey?" My mom asked. Lori didn't hesitate. "I want to camp out in the backyard with Ains and Blue, and I want to have pizza and make s'mores. Sounds like a plan, baby girl. Finish your breakfast, and then go get your clothes on and brush your teeth and hair. We're headed out for a surprise. Mama ruffled Lori's hair. We wolfed our breakfasts down. Lori rushed past me, and we ran all the way to our room. I pulled some jean shorts and a white t-shirt on. When I got to the bathroom, Lori was already in there brushing her teeth. She was wearing jean shorts, only she had a black shirt that said birthday girl across the front in a rainbow of colors. She didn't look as melancholy as earlier in the day, but I could tell she wasn't quite herself. I grabbed my own toothbrush, added some toothpaste, and started brushing. I looked at her in the mirror and nudged her hard with my elbow. She looked at me in the mirror and pushed me back with her hip. I grinned at her through my toothpaste, and she smiled back. I couldn't stand to see her sad. I was hoping that this kitten business would make for the best birthday ever. While we were doing our hair, Mama yelled, "Let's go, ladies! Sunshine's a-wastin'." We all piled into Mama's old white Volvo and headed out. Lori tried to guess where we were going the entire 30-minute car ride, but we never even gave her a clue. I slipped my flip-flops off, propped my feet up on the seat in front of me, and listened to the old bluegrass Mama always played on the radio. When we pulled up outside of the animal shelter, Lori screeched so loudly that I nearly jumped out of my seat. "Oh my God, are we adopting a pet? We are, aren't we? Aunt Jessie, can I get a dog and a cat? I'm so excited." Lori was literally bouncing in her seat. Mama turned around and looked at us. "You may get one pet, Lorelai. One. Is that understood?" Lori nodded. Mama continued. "I would prefer if we got a kitten since they are a little bit easier to take care of and I work so much. But this animal will be your responsibility. You will care for it, feed it, and love it, and in return, it will love you because you deserve that. If you don't give this animal your love and devotion, you don't deserve it back. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, baby girl?" My mom looked at her beseechingly. I looked over at her too. Her face looked serious and solemn. She knew as well as I did what Mama was trying to say. Lori's mother hadn't nurtured her, fed her, or loved her. She didn't deserve Lori's devotion. She didn't deserve Lori's sadness on this special day. Lori nodded thoughtfully. Mama opened her car door. "Well, let's get this show on the road, baby dolls." We spent the afternoon walking around the shelter and petting every dog and cat in the place. It took Lori a long time to decide on a pet. There were so many there that needed good homes, but she finally chose a black and white kitten she dubbed Patches. The kitten cried the whole way home, but Lori cradled her in her lap, cooing and soothing her. Each time I looked over, Lori would grin back at me. Her happiness made me so happy in return. Every smile felt like an important gift given to me, and it was. I promised myself I'd never take her love for granted. When we pulled up in the driveway, I saw Adrian sitting on the front porch steps in black slacks, a red short-sleeved shirt with a collar, and, of course, those God-forsaken suspenders I adored. Handsome devil. In his hands, he held a small box wrapped in lavender paper with a white bow tied around it. He hit us with his grin as we parked. Lori jumped from the car first and raced toward him. "Blue, will your daddy let you camp out tonight with us in the backyard? Aunt Jessie said we could have pizza and s'mores." I was smiling, making my way up the sidewalk to the front porch when I noticed it. The small cut on Adrian's lip. He must have seen my face fall because he hugged Lori to him and over her shoulder mouthed, "It's okay." But it wasn't okay. A pain like I'd been kicked in the stomach hit me. I hadn't seen a mark on him lately, so I thought things were getting better, but clearly I was wrong. I felt so small and helpless. There was nothing I could do to help him other than tell my mother, who in return would feel obligated to call social services. I couldn't do that to him. I didn't want to ruin Lori's birthday, but this was awful. I was pretty sure she had no idea what was going on with Adrian and his father. But I couldn't let this go. Adrian and I would be having a talk about this later. Mama made our way past us into the house, promising to call Adrian's daddy to make sure he was allowed to camp with us. Adrian picked Lori up and spun her around, the lavender gift pressed firmly against her back and Patches tucked snugly between them. Happy birthday to the prettiest girl in the world. I actually stumbled back a step before I realized it. Why did that hurt? I loved Lori, and God knew she needed those compliments more than anyone else, but for some reason, those words rolling off his tongue and directed at her stung. Guilt and jealousy battled within me. I shook my head and attempted to snap myself out of it. When Adrian stopped spinning, Lori pulled back and introduced him to Patches. He took the kitten from her, gave Patches a cuddle, and then passed Lori the lavender box. Lori's eyes grew wide in surprise. Eek! You got me a present? She exclaimed. I love how every year she got so excited and seemed genuinely surprised that Adrian had thought of her enough to give her a gift. Lorelei Nicole James, I always get you a present, and I always will, so go on and open it. Adrian sat on the porch steps with the kitten in his lap, so I sat on one side of him and Lori sat on the other. She slowly untied the white bow and unwrapped the lavender paper so carefully that it seemed like maybe she was thinking of saving it, and maybe she was. A white jewelry box came into view, and she pulled the paper back. I'm so excited, she said while nervously bouncing her legs. I had to admit I was pretty intrigued myself. Adrian usually got us toys, books, or some other thoughtful but generic gift. Jewelry seemed so intimate and personal. I felt the beginnings of dread pool in my stomach. Lori pulled the white lid back and revealed a heart. A small white gold locket hung on a delicate chain. It was dainty and beautiful, and I was instantly jealous. I hated myself for it. Lori deserved beautiful gifts from someone she loved. Still, that rationale didn't stop the golf ball-sized envy obstructing my throat or the sheen of jealousy in my eyes. Lori lifted the tiny locket, and I looked away. I couldn't watch. It was too much. Why had he given her such a cherished gift? I felt betrayed somehow, and I didn't even understand why. Adrian wasn't my boyfriend or anything even close to that. We were only friends, just like he and Lori. Only this gift to Lori felt like something big was happening. Something only between them. Something that didn't include me. Oh God, Adrian, I love it so much. It's the prettiest gift I have ever gotten. I looked over as she was opening the locket. My stomach twisted, and it felt like a house was sitting on my chest. I couldn't watch, so I got up and made my way into the house. I didn't want to see what was inside. A picture of Adrian on one side and her on the other, me nowhere in sight. The prettiest gift for one of my favorite pretty girls. I heard him say as I closed the door and ran for the bathroom so I could hide my tears behind a closed door. I was an awful person. I had no right to cry. I didn't have any reason to be so completely hurt or mad. But I was. Adrian had given another girl his heart and broken mine. Completely. To make matters worse, this girl was my cousin, my sister, my best friend in the world. I slid down the bathroom door and sat on the floor, burying my face in my knees so no one would hear my sobs. I hated myself for crying like this. God, I'd thought, he was mine. Nights of comforting Adrian when he'd fought with his daddy ran through my head. How he'd only told me his secrets. Our shared moments on the porch and by the creek. How could I have been so wrong? I needed to get myself together, get back out there, and pretend I was deliriously happy. But I couldn't muster it. I didn't know how long I'd sat there, crying and feeling sorry for myself, but eventually I heard a tap on the door. Yes, I answered quietly. Crap, I could hear the tears in my voice. I wasn't ready yet. I was too raw. Ainsley, wasn't my present beautiful? It was Lori. I knew she wanted to gush about her gift, and I didn't want to let her down. It was what best friends did. We told each other everything, and when we received an epic gift, we talked about it and mooned over it like best friends would. I didn't want to talk about her locket. I would, for her. Yep, Lori, the very best, I said from my spot on the bathroom floor. I was furiously wiping my eyes and face. I needed to get cleaned up and get back out there. She would eventually start to question why I had been in there so long. Hadrian's beautiful too, isn't he, Ainsley? Even through the bathroom door, I could hear the longing in her voice. I felt fresh tears hit my cheeks, and I choked a sob back, but I didn't want to lie to her. I thought Adrian was the most beautiful boy in the world, so I said, "Yep, the most beautiful boy in the world." I hoped my trembling words didn't betray me. I could hear what sounded like Lori sitting on the other side of the door, settling in. I pictured her leaning up against the other side in almost the exact position I was in. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on me. Had Adrian unknowingly thrown up a huge wall between Lori and me? The wall being, well, himself. He kind of looks like a prince, you know? In those suspenders, and always looking so handsome. She giggled softly, and then she continued. You think the girl he marries will be a princess? Beautiful and always in frilly dresses? Maybe she'll wear a tiara instead of suspenders. She got quiet again, and I wondered if she was picturing herself as Adrian's princess. My heart clenched. Lori deserved a prince. She did. And I wanted her to have one. But why did it have to be him? And why wasn't I the one for him? What was wrong with me? But I knew I couldn't let Adrian put walls up between Lori and me. She needed me as much as, if not more than, I needed her. She needed Adrian too. I loved her too much to be so terribly jealous and envious. This had to stop. I needed to suck it up, get out there, and celebrate her birthday. I stood up and looked in the mirror over the sink. My face was blotchy, so I threw some water on it and wiped it with the hand towel hanging next to me. I took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door. Lori must have been leaning against the door because she fell in at my feet. We were both giggling as I helped her up off the floor. I could never stay upset or mad long with her. Her face always made everything better. Come on, Princess Lorelei. A feast of pizza and cake and s'mores is happening in your honor, I said. She gave a soft smile, and we set off to find Adrian and food. Our bellies were full of pizza and s'mores, and we were lying in the backyard in our sleeping bags under the stars. It was perfect weather for a pretend camping trip. We were all hunkered down and starting to drift off when Lori spoke. Let's pretend, Ains. The corners of my lips tipped up a little. Lori and I had been playing this game since she had learned how to talk, and it was still one of our favorites. I scooted closer to her on the sleeping bag and stared up at the stars. I could feel Adrian looking at me from the other side of Lori, but I was determined to ignore his gaze. It gave me butterflies in my belly, and I didn't want his butterflies. I was done with them, so I kept my eyes on the sky. Friends. We'd always just be friends. What are we pretending now, Lori? I whispered into the warm night. We're pretending that Mama didn't leave me, and she still loves me, she said, her voice wavering with tears. That I'm just here visiting with you and Aunt Jessie for the summer. That she's coming back for me tomorrow so I can go home. My throat felt swollen and tight with grief for her, but I swallowed it down and took a deep breath. I'll never pretend that, Lori. Ever, I'd said quietly. I had been firm but gentle. I knew to her ears it might have sounded selfish or uncaring, but her place was there, with the people who loved her, people who wouldn't throw her away. Lori turned, her face frowning my way. Why not? I turned my body, put my elbow on the ground and propped my head in my hand and stared down at her. I wanted her to know what she meant to me. I wanted her to know how much Mama and I and even Adrian loved her. How do you explain to someone everything they mean to you? It was almost impossible, but I would try. I couldn't fathom how she didn't know this already. Loving her was like breathing. Why couldn't she see that? Because Lorelai Nicole James, I do not ever want to be in a world where you are not with me, not even a pretend one. I lay down again with a huff and looked over at Adrian over Laurie's head. The tears shining in his eyes made my own eyes burn, so I looked away. But before I did, I saw him slide his hand into Laurie's and grip tight. Laurie held firm to the locket around her neck with the other hand. She held on to it like it was a lifeline, like it would save her one day. And even though I resented that locket and what it meant, the thought that it might one day save her made everything better. She shifted, rested her sweet-smelling head in the crook of my neck, and sighed, "Love you, Ains." I loved her too. So much. And I'd make sure she would never doubt it. We silently lay there in the dark that summer night, grieving something Lorelai had never even really had. And it made me mad as hell. I closed my eyes and fell asleep to thoughts about how the pretend game was definitely not one of my favorites anymore. I was pretty sure I hated it. I opened my eyes, but the sun beating down on them made me snap them closed again. I could hear the birds chirping, and the smell of sweet mint from Mama's garden permeated the air. The air was cool and thick with morning dew, so I snuggled down in my bag and peeked my eyes open again, this time more carefully. The spot next to me was empty, so I looked toward Adrian's sleeping bag. Both he and Laurie were tucked inside his bag, still sleeping. He was on his back and she on her side, her head on his shoulder. His long, thick lashes rested on the tops of his tanned cheeks, and Laurie's hair lay all over the top of his shoulder. They looked perfect and sweet snuggled up so closely. I studied them harder. They looked peaceful. I wanted them to have peace more than anything in the world. I wanted Adrian's dad to stop hitting him, and Laurie to find the happiness her mother had taken away. Maybe they could help each other in a way I couldn't help them. My strange feelings for Adrian would fade, I thought. I wasn't really convinced that a man would stay around for the woman he loved anyways, being that my own father had left before I had even been born. He'd left us all alone to fend for ourselves. We didn't even know who Laurie's dad was. That's how well he'd stuck around. That's what men did. They left. I needed to protect my heart, and Laurie needed Adrian. I had to look at it this way because it helped lessen the burn. But the friendship I felt for Adrian would stay. Adrian and I would always be friends, just like Laurie and me. Us three, together. I was fiercely loyal and selfless. I used to really love this about myself. I used to think these qualities were a blessing. Only now, they felt like the worst curse. I needed some peace myself. I needed my violin. I needed my music. As quietly as I could manage, I unzipped myself from my sleeping bag and made my way for the back door of the house. I turned back one last time and watched my angels sleeping in the sun. It made my heart ache. But it made me smile, too. I opened the back door, expecting to find Mama in the kitchen, but it was quiet. So I made my way to my room and closed the door. I pulled my violin out and gently laid it on my collarbone. I was getting rather good at playing. Mama didn't banish me to the back porch anymore, and I was actually starting to think she almost enjoyed hearing me. The bow was starting to feel more like an extension of my arm instead of the cumbersome tool it had been in the beginning. I started off just playing my scales and warm-ups, but before I knew it, my eyes were closed, and my body was swaying with the rhythm of the latest classical piece we were working on in orchestra. I felt good when I played. Alive. So amazingly alive that I couldn't not move. I wasn't one of those players who could sit and be stoic while she played brilliantly. I wasn't even one of those players who lightly tapped her foot to the beat. My whole body moved and danced with the song, and it felt amazing. It felt healing. The music made it okay to not have everything I wanted in life. Because I would always have this. It was mine. This explosive, shoot-me-to-the-moon-and-back feeling that lived inside me whenever I played was all mine, and no one could take it. Chapter 6. Ainsley, age 16. Lori hadn't gotten on the bus after school today. Again. She had been doing this more and more lately. Something was troubling her, and I didn't know how to fix it. I hadn't a clue what was happening, but I did have a feeling none of it was good. Mama had been working the night shifts since Lori and I had become old enough to be home by ourselves. It paid more, and with just her income, we needed the money. So Lori and I were having to fend for ourselves, which had been working out great until recently. All of a sudden, Lori wasn't catching the bus home sometimes, and when she did come home, it wasn't until after midnight, and she would smell like cigarettes with a side of cheap, stale beer. I knew she was hanging out with a different kind of crowd, the girls who would go across the street at lunch to smoke in the woods or who hid in the bathroom to make out with their boyfriends when they should have been in class. I wasn't judging. Okay, maybe I was a little, but I didn't want Lori hanging out with those girls. I'd tried to talk to her about it the past couple of weeks, but my pleas that she be on the bus and home with me had fallen on deaf ears. When I got on the bus today and she wasn't here, I knew I was going to have to tell Mama, and that pretty much ruined a mostly good day. I didn't want to be that girl, the goody-two-shoes mama's girl tattletale. It didn't matter what I wanted, though, because I was going to have to. I sat on the bus in a seat by myself and sulked. God, this sucked. Mama was probably going to have to go back to day shift so she could keep a better eye on Lori, and that extra money we needed so badly would be gone. Bye-bye private violin lessons. I could kiss that beautiful, new, expensive beau goodbye, too. Sometimes, Lori's childishness just pissed me off. I was quietly brooding when the one and only Anthony Jackson plopped his book bag right next to me and sat down in my bus seat. He really had a knack for picking the absolute worst days to bother me. Not that he was bothering me all that much these days. He had mostly chilled with the endless teasing. I looked over at him as he eased his book bag to the floor between us. Hey, Ains. He winked. Anthony's boyish looks were fading, and in their place were some very good things. He was the only boy in our high school who had managed to grow a full beard. He kept his blonde hair long, and it almost covered his gorgeous hazel eyes. It was totally surfer meets lumberjack, and it was yum. Hey, Anthony. I made a show of looking around at all the empty seats on the bus and then looked back at him. Are you lost by chance? Anthony gave a gravelly laugh. It was hot. Damn him. Nah, Ains. I know exactly where I am. I'm sitting next to the hottest girl on this bus. I felt my cheeks blush despite myself. Why did he have to be so damn good-looking and complimentary? It was ruining my life. I knew that Anthony wasn't for me. Rumor was, if it had a vagina, he'd sleep with it. I knew I wasn't the kind of girl who could sleep with someone and it be only that. I was too emotion-driven. Besides, I wasn't exactly heart-stoppingly pretty. I had learned to tame my unruly hair with products galore, but I was a bit thick in the waist for his taste. Other than taming my golden locks, I didn't really try too hard. I didn't usually wear a stitch of makeup, and t-shirts and jeans were my preferred attire. What I mean is, I was plain. But I was happy being plain old me, and I was smart enough to know that Anthony Jackson, lumberjack/surfer, would break this girl's heart. So I knew to guard it from him with my life. Save the smooth talk for a girl who pits out, Anthony. You and I both know that's not me. I tried my best to lay it out to him as plainly as possible, but he only inched closer to me in the seat. His face was inches from mine when he whispered across my lips, You could be. My stomach somersaulted. I had to admit I was flattered. I figured the reason for that was Anthony was from hell and the devil had all kinds of Jedi mind tricks up his sleeve. I felt hot eyes on me, and they weren't Anthony's. So I looked up and beyond him into the bus aisle. There stood Adrian, his face positively thunderous, and I knew that my day had gone from bad to complete shit. Adrian just stood there, staring at Anthony. I could tell he was trying to will Anthony from my bus seat, but he just chuckled and scooted so close that our thighs were touching. "Where the hell is Lorelai?" Adrian asked. Why the heck was he so pissed at me that Lori wasn't there? How was I expected to keep my studies up and make sure she got everywhere she was supposed to be every minute of every day? My frustration with today grew. I answered through clenched teeth. Not here, obviously. Adrian, Lori, and I still pretty much had the same relationship we always had growing up. The three of us spent almost every waking hour together, unless Lori was doing one of her disappearing acts, which had become more frequent as of late. As far as I knew, Adrian hadn't taken any steps to pull Lori into a relationship yet, but I certainly expected him to soon. We were at the age when almost everyone had a girlfriend or boyfriend, although Lori and Adrian never had. "Fucking hell, again?" he asked. I nodded. He shook his head, walked back toward the front of the bus, and sat 2 seats up from us. He was clearly just as worried about Lori as I was. I needed to let Adrian know I was going to have to tell Mama. Miranda threw herself into the seat in front of mine and turned toward me and Anthony. "Sup, homies?" I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she could break up all of this tension because I felt like I was about to lose my mind. She had her long red hair in a messy bun at the top of her head and purple eyeliner around her eyes, and she was wearing a bright pink t-shirt that said, "I like to party, and by party I mean read books." That was my friend, a freaking nut. But she was fantastic entertainment. Hey, I replied. Anthony mumbled a hello, not even bothering to look up from his phone. He was probably texting some skank. Miranda rolled her eyes at him and said, "No Lori again today?" "Nope," I replied. "Shit, that's like the 3rd time in the last 2 weeks alone. What are you going to do?" I pursed my lips in thought and then frowned. "You know what I have to do, Miranda," I said. She shook her head and muttered, "That sucks." "Pretty much," I said. I looked over Miranda's shoulder to find Adrian still glaring daggers at me. Miranda saw the direction of my stare and turned toward Adrian. "What's up with tall, dark, and geeky up there?" she asked. She designated Adrian that name because he had gotten his dark-rimmed glasses last year. She obviously thought they were nerdy. I didn't think that at all. I thought those glasses were smoking hot. I sighed and sank lower into my seat so he couldn't see me. "He's just pissed that Lori didn't make it to the bus again today." Miranda laughed and reached down to pull her headphones out of her book bag. The girl was forever listening to an audiobook. "Ains, he is not pissed about Lori. He is pissed about this." She used her hand to gesture between Anthony and me and shook her head at me. What the hell is she talking about? Anthony smirked, but I didn't know what the heck was going on. "Get a clue, honeybee," she said, before pushing her earbuds into her ears. I obviously needed to get a clue because I had no idea what in the hell was happening in my life. Lori was AWOL, Anthony Jackson was sitting in my bus seat, making googly eyes at me, and Adrian was trying to kill me dead with just one glare. Worst day ever. When the bus reached our stop, Adrian practically dove for the seat I was sharing with Anthony. He jerked me up and out my seat. I had to climb over Anthony for fear of sitting on him. I looked behind me for help, but Miranda only waggled her eyebrows and mouthed, "Good luck, traitor." I'd get her later, and her little dog, too. I made it off the bus alive, but just barely. I had no idea what he was doing or where he was going, but apparently he had something dire he needed to tell me. I was running to keep up with him when he abruptly stopped between the 2 cotton fields near our homes. He ducked in between them and walked me down a good ways. I couldn't help but take in their beauty. The fields were full of cotton this time of year, and all I could see around us were beautiful fluffs of white. Adrian surprised me by grabbing the back of my head and bringing my forehead to his. My body turned to stone. "What is it, Adrian? Is everything okay? Did your dad do something?" I must have sounded insane, but he was scaring me. He licked his lips, and being as close as we were, I couldn't help but look. I knew I shouldn't. This boy's lips were going to kill me. They looked so soft and pink. There wasn't anything about him that didn't call to me. Adrian was turning into a beautiful man, and I couldn't help but take notice. All the time. At the pool this summer, I had noticed how his muscles were becoming more defined, how the smattering of hair on his chest led to a fine line of hair on his stomach that dipped down below the waistband of his swim trunks. That trail of hair had kept me up more nights than I could count. And it seemed like Adrian knew I liked to look at his body. It seemed he knew I loved the bit of stubble on his chin. It even seemed that he knew I loved the way he pushed his dark glasses back to the top of his nose. It seemed this way because he would mow the yard in his basketball shorts sans his shirt, looking so lovely, sweaty and tan. He would rub his scratchy chin with his palm, push his glasses up on his nose, and then wink at me. Double whammy. Bastard. He knew what he was doing. The boy had me in a constant state of sensual wonder, the kind of state that had me envisioning my small hands caressing his tanned chest, or tracing that enticing trail that led to those swim trunks. I would wonder how the hair on his cheeks and his chin would feel against my own smooth cheeks. I would muse on whether he would take his glasses off if he ever ventured to press his lips to mine. Those perfect lips. Holy hell. I was a 16-year-old hormonal girl who had never been kissed. Didn't he know the torture he was inflicting? He must have, but we both knew that Adrian wasn't for me. We were best friends, and as far as I was concerned, he had always been Lori's to have, not mine, not ever. I couldn't do that to her. Ainsley, my father doesn't hurt me anymore. He can't. You know what happened the last time he put his hands on me? Stop worrying about me. There's something we need to talk about, he whispered. I ignored him and went on. Is this about Lori? I'm gonna have to tell Mama she hasn't been coming home. It's going to suck because Mom's going to be so let down. But don't worry about it, I'll take care of it, I said. I was a rambling fool, but why was he so damn close to me? Back up, Buster, before my skin catches fire. But Adrian just shook his head back and forth against mine. I raised my hands and grabbed both of his cheeks. What's wrong then? Say something. You're scaring the crap out of me. He lifted his head from mine just enough to look me right in the eyes. Do not go out with Anthony Ains, he whispered. He leaned forward, and I damn near had a panic attack. I thought he was coming for my lips, but he placed a long kiss to my right cheek. Okay, it wasn't a kiss on the lips, but still, it felt incredible. He ran his nose down that side of my face. He laid his big hands on my waist, and their grip was iron tight. He's not good enough for you, sunshine. Another slow kiss on my other cheek. I felt my eyes close. They felt heavy and sleepy, so I left them shut. I won't stand for it, Ains. You're better than that. Do you understand? He placed another kiss over one of my closed eyelids. I knew he was talking, and on some level, I guess I knew he was telling me to stay away from Anthony, but I felt buzzed, drunk on his mouth and his breath. He kissed the underside of my jaw, and I leaned my head back, moaning a little. I could smell him all around me. He didn't smell like the little boy I'd shared sleeping bags and snow sleds with. He didn't smell like boy and sunshine and dirt anymore. He smelled like clean sweat, shampoo, and, man, like heaven. He was intoxicating. And Lord, he felt good. Did you hear me, Ainsley? He placed a final kiss on the slope of my collarbone and left his lips there, breathing heavily. My own breath was coming fast and heavily, and I could feel the pulse in my neck jumping violently. I wondered if he could see it. I felt my entire body pressed against his, and it felt too right. The stubble on his chin brushed my neck, and I felt goosebumps race across my entire body. My tank top was itchy and tight against my breasts, and I wanted it off. My chest and neck prickled with heat, and I wanted Adrian to keep kissing me, but lower. I felt warmth pool in my belly like wildfire, so I clenched my thighs together to relieve some of the pressure. It didn't help at all. Adrian slowly let me go, but my jello legs barely held me up, so he kept his hands on my hips to steady me. Do you understand? He made sure to look me right in my eyes. Those blue eyes. Blue. God, what the hell was wrong with me? Hell no, I didn't understand. I didn't understand the feelings coursing through my body. I didn't understand the meaning behind those sweet, slow kisses. I didn't understand why I wanted more. I did understand that I wanted this feeling to stop. I couldn't speak for fear my voice would give away my need or my anxiety. So I nodded and turned away from him. Jesus, he hadn't even kissed me on the mouth, and I was a ridiculous, sexually frustrated mess. Get it together, Ains. He didn't need to know how he affected me. I held my head high and walked out of our hidden spot amongst the cotton fields on wobbly and quivering legs with too many questions in my heart and arousal rampant in my veins. Angry, irate, furious, incensed, fuming, infuriated. I was learning that there were a hell of a lot of words to describe mad, and all of them had run through my mind one time or another in the last few hours. It was 10 p.m., and I wanted to hurt somebody, mostly Lori. She still wasn't home yet, and I was livid. Oh, look, another mad word. And you know what made me even madder? I hated being this angry. It wasn't in my nature. I was a nice, happy, go-with-the-breeze kind of girl. But now? Yeah, I was even more pissed off that I was this pissed off. I had basically been sitting on the couch since I'd made it home from school. I sighed. So only like 5 or 6 hours. I had tried playing my violin or doing some schoolwork. No dice. I just couldn't concentrate. I was too mad at Lori. What in the hell was she thinking? She couldn't just keep staying out all night and expect me to say nothing. The ping of my phone from the coffee table interrupted my internal rant. I leaned over to grab it, hoping and praying that it was Lori. It wasn't. I could tell by the notification up top that it was Adrian. My fingers itched to open that bad boy up and take a look, but I didn't. I couldn't deal with any more from Adrian today. I could only climb one mountain at a time, and at that point, that mountain was Lori. My phone pinged again, and I jumped. Damn him! He wasn't going to leave me alone. I felt my anxiety ratchet up a notch higher. What if I didn't answer him and he came over? I couldn't face him after what happened earlier. Not after he had laid those soft pink lips to my skin. I felt hot all over from just thinking about it. I picked the phone up and quickly read the text. Adrian. Lori, make it home? Adrian. Don't ignore me, sunshine. I know you're wide awake, sitting on the couch waiting for Lori to get home. Probably mad as hell. Holy crap, could he see me? I jumped up and looked around the room and out the front window. Another ping. Adrian. I can't see you. I just know you. Go to bed and deal with Lori's crap tomorrow. I could envision the smug smile on his face. He just knows me. I rolled my eyes and reclined back on the couch, propping my legs on the side of the sofa. I twirled a long piece of curly hair that had come out of my ponytail at the back of my head. Placing the phone face down on my stomach, I twirled some more. I wasn't answering him. He had rocked my world earlier. I couldn't even address the mess he had made out of our friendship. And all because one Anthony Jackson had sat next to me on the bus? It was crazy, and his reaction had been completely uncalled for. The boy had lost his ever-loving mind, and I wasn't going to give it 1 second of my time tonight. One mountain at a time, damn it. Ping, I stupidly looked at my phone again. Adrian. I could always just come over and check on you since you won't answer my texts. We need to talk anyways. Shit, no! He couldn't come over. God knows what would happen. He might use his magic lips on me again. They had to be magical because I was still thinking of them against my cheeks. And my neck. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. Those lips obviously made me make the worst decisions ever. I needed to stay far away from them, so I picked up the phone and typed out a quick reply. Me. No, don't come over. I'm already in my pajamas and getting ready for bed. Smiley face. I was lying. I was a liar. I was not in my pajamas, and I wasn't going to bed until Lori walked through that door and we had a long talk. I'd made sure to add that smiley face, though. It made everything better, right? I could see the little dots, so I knew he was writing me back and not marching across our yards. Relief swept through me until his text came through. Adrian. We really need to talk, Ainsley. I don't want you seeing Anthony, and we need to talk about us. Us? I obviously hadn't gotten the memo that there was an us, because as far as I was concerned, we were only friends. Had only ever been friends. The locket. He had given the locket to Lori and our fates had been sealed. Up until that very day, he had never made the moves on me or even remotely acted like we were anything more than friends. Talking? Nope. Not happening. Because I'd learned Adrian's new way of talking after school and I didn't like it one bit. Again, I was lying. I loved it. But still, it wasn't right. Oh God, I was freaking out. I furiously twirled my hair and bounced my left knee. And then I saw more dots. Ping. Adrian. At least answer me that you understand about Anthony. No, he didn't. Why did he possibly think it was okay to get a vote on who I date? I mean, Adrian was probably right. Anthony most likely wasn't the best choice for me, but my decisions and my mistakes were mine to make, damn it. I wondered if Anthony's lips would feel as good as Adrian's, because Adrian's had felt amazing. And they hadn't even kissed my lips. And his smell. God. I heard myself moan into the quiet room, and it quickly snapped me back to reality. What in the hell was wrong with me? What was wrong with Adrian? I typed out a quick text that would end this disturbing conversation once and for all. Me. You do not get to pick who I date. Adrian Michael Davis. Do you understand me? I'll see you at the bus stop tomorrow morning, where we will talk, with actual words. And there won't be any of that witchcraft, wizardry, sorcery shit that you pulled on me after school today. Good night. I turned my phone to silent and slammed it down on the coffee table. A girl could only take so much. I was losing my mind. Because my once childhood friend was making me insane and I already had too much to deal with. I sat on the couch and twirled my hair some more. And I continued to wait for Lori. The sound of a door slamming snapped me out of a deep sleep. What was I doing on the couch? Oh, that's right, Lori. It was pitch black in the room, but I could see Lori stumbling around, trying to pull her boots off. At least she was doing that. We didn't wear shoes in Mama's house, and Mama was serious about it. It was the law. I looked at the clock on the living room wall. It was 11:30. What in the hell was she thinking? Mama would be home in less than an hour. It was like she didn't even care about getting caught. Lori finally got her boots off and was slowly and very quietly trying to make her way to her bedroom. We hadn't shared a room in a while. Lori had moved down the hall from me, claiming she wasn't a child anymore and she needed her own space. I'd understood and wanted a room of my own also. But lately, it seemed like Lori didn't need space. Seemed to me she needed someone to watch her like a hawk because she was making the worst of decisions. She didn't see me standing in the shadows and thought she was getting away with this crap again. I couldn't let her go. I had to say something. I stood up and walked toward her. Lori, I said firmly into the quiet dark room. She quickly turned around to face me, almost tripping over the end table next to the couch. I reached out with my hand and caught her arm, steadying her. Somehow, she still managed to crash into me. She looked up at me with a lopsided smile. "Hey, Ames, what are you still doing up?" she drunkenly slurred. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, caked in runny eyeliner. Her black flannel and her jeans reeked of cigarettes and stale beer. I felt my temper climbing. It probably wasn't the time to discuss her latest antics, but I was going to anyway. I was sick of her shit. I didn't deserve it, and neither did Mama. "Where have you been?" I snapped. "You didn't catch the bus home again." I tried to keep my voice level, but even to my ears I sounded aggravated and frustrated. Lori's face was serious, and then she gave me a sad smile. "I just went out with friends after school. It's no big deal. I'm home now. I didn't mean to worry you." She looked innocent and sweet, her smile genuine. I almost bought her act. I'd been falling for it for months, but not this time. I was done. I grabbed her by her shoulders and brought my face level to hers. "You're drunk, Lori. I know it, and you know it, so cut the bullshit. This has to stop. I can't keep worrying about you. I don't know what's wrong with you or why you are doing this, but it's over now. I'm telling Mama." I ground out between clenched teeth. Lori dropped her head, and I felt her body shudder. Shit. I hadn't wanted to make her cry, but she needed to hear this. I was just about to wrap my arms around her small body when I heard her snort. I grabbed her chin between my thumb and forefinger, bringing her eyes to mine. I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing. "Are you laughing?" I shouted right in her face. My Lori would never do this. Who was this imposter? I let her go, and she tumbled back onto the living room carpet, still in her fit of laughter. I couldn't care less about her fall onto the carpet. Never in my entire life had I been so angry as I was in that moment. I leaned over and screamed at her. "Are you fucking laughing?" Her eyes widened in surprise, and she rolled onto her side, laughing even harder. "Did you just say fucking?" She mumbled through her voracious laughter. She didn't stop there, though. She pushed herself off the floor and sat on her behind, looking up at me. "Did the word fuck seriously pass over the pure and oh-so-innocent lips of Ainsley James?" she asked with a sarcastic sneer. I felt like I was in an alternate universe, one where Lori didn't like me, a universe where roles were reversed and opposites superseded. She had never spoken like that to me before. Don't get me wrong, we'd had our share of fights over where Mama was taking us for dinner, fights over who got the computer after school, stupid fights that meant nothing and hurt no one. But never had Lori looked at me with such venom. It would have been an awful feeling if I hadn't still been so pissed off about her laughing at me. It would have broken my heart if I wasn't so irate over her mocking me. I lunged at her a little and yelled in her face. "You know what, Lorelai? Fuck you! Just fuck you!" Jesus, I wished I'd had a more eloquent way to curse her out, but I didn't. Cussing people out wasn't my method of operation. I had never had such a terrible fight with anyone. No one had ever made me this angry and upset. My hands were shaking and I could feel angry tears wetting my cheeks. I looked down at my quaking hands and felt sick. What was happening? This wasn't me. This wasn't Lori. This wasn't us. What was I doing, throwing around harsh words like stones? Especially to someone I loved so dearly. I was already regretting the words I'd said. My heart was already aching at the hurtful words I had hurled at her. Lori stood up and got right in my face, her chest against my chest, her feet practically standing on mine. I could feel the thunder of her heart against mine. Her breath sailed across my face. "No, Ainsley. Fuck you and fuck your perfect life. You don't have to be the best at everything, you know. You don't have to make the rest of us feel so flawed. I'm over your selfless bullshit. Have Blue. Have Aunt Jessie. Have them all. I don't fucking care. They all love you more anyways. I fucking hate you. She screamed at me, spittle flying from her mouth in rage. I reared back in pain as the verbal assault of her words rained down on me like 1,000 sharp knives. Lori's too thin frame swayed toward me a little, but I backed up. She hated me? I was stunned. I couldn't help but just stand there and stare at the stranger in front of me. Fresh tears slipped down my face. The dark of the living room felt haunting and grim. The silence too loud. I was crushed, obliterated. Through the haze of my tears, my eyes roamed Lori's face, looking for even a small trace of the girl who was so dear to me. The tiny, brown-haired toddler who, at 2, would jump from her crib in the corner of my room and join me in my big girl bed. The sweet 6-year-old girl who would go on the rides at the fair only if I promised to hold her hand the whole time. Not Mama, me. The nervous teenager who'd made me scoot over in my bed the night before she'd started 9th grade so that I could hug her until she fell asleep. That was less than a year ago. Where was she? The person in front of me wasn't Lori. This girl's eyes were hollow and broken. My Lori's eyes were bright. This girl was mean and inconsiderate. My Lori was kind and thoughtful. I couldn't stand to look at this shell of a girl anymore. So I ran from my room and slammed the door closed behind me. I collapsed on my bed and cried, the sobs so violent that they physically hurt me. My mind was racing. I didn't understand. Did Lori truly think that I wanted to be the best? I excelled at schoolwork and at violin only because I worked hard. I wasn't one of those kids who just naturally did well in school. There were many nights I stayed up all night studying for a test and plenty of days I stayed after school in the library. I deserved my good grades. I'd earned them. And Adrian and Mama, how could she think I wanted to take them from her? They loved her just as much as me. I knew they did. Why didn't she? I half expected Lori to come after me, beg for my forgiveness and apologize, to try to take the horrendous things she had said to me back. But she didn't. She never came. It almost hurt worse than her words. Almost. Chapter 7. Ainsley, age 16. It had been 3 days since my fight with Lori. I had been avoiding both her and Adrian like the plague. I didn't use the bus and instead opted to catch rides to and from school with friends. Lucky enough for me, I didn't have any classes with either of them. I didn't stop at my locker unless I absolutely had to, and if I did, I made sure to make quick work of it. I hid in the orchestra hall at lunch, playing my violin in one of the tiny practice rooms. Mama was never home in the evenings, so I took something small to eat for dinner to my room, locking the door and wallowing in self-pity. I might have done some homework and practiced my violin, too. So far, my plan of avoidance was working. I hadn't told Mama about Lori like I had threatened, but I couldn't be bothered to care at the moment. I was way too busy being angry and hurt. Adrian had called my phone a ridiculous amount of times the last 3 days. When he wasn't doing that, he was sending text after text after text. I wasn't ready to deal with him yet. Have Blue. Have them all. My head throbbed. Lori had at least been home the past couple of evenings. From my room in the night, I could hear her making food in the kitchen or watching TV in the living room. I even heard Adrian come over one night and hang out with her. I didn't know if our fight had somehow made a difference in her behavior, and I didn't care. Yep, I was still pissed. I had just gotten home from school and locked myself in my bedroom when Miranda texted. Miranda. Hey, Boo. Where are you? I smiled at Boo and shot a quick text back. Me. Home, but I need out. I didn't want to listen to Lori in the kitchen and living room, just going about her life like she hadn't ruined mine. I'd thought by now I would be over it. I'd honestly thought maybe I wouldn't be so damn mad anymore. But I wasn't. If anything, my feelings were becoming stronger, and I felt resentment festering inside me like an open wound. I was stunned at my ability to hold a grudge. Clearly, I wasn't the Saint Lori thought I was. It made me feel like the worst person in the world. Miranda. Meet me at the creek. Winky face. Me. Okay, give me 5. I threw on a jacket to ward the cool evening breeze off and some flip-flops and raced down the hallway. Lori was on the couch watching TV, but I didn't even make eye contact. I kept right on going until I was out the back door and going through our back gate. Miranda was sitting on our side of the creek, waiting for me. 20 minutes later, I had filled Miranda in on everything that had happened the last 3 days. From Adrian and his voodoo in the cotton fields to my huge fight with Lori. I didn't think Miranda had heard one thing I had said about Lori, though. She was still stuck on Adrian. We were lying on our backs in the grass, watching the sun go down and the stars come out. He didn't, she said, her voice full of awe. He did, I answered in return, giving her a serious look sprinkled with a side of sarcasm. I got that she didn't believe it. I hardly did myself. I could only attribute Adrian's actions to his being super jealous of Anthony, which in return made me mad. How freaking dare he? Shut the front door. Who knew our boy had it in him? Gah, that's kind of hot, she sighed. Did he kiss your lips or just all over your face? Her eyes were big. Her face looked intrigued. She sounded proud, and my irritation with the whole situation grew. Why the heck was she proud of him? You don't all of a sudden want someone because they might want someone else, or someone else wants them. He'd had years to claim me, and he hadn't. He had wanted Lori. I was confused and angry, but the guilt. Have blue. The guilt ate at me. I told you exactly what happened, Miranda. He kissed my face and my neck right here. I pointed to my collarbone. Even as I did it, I felt my face heat with embarrassment and a dash of lust. God, it had been hot. She was right, and I hated her a little bit for it. Miranda swung her impressed-looking face my way. And he asked you to stay away from Anthony Jackson? To not go out with him? She asked. Her expression got serious now, like the answer to this question could solve world hunger. I rolled my eyes and smacked my teeth. No, he didn't freaking ask me. He told me to stay away from him, I practically yelled. I was beyond frustrated because Adrian hadn't asked me. He had told me what to do. He had snarled and growled his demands out to me while peppering my face with the sweetest and sexiest kisses of my life. I looked up at the stars and prayed for the courage to resist those fantastic kisses. Miranda broke out into a giddy fit of laughter, glee radiating from her eyes. Girl, Adrian went all alpha book boyfriend on your ass. Man, I bet it was seriously sexy. I'm so bummed I missed it. She frowned a little and then went back to her creepy, faraway smile. She looked like she had romantic notions of Adrian and me in her head. No, just no. Like we were the couple in one of those god-awful romantic novels she always had her face in. I put the kibosh on that with the quickness. Yeah, well, it was a little hot. A little hot. I could still feel the fire of his lips burning me up 3 days later, but I was a good liar, so I pressed on. But I think Anthony is good-looking, and he seems to like me. You know, how he likes all of the female population. So, I think if he asks, I'm going to let him take me out. That would put Adrian in his place, and it would also keep me from destroying Lori any more than she already was. Clearly, the girl was going through something, and even though I was pissed to the highest degree at her, I didn't want to hurt her. ever. I expected my news to ruin Miranda's notions of sweet teenage alpha love. I expected her grin to fall any minute. I couldn't wait, actually. I was sick of her starry-eyed smiles. But nope. She pushed herself up into a sitting position and threw her hands in the air. Love triangles everywhere! This is amazing! I mean, I couldn't write this shit. It's unbelievable. Her voice echoed into the wooded area around us. I let out an irritated sigh. Was this my life? Really? Miranda lay down again and rolled to her side, propping herself on an elbow and towering over me. So, when Adrian was going all alpha on you in the fields, did you feel it? She asked. She looked desperate for the answer, and I would have given her one if I had known what in the hell she was talking about. Feel what? I asked. I had known this girl most of my life, and most days I still didn't understand half of what came out of her mouth. It was like she spoke another language. You know, it. She whispered quietly and waggled her perfectly sculpted eyebrows. Oh, God, no. We were not talking about Adrian's penis. This was not happening. I hadn't felt it then, and I didn't want to talk about it now. So I vigorously shook my head to deny this whole conversation. But I think Miranda took my head shaking for confusion because she kept talking about Adrian's junk. You know, his womb broom, his baby maker, his Justin Bieber. Sweet baby Jesus. Someone needed to make her stop. Still, I couldn't help the giggle that fell from my lips. She was absolutely insane. Before I knew it, we were rolling around on the grass of our beloved creek in delirious fits of laughter. When we finally grew silent, Miranda scooted as close to me as she physically could and grabbed my hand in hers. We were both staring at the sky, and her words hit me right in the heart. You know, Ains, it's okay to do something for yourself. It's okay to be selfish sometimes. It's okay to love yourself like you love others. Lori will come around, and you and Adrian will work things out. She smiled at me, because some things are just meant to be. God, this girl. This hopelessly romantic girl. I loved her. I was at school. It was lunchtime, and I was feeling too damn smug for my own good. After my talk with Miranda last night, I had decided to take the plunge and get back on the bus that morning, and not just metaphorically. It was a perfect time to exert my independence and show Adrian Davis that he was not the boss of me. Childish, I know, but I was feeling mostly immature lately. I had waited until the very last second to get to the stop, showing up only a minute or two before the bus actually appeared. I was the last one on. I took a long look around at my seating options. Adrian and Lori were sitting together as usual. I usually sat with Miranda, but I gave her a tight smile and walked right past her. She gave me a sly wink back, which only fueled my confidence. Anthony looked up from his seat when I approached him. Is this seat taken? I asked. Good Lord, geez, is this seat taken? That's the best you have for a come-on line, Ains? Anthony didn't look put off, though. He brought those big dimples out to play, patted the seat next to him, and moved over toward the window. I eased in next to him and set my book bag in my lap. He grinned at me and went back to looking at his phone. We didn't speak the whole way to school. The bus was always practically silent in the morning. None of us were quite awake yet. The bus might have been silent, but the glares Adrian was throwing my way may as well have been shouts. He was pissed. The tick in his square jaw and the daggers in his eyes were a sure giveaway. Once we pulled up at the school, I jumped off the bus like my ass was on fire and proceeded about my day like everything in my life wasn't going to complete shit. I hadn't seen or heard from Adrian since this morning, so I was feeling pretty damn proud of myself. Yep, smug. I made my way to the instrument room inside the orchestra hall. I grabbed my violin and hit up the small practice room I usually spent lunches in. I opened the door and went to turn the light on, But before I could flip the switch, I was dragged all the way in. A scream was caught in my throat, but before I could release it, Adrian shut the door and placed his hand over my mouth. His big body pushed mine back against the door, caging me in. God, when had my boy in the suspenders gotten so tall? He was probably almost a full foot taller than my 5'2". "Don't even think about screaming," he whispered. Oh boy. He looked really mad, so I decided that mouthing off at him would probably not be in my best interests. He took his hand away from my mouth, but left his body so close to mine that a sheet of paper wouldn't have fit between us. God, he looked gorgeous today. His hair was a little longer than he usually kept it, and it fell over the top of his glasses. His cheeks were a little pink, his eyes fierce, his jaw doing that hot ticking thing again. Dang, but mad as hell looked magnificent on Adrian. I could have eaten him with a spoon. He leaned his face ridiculously close to mine. "Aren't we still best friends, Ainsley?" He breathed across my lips. His question snapped me out of my angry Adrian worship. What? Of course we are. Why would you ask such a silly question? I asked, and I was truly stumped. I nervously bit my bottom lip. Yes, I had been dodging him lately, but we had been friends most of our lives. I just needed some time to work out what was happening between us. I just needed to make up with Lori and set things right with her. I had a lot going on. We would always be best friends. His question seemed absurd. He placed his hands on the wall on either side of my head, effectively blocking any way out. He then rested his forehead on the side of my neck and asked, "Then why are you avoiding me? I've been trying to call you for days." He sounded a little sad and defeated. I felt like the worst friend in the world. He lifted his head and looked right at me. I bit my lip so hard that it stung. I didn't know what to tell him because I hadn't figured it out myself yet. Between my confusion and his perfect body pressed so close to mine, I couldn't think. For once in my life, I was rendered speechless. Apparently, my traitorous body hadn't gotten the same memo as my silent mouth, because I felt my hips press closer to Adrian's. Damn, who knew my body was such a slut? Adrian's groan reverberated loudly through the silent and dark room. A shot of lust soared through my entire body at that groan. I wanted it again. I thought about pressing my hips to his longer and harder, but before I could, Adrian placed a gentle palm to my cheek and pulled my lip from between my teeth with his thumb. He looked intently at my lips, lightly brushing his thumb over them. God, this mouth. I think about it every day, every night. These lips, I can't stop thinking about how they will taste, how they will feel against my own, he said quietly and reverently. His thumb on my mouth was driving me mad. I wanted to reach out with my tongue and taste it, but I needed to speak. However, I couldn't get the words to come. Shock and arousal stilted my words. They were stuck in my throat. I couldn't tell him that I thought about his mouth too, that I thought about him all the time, that I adored his sweet but moody nature, that he was the star in every fantasy I'd ever had. But he was also forbidden. There were too many barriers between me and the girl I loved most in this world. I couldn't allow Adrian to be another one. I pressed a soft kiss to the pad of his thumb, praying that he would understand, hoping that he knew. He growled low in his throat and set his determined eyes to mine. Sunshine, I'm going to kiss you. I can't stop. I know it will change everything, but I can't not kiss you. Not for one more minute. He ran his nose along mine. I felt my eyes flutter closed. Tell me to stop. Tell me not to kiss you before I ruin everything. Tell me now. His words danced across my lips so softly. I dropped my head back to the door and parted my lips, taking in big gulps of air. I was burning up from the inside out. Anyone and everything outside of this tiny, blanketed in shadows room ceased to exist for me. There was no hope for it. I wanted it. In that moment, I wanted that kiss more than anything. I couldn't deny him or myself any longer. Adrian curled his fingers at the nape of my neck. He placed his thumb to my chin, tilting my head back down, closer to his. His questioning eyes met mine, and I knew what he saw reflected in them. Yes. Yes, over and over. His trembling lips gently pressed to my bottom lip, which caused my mouth to part on a swift intake of breath. He brought his palms to my cheeks and captured my top lip between his, sucking gently. Surely this was what heaven felt like. I had never been kissed in my life, but I knew that this was special. I knew that kisses like this were rare and beautiful. A kiss like this was born from years of friendship and love. Of their own accord, my hands fisted to the front of Adrian's shirt. I stood on tiptoe and pressed my lips more firmly to his. I delicately slid my tongue across his bottom lip. I just wanted one taste of my boy with the ocean blue eyes. Adrian parted his mouth, and his tongue met mine on a pained groan. I swallowed his groan down and echoed it with one of my own. Butterflies swarmed my belly. Adrian moved one hand from my cheek and grabbed the back of my hair, maneuvering my head any way he liked. He ate at my mouth like a starving man, and I was gone, done for. His lips and his tongue destroyed me again and again. It was sweet torture I never wanted to stop. He pulled my hands away from his chest and wrapped them around his neck. We kissed and kissed, his chest pressed close to mine, the beat in my heart eventually syncing up with the cadence of his. It was music, our song, and it might have been my favorite piece ever. Adrian finally pulled back, taking a couple of steps away. His glasses were a steamy, smudged-up mess. It was adorable. He ran his trembling hands through his hair. "Fuck. I knew you'd taste like that," he said, his lips swollen and wet. They looked lush and overripe, and I wanted them again. I managed to find a small bit of my voice. "Like what?" I croaked out between my bruised and kiss-swollen lips. His face was full of unspoken love and possession as he considered his next words. "Like the honeysuckle by the creek in the afternoon. Like s'mores by the fire pit at night. Like donuts on Christmas morning." He pressed his lips to mine again and whispered across them. "Like you're mine. Like you're mine." I couldn't stop obsessing over Adrian's words to me. I had spent the rest of the day in a fog, floating on the exquisite high of intimacy. I didn't hear a word my teacher said. I didn't take a single note. Adrian's kisses had made me completely useless, but I was fine with that. I daydreamed all day long about the ferocity of his mouth and his sweet words. On the bus ride home, Adrian sat right next to me, and I didn't say a word. Miranda got on the bus and took a seat next to Lori, giving me a "what the hell is going on" look. I ignored her and pretended that I wasn't sitting next to a boy who had wrecked me with one touch of his lips. Now, I was trying my hardest to muster the energy to fill out the college applications Mama had told me to do days ago. Time was ticking, she had said. She was right. I was halfway through my junior year, and I wanted to play music more than anything in the world. I needed a good music school not only to accept me, but also to hopefully foot some of my education bill. We didn't have the cash or credit to send me to school, so my future was completely riding on my talent. I had already filled out applications for schools in Boston and Nashville, but my heart was in the Carolinas, close to home, close to my mama and close to Adrian and Lori. The University of South Carolina was my first choice. It didn't have the best music performance school out there, but it did have one huge benefit: location. It was less than an hour from home. I was halfway through my application when I heard a soft knock at my door. It couldn't have been Mama. It was too early for her to be home from work. I had an inkling who it was, so I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to ruin one of the most amazing days of my life with petty words and bitchy comments. I was still so hurt and angry. Her words had done irreparable damage. They had maimed and twisted our relationship from something good and pure into something ugly. I wasn't ready to fight again. I didn't even know if I was ready to make up. It didn't matter, though, because Lori opened the door and poked her head in. She looked at me at my desk and took a deep breath like she was sucking in courage instead of air. "Ains, can we talk?" Her voice was small, and I hated it. We couldn't talk or be honest like we always had. Our fight had changed things as surely as Adrian's kiss had. I didn't want her to dread talking to me, but I was struggling with how to politely tell her to fuck off. She pushed the door open before coming in and sitting on the end of my bed. Her slumped shoulders and her bowed head revealed her desperation. "Please, Ainsley. God, please talk to me. These past 3 days have been the worst of my life. I can't stand it when you're mad at me." She was talking to the floor, so I couldn't see her tears, but her voice was overflowing with them. I couldn't stand it, so I made my way to the bed and sat next to her. I wanted to put my arms around her tiny frame and comfort her, but my pride wouldn't let me. She hadn't apologized for the things she'd said to me. No one had ever emotionally crushed me so horribly, and I couldn't just let it go so easily. "Lori, I don't know if we should talk yet. I'm still really upset. I don't want to fight with you, but I don't think I'm ready to speak to you." It pained me to say it. I worried that things were never going to be the same between us again. Lori brought her tear-stained face level with mine. Her eyes were pleading, begging even for a chance. "I was so mean, Ainsley. I know I was. And I'm so sorry. I just want you to forgive me. I don't know why I said those awful things, because they just aren't true. I could never hate you. You're the best thing in my life. Please don't take that away. I couldn't bear it." Deep sobs racked her shoulders. She put her hands over her face and cried harder. Damn it, she was breaking my heart. I should have known I would cave 2 seconds into being in her presence. Our friendship held some of the best parts of us both, and even though it had only been a few days, I missed it. I missed us. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and brought her close. I kissed the top of her head. "I know. It's okay, Lori. I know you're sorry. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have said what I said either, but I was just so mad at you. I want you to take better care of yourself than you do. It scares me when you stay out all night and drink. You mean the world to me. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to you." I said into her hair. She pulled back and looked at me. "Sometimes I'm so sad, Ains. I can't stop it. It won't go away." Her eyes welled up again, and she pushed her head against my chest. "Sometimes the only thing that stops the pain is drinking. It makes it go away for just a little while. I feel like a normal girl. A girl whose mom loves her and didn't dump her on someone else. How could she do it, Ainsley? How can she go to Graham's and see her and not ask about me? How can she call Aunt Jessie for money and not want to speak to me? Why does she hate me? What did I do wrong? God, why hadn't she said anything to me before? How long had she been feeling this way? My gut churned with regret. I should have known. I should have seen this coming. Of course it would hurt to see your mama around town and to have her treat you like a virtual stranger. I should have helped before she'd started drinking. But I could help her now, and I would. Oh, Lori, no. You didn't do anything wrong. Your mama's not right. She's sick. She's an addict. It's not that she doesn't love you. The drugs control her. It's not your fault at all. You're perfect and beautiful, and if your mama wasn't so sick, she would see it because it's impossible not to. Please tell me you understand that." Her crying quieted, while I held her to my chest for what felt like a long time. She pulled back and scooted to the top of my bed and laid her head on my pillow. I did the same, inching next to her on my side. It felt good. Normal. She smiled and said, "Don't ever stop loving me, Ainsley. You're my favorite person in the whole world. I couldn't stand to lose you." I smiled back at her and leaned over to pinch the end of her nose. Like I could ever stop loving you. Who will put me in my place when I'm feeling too perfect? I laughed. Lori didn't think I was funny. Dang, Ains. That's not what I meant. She frowned, and her forehead wrinkled in thought. Well, I guess it is. It's just, you are good at everything and everyone loves you. You don't even have to try. Sometimes, I guess I get jealous. I know I shouldn't. I know you love me. It's just hard. But you are wonderful to me. You are the very best, and I don't want you to change at all. We'd been together long enough for me to understand her scattered thoughts. I was only joking, girl. It's okay. Let's just forget it ever happened and never let it happen again, okay? I hate fighting with you, too, I said. Lori grabbed the piece of hair I liked to twirl and rubbed it between her fingers. So, Adrian, huh? She asked. My eyes snapped to hers. I immediately felt panicked. I wasn't ready to discuss my friendship with Adrian. Relationship? Hell, I didn't know. But I did know that my other friends didn't make me want something more. They didn't make me feel like I was floating on a puffy cloud. But if Lori asked me right this minute to give him up, I would. I knew I would. I already had once before. Admittedly, it had been easier to give him up then, a lot easier than it would be at this point. I had tasted him at this point. I had ridden the high of unchecked passion with him. It would be hard to let him go, but I would do it for her. I'd do anything for her. Lori, I don't... She cut me off. Ainsley, it's okay. I promise. She stroked my hair and gave me a reassuring look. I've always known that Adrian liked you that way. You two are both the most amazing people I know. It's only fair that you'd end up together. Don't get me wrong. Adrian is gorgeous, sweet, and kind. Any girl would be lucky to have him. But you, Ains, you deserve him. If you're happy, I'm happy. I didn't miss the look of wistfulness that traversed her features. I didn't miss the glimpse of heartache in her smile. I also didn't miss the fact that Lorelei Nicole James loved me just as much as I loved her. The sheer magnitude of what she was doing wasn't lost on me. The sweet bond and the emotional ties of our relationship flooded my body. She was telling me that it was okay to be with Adrian. I didn't think she had ever bestowed me with a better present. I'd never be able to tell her what it meant to me, but I didn't think I needed to either. It seemed she knew, or she wouldn't have given me such a precious gift. I hadn't thought I could love Lori more than I already did, but in that moment my heart swelled so big that I felt like I could float away. I probably should have told Lori that I didn't want Adrian, that she could have him or that neither of us would be with him, but I couldn't, because I was too greedy. I had wanted him for too long, and now that Adrian and I could be an us and not a mirage in the distance, I couldn't say no. I decided right then and there I'd be better to Lori. I wouldn't let her drink. I wouldn't let her sadness over her mom coerce her into making bad decisions. I'd be there for her. I wouldn't let her push me away with words of hate. I'd make sure to never ignore her again. I'd love her through everything, even her most horrible moments. I'd fix Lori's problems, and she'd meet a boy who couldn't help but kiss her too. And we'd all live happily ever after. Chapter 8. Ainsley, age 18. Good job, Violet. Now use your pointer finger to pluck the G string. Yes. Now use your long finger to pluck the D string. Now your ring finger. Use it to pluck the A string. I was knee-deep in a violin lesson with an adorable 7-year-old girl when the familiar ping of my phone interrupted, again. I knew who it was before I even picked my phone up off the music stand to look. Lori. She had been texting me during the entire lesson, wanting Adrian and me to go with her to a party at Laura and Katie's house tonight. I wasn't particularly interested in going to a party in the first place, but especially not at Laura and Katie's place. The identical twin girls were trouble with a capital T. They were exchange students from England and big partiers. When they weren't drinking hard liquor in the woods across the street from the school, they were usually whoring it up with some random guys. I checked my text messages as I instructed Violet. Now use your pinky finger and pluck the E string. Yep, Lori. Lori. Please come with me tonight. It's an end-of-the-year party and the twins' host family is out of town. It is going to be epic. God, I really didn't want to go. Between studying for final exams and giving violin lessons almost every day of the week to make extra cash, I was wiped. I barely had any time to see Adrian as it was, and I was really looking forward to vegging in front of the TV with him and catching up on some Netflix. By vegging out, I mean straddling Adrian's thighs, and by catching up on Netflix, I meant kissing my man's face off. I didn't really want Lori to go either. Mama was already pretty pissed off with Lori 90% of the time lately. The girl had no fucks to give about curfew or rules in general. She smoked, she drank, she did whatever the hell she wanted and suffered Mama's wrath. She was out of control, but there was no hope for it. Nothing we said stopped her. If anything, the more we protested something, the more she wanted to do it. So I tried not to make a big deal about the party by inviting her to stay in with Adrian and me. Me. Why don't you stay in with Adrian and me tonight and help us catch up on some Netflix? I knew her answer would be no before I'd even wasted my time typing up the message. Lori didn't hang with Adrian and me anymore. This last year had been hard on all of us, Lori especially. She knew we were heading off to college while she would still be completing high school. Change had always freaked her out, but it was coming whether she liked it or not. She was struggling through it in a Lori sort of way. Basically by partying and drinking and making bad choices. And while I was trying to be supportive, I was getting seriously sick of her shit. That, and I missed the hell out of her. I couldn't remember the last time we had spent any real time together. Not silent rides to school together, or a rushed breakfast of cereal while standing at the kitchen counter. Real time. Turns out, it isn't so easy to fix someone's problems, especially if they don't want them to be fixed. It had been a hard pill to swallow. That I couldn't make everything better for Lori. And that pill had tasted bitter and hurt going down. I checked the clock and realized I was 5 minutes past the end of my lesson. I said a quick goodbye to Violet and her parents and headed to my ancient white pickup parked in the driveway. It was a beater, but I had paid cash in full, all by myself. Turns out giving violin lessons pay pretty damn well. I'd even managed to save a good bit for my first year at college as well. I checked my phone again to see if Lori had texted back. She hadn't. She was probably angry at me now and ignoring me. She did this sometimes when things didn't go her way. I took a calming breath and shot Adrian a text. Me. On my way home. Even with Lori's shit today, I still managed to pull out of the drive with a smile on my face. I was looking forward to spending the evening with Adrian. We didn't see each other anywhere near enough. He was super busy taking drawing classes at the local technical school after a full day of high school. I was busy teaching violin, studying, and trying not to lose my shit on Lori. We had full schedules, but we still tried to fit in a few days a week of alone time. Tonight was one of those times. And school was finally done, so there would hopefully be plenty more nights to come. We both had plans to attend the University of South Carolina in the fall. His major art, mine music. Adrian and I hadn't taken things much past kissing the hell out of each other and the occasional indecent grope. But God, I wanted to. So much. I knew that he did too. I wasn't sure what we were waiting on, but it just hadn't felt like the right time yet. Our first time together needed to be special. Monumental, even. We'd technically been together for only a year and a half as boyfriend and girlfriend, but our relationship was based on many more years of unconditional love and acceptance. I didn't want to settle for a sloppy, quick fuck on my twin bed before my mama came home from work. I wanted magic. Adrian was sitting on the porch in one of our rocking chairs, his sketchpad in hand, when I pulled into the driveway. I couldn't help the goofy smile on my face as I walked up the front steps. I was so in love with this amazing man, and he knew it. His brow was furrowed in concentration while he drew, his eyes intent, his hand sure. He sometimes let me peek at what he drew. Pictures of Lori, Miranda, and even Lori's cat, Patches. My favorites were his landscapes, though. The cotton fields around our homes, the creek behind our property. I'd never seen a drawing of me, and I'd been too shy to ask for one, but I was hoping to get at least one someday. His drawings were amazingly vivid, and sometimes he added a splash of watercolor to add dynamic. Adrian was brilliantly talented, gorgeous, and all mine. He must have felt my intense stare, because he looked up at me and set his sketchbook on the porch. He patted his lap, so I popped down and wrapped my arms around his neck. "How was your day, sunshine?" He grumbled into my neck. "Busy, but good. But it's better now." "What you drawing?" I asked. He ran his nose along the spot where my neck met my shoulder and inhaled. "Something beautiful?" He hummed while sprinkling my shoulder with long kisses. "Me?" I asked, batting my eyelashes at him. "Maybe," he chuckled. "Maybe it was the sunset." He laughed a little harder. I hopped off his lap, grabbed my keys out of my purse, and opened the front door. Adrian followed me in, close on my heels. We spent the evening doing what we usually did. We made pizzas and ate them on the couch, washing them down with ice-cold Coke while watching TV. I was washing up in the kitchen when Adrian called me from the sofa. "Come here, Ainsley," he yelled. I rolled my eyes at the dishwater in the sink. The older Adrian got, the higher-handed he became. It didn't always make me happy when he was pushy, but I had to admit that it was all kinds of sexy. I dried my hands on a dish towel. Then I made my way to the living room and faced the couch. Adrian patted his slightly open thighs and slouched down a bit farther into his seat. I quirked an eyebrow and gave him a bored look. I was anything but bored. I was ready to move on to the main event, but a girl has to play a little hard to get. "Straddle me," Adrian said bluntly. My face heated at his words. Bossy. "You know, there's probably medication for that," I said as I climbed over his legs and pressed my bottom into his lap, because while I was playing hard to get, I was not dumb. "For what?" he asked, right against my lips. He moved his mouth to my neck, and I stifled a groan. "For the clear case of bossiness that you can't seem to get rid of?" I'd attempted to answer with snark, but with Adrian's open mouth pressed to my neck, it had come soft and airy. "I have all the medicine I need right here," he said as he grabbed my ass in both hands and rocked my core against him. He claimed my mouth in a harsh kiss and snaked his hands under my shirt and up the sides of my stomach. He ran his hands up and in, and I felt my back bow under his touch, urging his hands closer to my breasts. He rubbed a thumb over each nipple, and I groaned into his mouth. I was caught up in the moment when my phone rang from the coffee table, startling us both. "Fuck," Adrian breathed against my mouth. I smiled at him and then looked at the clock. 11 p.m. It was late for someone to be calling, and I was worried Lori needed a ride home. I reluctantly left Adrian's lap and picked the phone up to a hysterical Miranda. Adrian pulled up to the emergency room entrance, and I jumped out before my pickup had even come to a complete stop. I assumed he went to find parking while I ran inside and made my way to the front desk. "Lori James? I'm looking for Lori James." She was brought here by ambulance just a few minutes ago. I need to see her. I huffed at the nurse behind the hunter green counter. I leaned on that ugly counter, trying to catch my breath and gain a little sanity. I needed to keep it together, or they would never let me see her, and I needed to see her to know she was okay. The young nurse, whose name tag read Sandy, turned to her computer screen and clicked a few buttons on her keyboard. She peered up at me behind her glasses. "She's here, baby, but the doctors are working on her right now. You're Jessica's girl, right? Your mama came down as soon as they brought her in. She's back there now. Do you want me to go get her for you?" she asked. Her sad smile made my skin tingle with dismal awareness. I didn't like the pity in her gaze. It made me acknowledge that something terrible might be wrong with Lori. The doctors were working on her. What the fuck did that mean? It sounded bad. Oh God, please, please let her be okay. My stomach churned. I nodded at the nurse. Yes, I needed my mama right now, right this minute. She would make this better. She would tell me Lori was fine, and we could all go home, together. I was vaguely aware that Adrian had approached the desk and put his arm around my shoulders. The nurse told us both to make our way to the waiting area while she found my mom for me. I felt dazed as Adrian steered us toward the waiting room. Everything looked foggy and thick, like I was in a dream. No, like I was in a nightmare. The waiting room was completely empty, save for one red-haired girl in the corner, crouched over with her head in her hands. I raced over to Miranda and sat down next to her, wrapping my arms around her shaking body. She choked out barely comprehensible words through her deep sobs. "Ainsley, she wasn't breathing. She wasn't moving." She leaned up and grabbed the tops of my arms with her hands, her grip tight, almost to the point of pain. But I needed them there, to keep me grounded. "Her lips were blue, Ains. I tried to save her." She had tried to save her? Hysteria shot through me like a bolt of lightning. Was Lori gone? No. No. What do you mean you tried to save her? I sounded accusatory, but I couldn't stop it. I didn't know what had happened. I needed to know. "Miranda, fucking answer me! What the hell are you talking about?" She looked shocked. Her red, tear-stained face and quaking body almost stopped me from speaking my next words. "Did you save her or did you not? Tell us what the fuck happened now!" I shouted. Miranda flinched at my harsh tone and buried her head back in her hands, rocking back and forth. I should have felt terrible about the way I was treating her, but I couldn't because I was operating on pure dread and absolute terror. I was being pulled out of the seat next to Miranda before I knew it. Adrian sat down in the seat I had occupied and then pulled me into his lap, cradling me like a baby. Then he wrapped his arm around Miranda and pulled us all close together. "All right, girls. Let's just take a minute and calm down, okay?" Adrian was the voice of reason, but I felt unreasonable, mad, and totally fucking unhinged. I needed answers right that minute, but Adrian knew me too well. He squeezed me tight and brought his lips to my ear. "Breathe, sunshine. Miranda loves you. You love her. Breathe," he urged. So I took deep, aching breaths, but the more I breathed, the more stuttered my breaths became until I was nothing but a hiccuping, sobbing mess desperate for air. We all wrapped our arms tighter around each other, all of our foreheads touching. I couldn't help but notice the absence of one sweet-smelling head, and the agony of it felt heavy in my stomach. I found her in a bedroom upstairs at the twins' house. I had been looking for her. I wanted to keep an eye on her for you guys. I guess I didn't do a good job. Miranda's whispered words quietly tumbled around between the three of us all pushed so closely together. Her sharp breaths gave her anxiety away, so I pulled her even closer to me. So close that we couldn't see each other's faces. So close that our tears and our pounding breaths became one. She was lying on the floor. I knew something was wrong. Her leg was at an odd angle. God, her lips, they were cold and blue. I called 911. Ainsley, please. She squeezed me tight to her. I had never done CPR before in my life, but I tried so hard for her. I tried while the operator talked me through it. I was so scared, but I swear I tried my hardest, Ains. I did it because I love her too, you know? Please, don't be mad at me. I tried so hard. Her words broke off on a jagged cry. Adrian's shuddering body against my own frightened me. He was usually the strong one in situations like these, but the reality of what might be happening was shaking even him to the core. We were all a mess and needed somebody, anybody, to tell us what the hell was going on with Lori. Kids. My mom's voice pierced through our huddle. We broke apart, gathering around her, waiting for answers. She looked pale. Her eyes red and swollen. She was visibly shaken. I held Adrian's and Miranda's hands in my own and braced myself for bad news. The doctors have done everything they can for Lorelei. She is in critical condition. We don't yet know what happened or why she wasn't breathing when Miranda found her, but my suspicion is drugs or alcohol. They have tested her, so we'll know soon enough. My mama's sad eyes cut to Miranda. She rubbed her palm along Miranda's cheek. We owe you a great deal tonight, honey. You may have saved Lori's life. I dropped Miranda's hand and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close into my side. When can we see her? I asked. Apprehension flittered across Mama's face. She looked weary and emotionally drained, but also like she was dreading taking us back to Lori. I can take you back one at a time to see her. I'll take you back first, Ains, she said. I broke away from Adrian and Miranda and grabbed Mama's hand. We made our way through 2 big red doors and down another hallway. Before Mama opened a door at the very end of the hallway, she turned to me and said, Ainsley, I don't want you to be scared when you see her. Lori doesn't look like herself. She is hooked up to a lot of machines right now. It's overwhelming, so I wanted to warn you first, okay? I nodded and clenched my hand tighter around her as she opened the door. I really appreciated my mom's warning, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the horror of what lay before me. I blinked hard and long, trying to make the image go away, but it was burned into the back of my eyes, inescapable. Lori's small, tan body, partially reclined in the hospital bed. Her lifeless and slack body wrapped in a sea of white all the way to her chest. Her limp hands lying a little too perfectly on her stomach. IVs in both. So many wires coming from beneath the sheet, attached to too many machines to count. Her loose mouth holding a large tube attached to yet another larger machine. Her swollen eyes closed. Her expressionless face. Her thick and shiny brown locks held up in a bun at the top of her head. I felt and heard a whooshing in my ears, and a wave of dizziness slapped me in the face. There were too many beeps, too many machines. It was like a bad dream. This couldn't be real. I was still holding my eyes closed when I felt the results of my grief leak down my face. Immediately, I was enveloped in warm arms and the sweet scent of lavender. Usually, that smell grounded me. Usually, those arms made everything right. But at that moment, they served a different purpose. They let me crumble. They let me fall down, all the while holding me up. It's okay, Ainsley. We will get through this. We will. For Lori. She crooned at me. It was truly the first time in my life that I didn't believe my mama. Her words sounded deflated and flat to my ears. It wasn't that I could necessarily hear a lie in them. It was that they didn't have the same ring of truth I usually heard from my mom's mouth. I pulled out of Mama's embrace and choked some courage down. I pulled up a hard wooden chair with red vinyl cushions to Lori's bedside and sat down. I grabbed her soft hand in my own and gripped it. Nothing happened. Not a flutter of her eyelids, not a twitch of a finger. The only movement that resonated from her slack body was the up and down of her chest. The more I watched, the more I noticed that it coincided with the whoosh of the giant machine attached to her mouth. Fright gripped me from the inside out. Is she not breathing on her own? I asked my mom, who was sitting on the other side of Lori, holding her other hand. Not enough. The doctors are hoping that once whatever is in her system works its way out, she will wake up enough to breathe on her own. For now, she needs help breathing through the ventilator, she answered. And how will they know if she is breathing on her own, if she is on this machine? I asked. Maybe she was breathing on her own now, but no one knew. I didn't want her on this damn machine. I wanted her breaths like I needed my own. Open your fucking eyes, Lori. They'll reduce her oxygen from time to time to see if she's breathing on her own. She paused, then went on. You know, Miranda probably saved her life tonight. Her chest compressions kept Lori's heart beating until the paramedics got there and took over. I didn't like how my mom was using words like probably and may have when it came to Lori's life. It was pushing me over the edge. I snapped out. So, what if she can't breathe on her own ever again? Mom's face fell, and she flinched like I'd slapped her. I immediately felt bad for asking so harshly, but I needed to know the worst-case scenario, and I needed her to tell me, from her mouth. But she didn't. She got out of her chair and smoothed Lori's hair back into her bun. She kissed her on the forehead, turned on her heel, and left the room. I listened to the machines, praying for her hand to clench mine back. I begged God for another chance to hear Lori's voice. I promised him that I would go to any party Lori wanted me to if only she would wake up. I'd let her listen to her rock music in my beater truck. I'd take my savings for college and buy her that guitar she had been begging Mama for. I made all kinds of promises to the big man upstairs. And then I became angry at him. How could he let this happen to her? She didn't deserve it. How could he let this happen to me and Mama? Didn't he know our love for her? Didn't he know that this would destroy us? I promised and I blamed. I begged and I cursed. I prayed to him in one breath and spurned him in the next. Chapter 9. Ainsley. Minutes bled into hours, and hours turned into days with not one iota of improvement from Lori. I was locked in hell, and Lorelei held the key. I desperately needed her to wake up and release me. The doctors told us that her tests had come back with gross amounts of alcohol and prescription pills in her system. The quantity and combination deadly, and almost instantaneously heart-stopping. They didn't know how long she'd been out before Miranda had found her, nor did they know how long her brain had suffered without oxygen. They couldn't tell us if she would ever be able to breathe on her own. They didn't even know if she would ever wake up. And if she did, they didn't know the extent of her brain damage. They didn't know anything. And it was fucking walking agony. Wake up and let me out. The nurses had given up on keeping Adrian, Miranda, and me out. The three of us and Mom sat around her all day and night. We couldn't bear the thought of her coming to without one of us there. On nights when Mama forced us to go home, Adrian stayed at my house, tucked into bed with me, wrapped around me too tight, like he thought I might disappear. And maybe he was right, because with every day that passed, I felt a little of myself fading away. On the third day of Lori's hospitalization, I got tired of looking at her dirty, greasy hair. She would have been mortified about anyone seeing her like that. So Mama and I reclined her bed flat and washed her hair in one of the ugly, beige tubs hospital rooms are riddled with. I trimmed and filed her nails. I carefully shaved her legs and continuously applied chapstick to her dried and cracked lips, which were separated by the vent. I wanted her to look like her beautiful, gorgeous self when she relieved us from this misery. And she would, because we all had hope. Isn't that what every made-for-TV movie teaches us? Every novel, every good story? You hope, and you pray, and you get your happy ending. But this felt way too much like real life. The doctors hadn't said that there was no way she would wake. They hadn't said that it was a hopeless case. They had thrown us those tiny kernels of optimism, like a farmer feeding his chickens, and we'd eaten it right up, because we had to. There wasn't a choice. On the fourth day, Adrian and I were at her bedside while Mama was eating in the cafeteria. I was looking at my phone when Adrian suddenly jumped. "Ainsley, I think she is waking up," he exclaimed. "She's squeezing my hand. She seems to be bringing it toward her body, too. Go grab a nurse." Once again, Hope reared her fickle head, and I frantically rang the nurse's button on Lori's bed at least a dozen times. I was giddy. She was moving. She was going to wake up. The nurse came in, held Lori's hand, and waited for a squeeze. When it happened, she left the room to call a doctor. Adrian and I were beside ourselves with relief, until the doctor came in and broke the devastating news that Lori wasn't waking up. He informed us that her reaction was called posturing, an involuntary reflex, and worse, that it indicated severe brain damage. The next few days proved even more challenging because Lori's feet and ankles turned and bowed in. Her fists tightened to what looked like the point of pain, and her wrist turned inward and up. With every twist, squeeze, and eye flutter, our hope soared, and then completely tanked. The posturing was getting worse, but we clung to faith that she would wake. We could deal with brain injury. We would take care of her. I'd stay home from school and stay with her all day, if only she'd wake up. The nurses, the physical therapists, and the doctors who visited Lori's room threw looks of pity our way, and I grew to loathe them. I reveled in the silence of the room when they weren't poking and prodding at her. When they weren't there feeling sorry for us. They were still unable to do absolutely fucking anything to help us. "Wake up." Adrian tried to soothe me, but as the days passed, I grew angrier and angrier. God was giving us a raw deal. I didn't want to be soothed. I wanted to yell and shout. I wanted to tear this fucking hospital to the ground. I found myself snapping at everyone. Nurses didn't even try to make small talk with me anymore. Miranda and Mama tried to talk me down, but there was nothing they could say. How had this happened? How would I ever get over it? I should have been at that fucking party. This all could have been prevented had I been there. I didn't even remember if I'd told her that I loved her before she'd left that morning. I hadn't even tried to get in touch with her when she hadn't texted me back. This was all my fault. I couldn't even tell my mama. I was too ashamed. I had done this. Let me out. The posturing continued to worsen. Her brain couldn't even control her body temperature, so her fever would spike to ungodly highs. Doctors couldn't take her off the vent because she wasn't breathing on her own at all. Her brown eyes were no longer brown. She would involuntarily open them, her pupils blown, and they were as black as night. Soulless. Faith and hope left the building as each day passed and Lori's body continued to fail. Her back and her neck bowed and her teeth clenched with the most frightening seizures I had ever seen in my life. It was sheer torture. And eventually, I just prayed for anything to happen. Life, death, anything. Because I couldn't look at my favorite girl in the world like this one more day. I wanted to crawl into that bed and die right along with her. On the 7th day, the doctors snatched our tiny crumbs of hope away like thieves. They stole our faith, our positivity, our future. We were standing in the hall of the hospital. Adrian, Mama, Miranda, and I. The doctor put his hand on Mama's shoulder and squeezed. He knew her. They had worked in the same small hospital for many years together.
"Jessie, she's not waking up," he said. "She's gone. There is too much brain damage. Her body is just on autopilot now. It's time to take her off life support and let her go. It's the right thing to do."
Mama just nodded and stared blankly ahead at the wall. It was like she barely heard what he was saying. It scared me a little, so I kept watching her for a reaction. The doctor spoke again.
"She's brain dead. There is no quality of life. It is time to make a decision. I am so sorry."
He squeezed her shoulder again and walked away. All of us were crying except my mom. Something was wrong. She just kept staring blankly. "Mama?" I choked out. Nothing. "Mom!" I yelled. God damn it, what was happening? Before I could yell her name again, she was gone, running through the hall of the hospital. She ran for the stairwell, and we all took off after her. We followed her down 6 flights of stairs, down another hallway, and out of the hospital. Mama slammed the side door of the hospital open with a bang, threw herself to her knees on the sidewalk, and screamed into the air. She clawed at her neck with her nails. She pulled her hair. She yanked at every stitch of clothing. She yelled and howled herself hoarse, no end in sight. I was scared to death. Adrian was violently trying to stop her from hurting herself by holding her arms down, but his own body was brimming with pain. I could see it in the shaking of his shoulders, the tears on his face. I stood alone, utterly numb, as if a movie were playing out in front of my eyes. "No! No!" she screamed over and over. Mama and Adrian were huddled on the ground. He was swaying her back and forth, whispering in her ear. I was already grief-stricken, but this I couldn't deal with. My mama's anguished cries destroyed me. She was Lori's mama in every sense of the word. It wasn't the right way of things, losing a child. It was backwards and unexpected, and just plain fucking misery. In the midst of all this, I heard a strange keening sound from somewhere else. I looked around for the noise. Miranda was quietly crying next to me, whispering, "Oh my God," over and over again. Who was making that awful noise? The parking lot next to us was empty save for a few cars. It was getting louder. I hated that sound. It was awful. All of a sudden, I realized it was me. I was screeching at the top of my lungs. I couldn't stop it. Oh God, make it stop. I couldn't stand to look at the hospital. The place that housed my worst nightmare come true. The place of our hope and failure. I couldn't look at these broken people around me. We were ruined forever. Completely shattered. How would we ever be fixed? How could we ever move on? There were too many people with too many pieces. We were bits of fragile glass splintered all over the property of this godforsaken place. We were irreparably fractured. There was no hope. I wanted to sweep us up and throw us all away. Chapter 10. Ainsley. I should have been at that fucking party, Adrian. Adrian was driving my truck, and I was riding shotgun beside him. We were on our way to the hospital. Rain loudly splattered on the windshield. Wind howled. Thunder boomed, and streaks of lightning lit the sky. It was fitting because this storm and we were the same. Turbulent, angry, out of control. Mama was waiting on us at the hospital. We were saying goodbye to Lori. and I was spoiling for a fight. I was mad at the world and wanted to take it out on the person I loved most, Adrian. After we had calmed Mama down and made arrangements with the doctors the day before, we had come home, barely eaten dinner, and pretended to sleep. What we had really done was stay up all night and wish for a miracle. Adrian's hands tightened on the steering wheel, but he didn't look my way. He stared through the windshield at the waterlogged road and said firmly, "Don't do that, Ains. Don't play the blame game. It's a dead-end road, and it won't fix a damn thing. Hell, you might as well blame Miranda for not finding her soon enough, or the twins for having the party in the first place. How about your mom? She didn't make her stay home. Or me. What about me? I should have been at that party too, right?" He was right. Blaming myself and everyone else did nothing to help our situation. It wouldn't bring Lori back, but it sure made me feel better in my rage. It fed it, sent it higher, and I was clinging to that rage to get me through. That violent feeling inside me was the only thing keeping the crippling grief at bay, so I held onto it with both hands. "That's right. You should have," I spat at him. "You should have been there." I wanted him angry like I was. I needed it. The truck lurched to the side of the road. Adrian stomped on the parking brake, unbuckled my belt, and yanked me over the console onto his lap. The rain pounded against the windows. The wind shook the car. He pulled me close and kissed the top of my head. "I won't let you do this," he said into my hair. "I won't let you push me away. I won't let you hide your grief. I sure as hell won't fight with you. I see you, sunshine. I see your pain. Cry. Yell at the top of your lungs. But this thing you're doing now, it isn't happening. It just isn't. We are all hurting. We need to be there for each other, not tear each other down." He kissed my mouth hard and quick, and then placed me back in my seat. He grabbed my seatbelt and buckled me back in. He pulled the car back on the road and didn't say a word more. I looked out the window, studying the storm, my anger fading. The anguish of what we had to do rippled under my skin, trying to get out. It was nauseating. When we arrived at the hospital, Mama was waiting for us with Lori. Dread pooled thickly in my gut, but I needed to hold it together for my Mama. I could tell she was holding on by the tiniest of threads. I feared that one emotional outburst from me might push her over the fragile edge of sanity. I couldn't freak out. Someone had to be strong. We said our goodbyes. Mama, Miranda, Adrian, and I. One at a time. We went in and had a few last moments with our girl. I was the very last one to go in. I leaned down to smell her hair one last time, reminiscing about mornings cuddled in bed when we were children. But it didn't smell like sweet shampoo anymore. It smelled like disinfectant, like vitamins, like mortality, like a hospital. The same way my Mama would smell every day when she walked in the door from work. A smell that used to comfort me. Now it just made me sick. I kissed her cracked lips over and over around the tube in her mouth. I pressed my lips to the dimple on her chin. I looked at her long and hard. She had changed so much in just 7 days. Her once vibrant face was now slack and lifeless. I crawled into bed with her and tried to hug her as best as I could around all the tubes and wires. "How can you leave me?" I whispered into her ear. "I don't know if I can stay here without you." I gripped her tighter and sobbed into her hair. "I love you, Lorelai. I'm so mad at you. I'm mad at myself, too, for not being there for you. Forgive me, please." I prayed to God she could hear me, and then I cried until I couldn't cry anymore. When my tears were dried up and gone, I reluctantly let Lori go and got up. I wasn't ready, but it was time. The doctors removed all life support and made her as comfortable as possible. I took solace in the fact that she didn't suffer long. She went quickly. It took only an hour to lose something I had cherished for more than 16 years. It took only an hour for the tiny fissure in my heart to split wide open and break into two. Adrian.
I'll be over tonight around 9. Love you, sunshine.
I was busy playing my violin when he texted. I played and played and played. All the time. My violin was the only thing keeping me sane these days. It had been 2 weeks since Lori's funeral, but it felt like 2 years. The whole town had come out to pay their condolences. All except Lori's mama, which was fine with me. She had no business being there anyway. I didn't want to see Adrian tonight. I had gotten to the point where I didn't want to see him at all, and I felt bad about it because it wasn't his fault. He had been patient, kind, and loving in every way I'd let him. He came over every night and curled himself around me until I fell asleep. Mama said nothing about his campouts in my room. I didn't know if she let him stay over because she thought I needed him, or if she was just too deeply engrossed in her grief to care. I had pushed through my own suffering and put on a brave front during the entirety of the funeral and since. I was pretending to be strong, but inside, I was a maelstrom of emotions. I was riddled with guilt and plagued with heartache, but I put my frozen face on every day. I played my violin until the pads of my fingers burned and ached, and my back and my neck were stiff. It was the only time I didn't think about or miss Lori. My music was my safe place, and when Adrian was with me, I couldn't play. I didn't want him there. When I saw his face, I pictured Lori's. I thought of her calling him Blue. I remembered him throwing her in the pool. I remembered him pushing her on the swing. I remembered the locket, which was God knows where. His face made me remember. Just like Mama's face. Just like the damn cat's face. Just like the fucking creek. Just like this house. Just like that ugly, rusty blue swing set in the backyard. I was growing to hate this place. I hadn't even heard from Miranda since the funeral. I knew she was hurting too. She had found Lori but hadn't been able to save her. I couldn't imagine what she was going through, but I could barely get myself out of bed every morning. What could I possibly do to help her? It only took 1 week of remembering and hurting before I put my plans into action. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't stay there. It hurt too damn much. I needed out. So I played my violin like a fiend and pretended this damn town, this house, and these people weren't smothering me in despair. My only consolation was knowing that my time there was limited. I texted Adrian back because even though I couldn't stand to look at his face, I still loved him fiercely. He was my everything. It pained me to love and loathe him so. It was the worst kind of torture. Me. Okay. See you then. I didn't know why he was putting up with me. Even I could recognize that I was just a shadow of the girl he loved. I lived in a fog of agony and barely spoke. I struggled to smile, and I never laughed. How could he love me like this? What if I never got better? He would never leave me. He was too good. I'd ruin him. I knew what I had to do, but there was one last thing I needed before I could do it. I put my violin away, stripped my panties, and climbed into bed to wait on Adrian. The room was dark, save for one small nightlight coming from the bathroom connected to my room. I rubbed my hands over the clean, cool sheets of my twin bed and contemplated what I was about to do. I needed this time with Adrian, so I would take it. And maybe one day he wouldn't hate me. Maybe he would forgive me. It was a gamble I was willing to take. I had been waiting for this moment with this boy almost my entire life. Yes, my mama was at work. Yes, it would have to be in my small twin bed. But I'd make sure it wasn't quick and sloppy. I heard Adrian shut the front door, and my eyes flew to my alarm clock on my nightstand. 8:58 p.m. My sweet, reliable boy. He'd never let me down. I felt a flicker of guilt burn me up, but I wasn't backing out now. I needed him. I heard Adrian come into my room, tow his sneakers off, and take his shirt off. I heard the click of his glasses being placed on the nightstand. I felt him pull the covers back and climb in behind me. He pressed the front of his long, lean body to the back of my short, soft body and sighed into my hair. I rolled over to face Adrian and took in his blue eyes as they assessed me. Those eyes had lost their shine lately. He looked tired, weary, and sad. I knew he was grieving in his own way, but he hardly ever let me see. He was too busy trying to make me okay. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I'd never be the same, that I was broken, that I couldn't be fixed. Adrian looked down at my naked torso in shock. "What the hell, Ainsley?" he said. I pushed my bare chest against his and ran a hand through his gorgeous hair. I committed the softness of it against my hand to memory. I softly placed my lips against his, and Adrian let out a pained groan. I rubbed my body along his and slipped my tongue into his mouth, ready to make more memories. But Adrian pulled back and grabbed my face with both hands. "What are you doing, Ains?" he asked. He looked confused and a little angry. "You aren't ready for this. This isn't going to fix things. Go put a shirt on and come back to bed." He rolled onto his back and took a few deep breaths. I didn't get out of bed. Instead, I laid my head on Adrian's chest and ran my fingers over every bump and ridge of his torso. I lifted up on my elbow and grabbed his face in my hand. I kissed him long and hard and then leaned my forehead to his. "Please, pretend with me, Adrian." It was wrong and manipulative. I knew that those words would wrap around his heart. I knew he'd give me whatever I wanted if I used them. Let's pretend we are just a boy and a girl in love, that our lives aren't encompassed in overwhelming sorrow and heartbreak, that we aren't swimming in a never-ending sea of grief. Please, let me have this moment of beautiful in all of this ugly. I begged him. He rolled us both until he towered over me, the length of his body deliciously pressing me into the mattress. His expression was earnest and sincere as he said, "You don't know it, sunshine, but you saved me. And it may take some time, but I'll save you too. I'll make this better, I promise." He said it so powerfully, so strongly that I almost believed him. "Please, Adrian," I begged. His lips captured mine and branded me. I vowed never to forget the taste of him, the smell of him, never to forget how his mouth sent me soaring. He slowly caressed every inch of my bare skin with his mouth and his hands, savoring me like I was a rare gift. And when he pulled his briefs down, exposing himself to me, I stared at this breathtaking man's body until it was down pat in my mind's eye. I didn't want to forget 1 inch of Adrian's frame. I'd need those memories soon. I'd remember the sinful weight of him between my legs, the tears in our eyes as he broke through my virginity and gave me his own, the stunning fullness of him seated so completely inside me, the rawness of being completely uninhibited, the sound of our breaths and moans echoing off each other, the heat of the fire that raced through me as my orgasm took hold, the flush of his skin as his orgasm chased my own, the gravelly sound of his voice as he whispered his love for me. I'd remember it all. Afterwards, I lay facing Adrian, tracing every line on his pretty face until he fell asleep. I lay just like that all night, watching him sleep, until 4 a.m. rolled around. Then I quietly and carefully got out of bed and slipped on jean shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops. I grabbed my violin, my phone, and the envelope from my bedside table before taking one long last look at Adrian, who was still sleeping in my bed, and walked to my mama's room. I slipped the envelope under her closed door. Then I made my way out of the house and to my truck in the drive. I climbed in beside 2 large duffel bags and laid my violin on top of them. I cranked the truck, spared my childhood home one last glance, and tore off into the night like a thief. Because that's what I was. I had stolen something precious from Adrian, but I didn't regret it one bit. I would need those memories, so I had taken them. I had taken them all, and I would put them in a tiny box. Every smell, every sound, every ache, every feeling. I would put them inside, lock it up tight, and store them safely in my heart. Because there would be days I would be so lonely, so sad, missing home and missing Adrian so much that I would need to bring that box out and open it, so that I could remember and continue on. So that I could recall what it felt like to be loved and to love in return. Part 2. Chapter 11. Present. Ainsley, age 22. Cotton fields, the creek at dusk, the pink sun glinting off the water, a blue swing set, fireflies in jars, the stars, sleeping bags, a fire pit, an above-ground pool, children swimming in that pool, children, brown hair, brown eyes, gorgeous smile, Lori screaming, a hospital bed, beep, whoosh, machines everywhere, tubes everywhere, beep, big vacant black eyes, whoosh, a casket, Lori inside, death, beep, beep, beep. I shot up in the bed, clutching my chest, my heart feeling like it was beating 1,000,000 times per minute. I grabbed my phone and shut the alarm off. 8 a.m. I gripped the front of my sweat-drenched t-shirt while trying my hardest to get my breathing under control. Big breath, Ainsley. 1, another 1, 2, 1 more. 3. Better. Almost better. I flopped back on my pillow and pulled my wet hair off my forehead with my hand. Breathe. When my breathing finally calmed, I got out of bed and went to the bathroom attached to my bedroom in my small apartment. I took my time, meticulously washing my hair and my body with the water as hot as it would go. I needed to rinse away the bad dream, the bad memories that still tormented me even years later. I stepped out of the shower and grabbed my towel, drying off. I looked at the too thin girl in the mirror and cringed. She looked pathetic, lonely and broken. I didn't want to be that girl, so I set about fixing her. Or at least trying. I grabbed my makeup box from under the sink. I primed my face, applied base, then powder. I contoured, I bronzed, I blushed. I did deep, dark eyeshadow, then added fake lashes. I darkened my eyebrows, then added a dark red stain to my lips. Using my flat iron, I straightened my hair until not even the smallest curl dared to make an appearance. I stared at myself in the mirror, the made-up me, and felt stronger and better. I didn't look a thing like me. I had my armor on. Perfect. I put my underwear and my bra on and grabbed a plain black slim-fitting dress with 3/4 sleeves. It hugged my body from my shoulders to my knees. I slipped a pair of gold hoop earrings and my black flats on and headed into the living room. Shit. I did a double take of the living room. Pieces of paper, markers, fabric, and buttons were scattered everywhere. It basically looked like a craft store had thrown up in there. I walked all the way into the room and lost my shit. Glitter all over the sofa cushions. Kelly and I had talked about this. Glitter was the herpes of crafts. Once you have that shit in your house, you can never get rid of it. Fuck my life. I was going to kill her. Even as mad as I wasn't a damn bit surprised. Kelly loved to craft. She'd go to the craft store and buy it all. Bless her heart. But she had big plans, and unfortunately, none of them came to fruition. The girl had a terrible case of attention deficit disorder. We had half-finished Pinterest projects all over our place, and no matter how much I tried to rein her in, she'd find a way to sneak another project into the apartment to be half-completed and laid in a pile of other half-finished crap. To make matters worse, she often didn't put her belongings away after her midnight making shit marathons. She drove me bonkers. I grabbed the vacuum and started cleaning the glitter. God, it was bad. Even as I was cleaning Kelly's mess, I couldn't help but smile, because as crazy, unorganized, sloppy, and ADD as my roommate was, she was still my best friend and the most amazing, giving, and caring person I knew. She'd give you the shirt off her back. I'd learned that on day one, when I'd arrived at Nashville School of Music with nothing but my old truck, 2 duffel bags, and my violin. I'd walked into the dorms feeling lost. I'd left everything I held dear, everything I loved, 450 miles southeast. I had been terrified, and I'd never felt more alone in my entire life. When I got to my assigned dorm room, the door was open, and inside, unpacking her stuff, stood a tiny fairy of a girl. The girl was even shorter than I was, and her black hair was styled in the most adorable pixie cut. She was precious, and I could tell by her beaming smile and her kind eyes that she wanted to be great friends. "Hi, I'm Kelly Potter. I guess we're roomies?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. I didn't want to make friends. I was there to go to school, get my degree, and get on with my life. I didn't want to be close to anyone. I wanted to play the violin and forget about everything and everyone. I definitely didn't want to form new attachments to people who could leave me or hurt me. I'd had enough of that to last a lifetime. I gave her a tight-lipped smile. It was all I could muster. "Yeah, I'm Ainsley," I said quietly, turning away from Kelly and toward my side of the room. Shit. I looked at the bare mattress. I hadn't even thought to bring sheets and covers or a pillow. I'd have to buy all of that, but not that day. I was exhausted from having been on the road for almost 7 hours. "What do you play? Or are you voice?" she asked. I didn't turn around. I just kept looking at that mattress. It was stained and lumpy. It looked old and worn out, like I felt. I wanted to cry about that dingy mattress and my miserable self. But instead, I answered her with, "Violin." "Yeah? That's awesome," she said behind me. If she'd noticed my sadness, she didn't let on. "I'm a percussionist." She'd said it with gusto. I felt one side of my mouth quirk. This tiny girl played the drums. It was really cute and kind of funny. "Cool," I said in return, because it was. We spent the rest of the day unpacking, and Kelly seemed to know I didn't want a lot of conversation because she kept to herself. That night, after I'd showered and put my pajamas on in the communal bathrooms, I came back to my room to find clean sheets, a pillow, and a blanket on my bed. I looked from Kelly to my bed, and then back again. "You didn't bring any bedding, right? I mean, I noticed you unpacked everything, but you didn't make your bed." "I had some extra stuff. It's no big deal." She looked away as she finished her sentence. She was trying not to make me uncomfortable. God, I sucked. "Thanks," I muttered as I climbed under the fresh-smelling sheets and laid my head on the soft pillow. I turned my body, facing the wall, and let the tears fall. I didn't deserve her kindness. I was an awful fucking person. I hadn't protected Lori. I had deserted my family, my best friend, and the love of my life because I was a pussy. I hated myself, and with the way I had treated Kelly all day, she should have hated me too. Instead, she had been nothing but kind. Yep, I was an awful person. Girlfriend must have been a straight-up glutton for punishment. Turned out my miserable personality hadn't put Kelly off at all. Instead, she'd taken me in like a lost puppy. When she'd thought I wasn't eating enough, she'd brought me food. When I hadn't bathed for days at a time, she'd shove me down the hall to the showers. When she'd deemed I needed the outdoors, she'd force me into the sunshine. When I had been at my lowest, She'd practically picked me up and carried me through it. She'd forced her way into my life, banging drums, crafting like a boss, and making me laugh when all I'd wanted to do was cry. That first semester away from home had nearly killed me. I'd been depressed, missing my family and friends. I'd missed Adrian most of all, and my stupid heart box didn't even work. The memories only seemed to make me miss him more. I'd wanted to throw those memories away then, but instead, I'd been stuck with them. Kelly had been my saving grace that first year of college. She'd been pretty much my only friend. She knew me inside and out, and even though I was a moody, grumpy bitch half of the time, she put up with it. Because she loved me, and she understood my struggles and insecurities. We'd wanted out of the dorms before our senior year and decided on this smallish 2-bedroom apartment. We'd been there all year and we loved it, but part of me still missed sharing an actual room with Kelly. 3 years made it a hard habit to break. I owed Kelly my sanity, my life even. I guess cleaning up after her slovenly ass wasn't so bad. After I was done cleaning up the living room, I made my way to the kitchen, started some coffee, and tidied up a bit. The coffee was finished brewing, and I was almost done with the kitchen when Kelly stumbled out of her bedroom. She was wearing a pink t-shirt that swamped her tiny frame and came down to her knees. Her short hair was all over the place. Damn, if only I could roll out of bed looking that darn cute. "Morning, Ains," she said as she sat at the kitchen bar opposite me. I put some bread in the toaster and looked at her pointedly. "We talked about the glitter, Kelly. For 4 years, we have been talking about the glitter. You promised not to use it in our new place, and you almost made it an entire year. Why would you do that? Why?" Yeah, I was being a bit dramatic, but it was glitter for fuck's sake, and it was all over our apartment. We had been infected. "Another bad dream last night?" Kelly asked while pointing to the coffee pot. I didn't know how she always knew, but she could see right through my makeup, straight to the heart of me. I didn't know if it was in my haunted eyes or what, but I couldn't get a thing past this girl. I nodded but quickly changed the subject. "The glitter, Kels. The glitter of it all. That's what we are talking about." I popped some toast and waited for her to wake up some. Finally, as I was buttering my toast, she said, "I'm sorry, girl. I failed last night. I couldn't help it. I needed it for the scrapbook page. It was only perfect once I added that small touch of glitter." Small touch my ass. It had been everywhere. I shook my head and took a bite of toast, handing her the other piece. "I told you not to buy those glitter pins. I knew they would be a gateway drug, and now look at you." I pointed to the glitter stuck to the left side of her face. "You're a mess." Kelly furiously rubbed at her face and asked, "So, now that you are free as a bird, what are you up to today?" I was nowhere near free as a bird. I'd graduated, true, and school exams were history, but I still felt overwhelmed with all I had to do. "I have 2 violin lessons I'm giving today, and tonight, I play at Boots," I answered. Kelly had a friend who played bluegrass, and sometimes they needed a violin and a backup voice. When they did, I was lucky enough that they called me. I loved playing in Nashville. It was amazing and lively, and it kept me from thinking. Playing was still my escape. Bluegrass or classical. I didn't care. Either way, I got my fix. "You playing with Brooks tonight?" she asked with mischief in her eyes. God, give it up, Kel. Any man who names his band after himself is not for me. Don't get me wrong, he's good looking, but he's way too self-absorbed. And yes, I'm playing with the Brooks Taylor Band tonight. He called me up a couple of days ago to ask, and I could use the money. Kelly was rubbing at the glitter on her face again when she said, "He is not self-absorbed. He's a nice guy, and he is calling because he wants to talk to you, not just because he needs backup." I rolled my eyes, but she continued, "He likes you, honey. Give him a chance. I think it's time for you to try to move on, you know? I mean, you can't just never date again. I know you loved Adrian, but..." My phone rang at that exact moment, and I had never been happier. I smiled to myself, even as I reached across the counter for it. I was hoping that it was news about my audition with the Nashville Symphonic Orchestra. I had submitted a video and was waiting for a callback to actually come in and audition. I was also hoping this would end my conversation with Kelly. She could take her speech and shove it. Even all this time later, I wasn't ready to date. I had tried, but I just couldn't. I still loved Adrian too much. And I had spent the past 4 years building up just how epic our relationship had been from the time we were children. I knew that no other man could ever compare. My smile dropped as I stared at the screen. It was Miranda. Again. We usually spoke once a month, but she had been calling every day for the past week. I'd been ignoring her. I only spoke to her and Mama both just once or twice a month for a reason. I knew that if I were close with them and talked to them all the time, I'd want to go home. Part of me already did, but a bigger part of me was terrified too. My stomach churned at the thought of driving through that small town again and seeing all the places Lori and I had been together. I just couldn't. "Is it Miranda again?" Kelly asked. I nodded and sent the call to voicemail. Voicemail I was pretty much refusing to check. What if it's something important she needs to talk to you about? Don't you think you should call her back? She's been calling a lot lately, and she usually doesn't. She took another bite of toast. I'd call her back, Ains. I knew she was right. Miranda hadn't pressured me to talk more than I was willing. It was like she knew I had my limits of what I could stand, and I wasn't ready to come home. It was definitely out of character that she'd been calling every day for a week. Fuck. God, what if something was wrong with Adrian? Or my mama? What if I had to go back there? I knew that's why I was avoiding her calls. I was scared. I'll call her back later. I have a really busy day. The excuse rolled off my tongue with ease, but it tasted terrible in my mouth. I should call her back now. Something could be wrong. I left Kelly at the house, still in her pajamas, and headed to my first violin lesson. Now that I was done with this school, I needed these lessons to make money. The student loan train had stopped and I needed the cash. My goal was to teach lessons full-time, make my living from them, and audition for the Nashville Philharmonic. I wanted to perform more than I wanted anything. I wouldn't get paid for it, but I still wanted it. After my lessons, I came home, practiced the song list for the gig at Boots a little, and then changed into a short jean dress and brown cowgirl boots. I added some silver hoop earrings and a long silver necklace and touched up my makeup. I was almost ready to leave when I heard my phone buzz, which signaled that I'd received a text. I dug my phone out from my giant purse and took a look. Miranda. Stop avoiding my calls, Ains. It's important. We need to talk. God. She wasn't going to let up. It must have been pretty bad if she was contacting me nonstop like this. My palms began to sweat, and my heart galloped in my chest. I answered anyways, though, because I really didn't have a choice at this point. Me. I'm here. Sorry. I've been really busy lately. I twirled a piece of my flat-ironed hair. Please don't let it be bad news, please. Miranda. I really need to talk to you on the phone. Text messages are not going to cut it, boo. Dread filled me. It must have been pretty damn bad if she didn't want to text me about it. I'd set up a time to talk with her tomorrow. I needed to get to my gig. I was lying to myself. I was putting this off because I couldn't deal with what she had to tell me. Me. Can I call you tomorrow? I'm just on my way out. I'm playing tonight. The answer came back so fast that I knew she must have had it typed out and ready to go. Miranda. No. You've been avoiding me for days. Pick up the damn phone. As soon as I finished reading her text, my phone started ringing. I answered the phone with a droned, Hey, Miranda. Hey, Ains, she breathed into the phone. She sounded relieved, and immediately I felt guilty. I should have answered days ago. I bit the bullet and spilled my thoughts. You've got bad news for me, right? Is that why you've been calling nonstop? I sat on my bed, trying to prepare myself, rubbing my sweaty hands on my dress. Ainsley, I've been calling you for days because you need to come home. I know you don't want to, but you need to. I'm gonna start by saying that your mama is okay, and the doctors say her prognosis is really good. But she found a lump in her breast last month. I gasped into the phone, and Miranda paused. No, this could not be happening. God would not dare take my mama from me after all I had been through. He wouldn't dare. The bed squeaked as I rocked back and forth, my body denying what my mind knew was true. I listened closely when Miranda continued. It's definitely cancer, but the doctors really think that once her chemo is over and the mass is a bit smaller, they can perform surgery and get rid of it completely. They think everything is going to be fine, Ains. They really do. So I don't want you to panic, okay? Panic? Yeah, I was full on panicking. I felt like there was someone sitting on my chest, or something, like an elephant. Yeah, an elephant was sitting on my chest and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I tried to bring in a big breath. It wouldn't come, so I tried again. Her chemo started a couple of weeks ago, she continued. I figured she would call you to come home and help her, but every time I ask her, she says she's fine and that she doesn't want to upset you. You gotta come home, babe. She needs you. The chemo is making her sick and she can't take care of herself, but she'll never ask you, never. So I am. Come home, Ainsley, please. Fuck. She was already doing chemo and she hadn't even told me. I needed to get my shit together for my mama, and I needed to start with my breathing. I gulped in big breaths while counting to 3. Ainsley, are you okay? Say something, you're scaring me, Miranda whispered over the line. My nose stung, and I knew what was to follow, so I made my sentence quick and to the point. I needed to get off this damn phone so I could cry my eyes out alone. I'll be home in a few days, I said quickly, and hung up the phone. I rolled over, buried my face in my pillow, and screamed into it. Was this some kind of fucking joke? Was I being punished because I hadn't been home in 4 years? I screamed again while squeezing the pillow around my head with both hands. I felt hands shaking my shoulders, but I just kept right on crying into my pillow. Ainsley, what's wrong? Is it Adrian? Your mom? My ears were muffled by the pillow, but I could still hear Kelly trying to get answers. Her warm palm rubbed my back, and I lay there and let her soothe me because I was upset and needed the comfort. My mom was sick. Really sick. What if she died? What if she left me like Lori had? How would I survive another blow like that? When I was calm, I sat up and looked at Kelly, frantically wiping my eyes. My mom. She's sick. Breast cancer. I garbled through my tears. I could tell that Kelly was stunned. I could see in her eyes that even she was surprised that life had thrown this at me. She wrapped her arms around me and hugged me hard, and once again I let her. I needed it, and she was the only person in the world who knew me. I wouldn't be this fortunate when I got home. I didn't have anyone there who loved me like this anymore. I had burned those bridges the day I'd left. Oh, God. Home. This meant I had to go home, and I didn't have a choice. I could feel the trembling start in my legs. It worked its way from my feet up to my legs, and eventually my body was a shivering mess. Shit. If I went home, I'd have to go back to that same house that reminded me of everything. I'd have to see Miranda and Adrian. Adrian. I was pretty sure he held no love for me anymore. After all, I had abandoned him right after the first time we had made love. He hadn't come for me or called. Part of me had expected him to hunt me down and carry me back home, or at least call, text, or something. But he hadn't. He hadn't tried to contact me once. I knew him well enough to know that that meant he was done. I would see him in our small town. I wondered if his daddy still lived next to Mama. I'd see him everywhere, and he'd look right through me. I knew it. That wasn't even the worst of it. The awful part was I'd have to sleep in that house, see that backyard, the creek. Everything reminded me of her. I felt myself unraveling. I gripped Kelly harder. She said, "It's okay, Ainsley. It's going to be all right." I pulled back out of her touch and looked at her. "No, it isn't going to be okay. I have to go home, Kelly. I can't go home. I'm not ready." Kelly grabbed my shoulders, gripping them hard. "Fuck that noise, Ainsley. You are ready. It's been 4 years since she died, and now your mama needs you. It's time to go home. You're finished with school. There is no reason why you can't go home and be with her. And you, more than anyone, know how swiftly a loved one can be ripped from your life without a moment's notice. Now, go on and cry and get it all out, because tomorrow we are packing. Scream down the roof of this shitty apartment today, because tomorrow you are busy. You got me?" And that's what I did. I canceled my gig with Brooks, and then I lay in bed all day and cried for my sweet mama, whom I hadn't seen in 4 years. I cried for Adrian, who I had deserted. I cried for Miranda, who I couldn't even be bothered to call anymore. And I cried for me because my mama was sick. I was going home, and I was fucking terrified.
Chapter 12. Adrian. I could remember the last time I saw Ainsley James like it was yesterday. We just shared one of the most important moments of my teenage life, a moment I'd been waiting to give her since I was 13 years old, when I had started noticing the curve of her breasts and the smooth, long length of her fantastic legs. I'd noticed how my girl was growing into a gorgeous woman. I'd always loved her, but I hadn't realized until then how much I'd wanted her. And I'd finally gotten her that night. We'd been deeply entrenched in our grief, but it still felt fucking phenomenal. It was earth-shattering, just like I'd known it would be. The scent of her, my sunshine, had hung heavily in the room with the deep, musky scent of sex. Her bare ass was pressed snugly to my already hard-again cock. I would have taken her again and again, forever. But I could sense she wasn't ready for that. I thought I would never get enough of her, but it didn't matter because in my mind, I would have her, always. There would be plenty of time to possess her, body and soul. Lies. I whispered I love yous. Dreams of saving her, making her better, making us better together haunted me. We'd cope. We'd heal through the sheer strength and never-failing endurance of our love. Our love had kept me persevering through so much already. It had kept me from sinking into a pit of despair those first years after I'd lost my mother and my sister. Our love had made my dad's abuse bearable. I wouldn't have survived that time without it. It couldn't fail us now. But she'd ripped all of those dreams away. She'd run, leaving me tangled in her sheets with the smell of her sex still on my skin. The sun coming through the curtains had woken me. My hand had hit the cool sheet next to me instead of Ainsley. I'd rolled my head toward her pillow and breathed in what was left of her. When I looked back, I realized I had known right away. I'd sat straight up in bed and looked around, knowing that it was too damn quiet. I'd immediately noticed her missing violin, and the panic hit me. I'd grabbed my shorts, throwing them on in a hurry, and rushed out into the living room, coming face to face with Jessie, her blue robe and her pained face still frozen in time in my mind all these years later. She'd been holding a white sheet of paper, her hand over her mouth like she was trying to keep the sobs from escaping. Twin rivers of tears ran down her face, and I'd known. She was gone. She had left us all. Fuck, but it had burned. It still did. Ainsley was the one person in my life I'd never expected to leave me. I'd known since the very first time I saw her that she was it for me. She'd been wrestling in that muddy creek with Miranda, her sweet curls matted in mud, her dimple popping out in her laughter. It seemed ludicrous when I thought about it, but I'd known in that moment that that girl would be my beginning and my end. And when she'd turned those green eyes to mine, I had known I'd do anything to keep them shining my way. Our relationship through the years only solidified in my mind what my heart had already known. She was the love of my life. She was my constant, my savior in a world of ugly, shocking surprises that caught me off guard at every turn. I couldn't get away from the bad unless I was with her. She was my good, my light, my everything. Now, my nothing. Miranda. She's coming home. The text I received this morning rocked my world. I wasn't ready to do this with her, but I knew that it was only a matter of time. It had been time for her to come home for weeks now. I'd been anticipating it and dreading the hell out of it. I was anticipating it because Jessie was sick, and I knew she wanted her daughter home more than anything. I loved her enough to want that for her too. But I was dreading it because my relationship with Ainsley was exactly what it was, which wasn't a damn thing. And there wasn't a time that I could remember since I had been 8 years old where we hadn't been something to each other. Except the time she had been gone. I didn't know how to not be something to her. But I was going to have to learn because fuck that and fuck her. I slammed my coffee cup down on the counter and ran my hands through my hair. Shit. I refused to let Ainsley do this to me. She wouldn't send me back to the place where she affected me. I snatched my phone off the counter and pulled up Greta's contact information before sending her a quick text. Me. My place. Tonight. I knew she would come. She always did. Greta and I had only been seeing each other a couple of months. It wasn't serious, and I'd made that known to her. I didn't have the time or the inclination for serious relationships, but I did enjoy her body immensely. My relationship with Greta was both personal and professional. I just graduated with a bachelor's in fine arts from the University of South Carolina when a former teacher hooked me up with a gallery owner, Henry, in downtown Columbia. My teacher had noticed my talent for vibrant and unique watercolor paintings and passed along my information. Greta happened to be Henry's daughter and the manager of the gallery. Henry had taken one look at my paintings and called me a risk-taker. He'd said that my work was bold and I was going places. I knew he was hoping to make a pretty penny off me, and I needed cash as soon as possible. I was still living off the dregs of my student loans. He offered me a chance to showcase my work, and I jumped on it. I'd also jumped on Greta, because she was gorgeous. She had a fantastic set of tits and an ass that filled my large hands. My show was still 2 months off, but I'd been working on quite a few new pieces for it. Between the stress of caring for Jessie and the upcoming show, 2 months didn't feel like nearly enough time to do everything I wanted to do for my showing. I picked my phone up and saw that Greta had texted me back. Greta. Of course, baby. I smiled to myself because Greta was uncomplicated, and I needed that in my life. I didn't need drama, lies, and relationship problems. I needed to get laid, and she was happy to oblige. I headed to the spare room in my 2-bedroom apartment. I'd made this room into my art studio immediately upon moving in my senior year of college. It was a mess, but it was mine. A large metal desk sat in the corner of the room. Housing my computer and my large screen monitor I sometimes used for graphic design work on the side. The room was riddled with paper, charcoal pencils, brushes, paint palettes, and blotting rags. I wasn't the neatest when I was in the zone. I headed to the large drawing table next to the window in the middle of the room. Across the room from the table was an old metal futon with more shit on top of it. I felt the creative juices flowing, so I immediately picked a drawing pencil up and set it to watercolor paper. Before I knew it, I had a sketch of a woman. You couldn't see her face as it was in profile and tipped toward the sky, but her body bowed back with a delicious curve that pushed her breasts up and out. Her thick, wavy hair fanned all around her body and whipped about the paper like the wind had blown it. I added paint and water. Then I blotted again and again. I was nearly done when I heard, "Honey, I'm home." I wasn't her honey, and she definitely wasn't home. But I yelled back anyway. "Back here!" Miranda popped her head around the corner and grinned at me. "What you doing?" she asked. She scooted a ton of crap over and plopped herself down on the futon. "Just painting," felt the creative juices starting to flow, so I decided to spend the day in here. "What have you been up to?" I answered as I kept working. Since Ainsley had left, Miranda and I had become close. We'd leaned on each other in our time of need, when our grief had become overwhelming and the person we'd depended on had deserted us. When someone sees you at your lowest, it tends to forge a strong foundation for a very good friendship. And that was what Miranda and I had. As ironic as it was, I was lucky to have this insane girl to help keep me grounded. Miranda got up and stood next to me, gazing down at my newest piece. I heard her sharp intake of breath but tried to ignore it. She traced a bit of the hair and I pushed her hand away. "It's not dry yet, crazy, don't touch," I said. She tore her eyes away from the painting and looked at me. "She's beautiful. Some of your best work," she whispered. She looked back, pensively studying the painting some more, and then turned back to me. "It's okay. It's going to be okay, you know that, right?" she asked as she wrapped her arms around my waist, pulling me in for a hug. I wanted to laugh her off. Pretend that I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I wanted to say, of course it's going to be okay, because I was over Ainsley, and her coming home wasn't going to affect me one way or the other. But I couldn't. I couldn't lie to Miranda like that. We didn't treat each other that way. I didn't want to ruin one of the only good relationships I had in my life with untruths. And because of that, I wrapped my arms around her too, letting her comfort me. I said nothing, though. Because even if I didn't want lies, the truth was too damn hard. I stared at the painting over Miranda's shoulder. Miranda and I didn't need to see the girl's face to know who it was. I could see it clear as day in the soft, wheat-colored tendrils of her curly, wind-blown hair. It was in the way she held her body wide open, like she was ready for the world. That was the Ainsley of my past. Her arms open, ready to take in every facet of the universe, embracing it, all the while taking care of it and holding it dear, too. That girl wasn't a runner. But the Ainsley in this painting was no more, just a fond memory I carried around in my heart. Miranda didn't ask if it was Ainsley, but she didn't have to. She stood so beautifully in front of a sea of cotton, the setting sun making the cotton blue, lavender, and pink in color. It was one of my best works, and I hated it. I hadn't drawn or painted Ainsley in 4 long years, and it felt cathartic to do so. It also felt scary as hell. Fuck. No, I wasn't okay. I pulled back from Miranda and took her spot on the futon, draping one leg over the other, feigning nonchalance. I tried my damnedest to appear carefree on the outside, while on the inside, I felt tightly coiled, ready to spring open at any moment. "You gotta get out of here, lady. I have a hot date tonight," I told Miranda, waggling my eyebrows. Her upper lip curled in distaste while she moved shit even farther over on the futon this time. She sat down beside me and said, "Greta again?" like the name tasted dirty in her mouth. "Yep," I said, popping the P for effect. "What do you got against Greta anyway?" I asked, smirking to myself. I knew what she had against Greta. I had to hear that shit almost every day, but it would get her off the subject of Ainsley and feelings and all the other bullcrap I didn't want to talk about. Miranda smacked her teeth, sighed, and leaned back on the futon. Adrian, you know exactly what I have against Greta. She's a shallow, blonde bimbo with fake tits. You know what you should ask me? She looked at me pointedly. You should ask me what is right with her, because that's an easy answer. Not a damn thing, nothing, nada, zilch. Here we go, I mumbled under my breath, rubbing my fingers into my eyes with as much pressure as I could stand. Maybe I should have let her talk about our feelings, because she seemed to be heading toward dangerous territory. The kind of territory that involved hour-long tangents I didn't have time for. Tangents I knew all too well. Miranda shot up off the futon. Did you just say, here we go? She repeated my words in a deep, growly bear voice that had me cracking up. If I had to go by body language, I'd have guessed that Miranda wasn't too pleased with my laughter, because she pointed her finger in my face and stood over me. I shrank back a little because the girl was seriously scary when she was pissed. You know what, Adrian? I don't care if you want to hear it or not, but that girl is not good enough for you. And if, God freaking forbid, I have to tell you that for the rest of your dang life, I will. She sucks. You do not. You deserve better. You deserve the very best, because that is what you are. Just for clarification, she put her right hand down real low and said, she is a 1. She stood on her tiptoes and raised the same hand as high as she could. You, my friend, are a 10. She fisted her hands on her hips and asked while pointedly looking over at my painting, guess who else is a 10? She plucked her bag off the futon and turned toward the door. On that note, I'm out. When a girl makes an epic speech like that, she should follow it with a grand exit. Leaning over, she kissed me on the cheek and mumbled, love you, boo. And, like the storm that she was gone in a flash. When I heard the front door close, I blew out a sigh of relief. Jesus, chicks are nuts, I mumbled into the empty room. I dragged myself off the futon and made my way to my room. I needed a shower and some fresh clothes because I had plans for the night. Those plans involved getting Greta naked and losing myself between her legs. I needed to forget Ainsley. I needed to forget the rush of adrenaline that had come from getting that text. I needed to remember how she had left me, and how happy I was without her.
Chapter 13. Ainsley. I missed Kelly already. We had spent the last 5 days packing and getting me ready for my trip home. When I'd left, she had hugged me more times than I'd deemed appropriate, and when I'd told her that, she'd told me to shut up and that she would come visit me soon. I wished she could have taken this dread-filled drive with me because I felt like I was teetering on the edge of I can do this and completely losing my shit. I slowed when I approached the old green Welcome to Gilbert sign. I pulled off to the side of the road and looked around. Everything looked the same from there. Tobacco and cotton fields lined each side of the street as far as the eye could see, like they always had my entire life. How deceiving looks were. Because not a damn thing in this town was going to be the way it had been, mostly because I was different. I gathered some courage, pulled my truck back onto the road, and then headed to my mama's house. It was only a 10-minute ride before I was pulling into the driveway behind Mama's old Volvo. The sweet little house I'd lived in looked like it hadn't changed a bit. Mama was obviously taking good care of the yard still, because it looked freshly cut and pretty summer flowers lined the sidewalk. I couldn't help myself as I turned my head toward Adrian's house. I knew he probably didn't live there anymore, but it was like second nature for me to turn my head that direction. The old silver sedan Adrian's dad always used to drive sat out front, which told me that he still lived there. I looked past the chain-link fence to the pool. It had a black cover on it, and I wondered if it was ever used anymore. I smiled at the fond memories of that pool, and then immediately felt guilty about it. I was home. Lori was gone, and to make matters worse, I had alienated everybody who loved me here. I had no reason to smile. I grabbed my violin and my purse, but left the rest of my stuff in the car. I'd come back for it. I stepped up to the door and almost just turned the knob, but it didn't feel right. This wasn't really my home anymore. I had lost the right to just walk in. So I rang the doorbell and stepped back a little. I heard clicking sounds of the door unlocking and felt my face flame with heat. I hadn't even called to say that I was coming home. What if she didn't want me here? What if this was all a mistake? The door opened and there stood my mama. I didn't realize how much I had missed her until I set eyes on her. Her mostly gray hair was up in a knot at the top of her head, and she was wearing a t-shirt and jean shorts. She looked a little thinner and just a tad older. She wasn't wearing one stitch of makeup, but that was my mama for you. It was good to know she hadn't changed much while I had been gone. "Ainsley?" she gasped. The shock was painted all over her face, but I couldn't tell if it was the bad or good kind. I didn't have to wait long, because she grabbed me around my shoulders and quickly jerked me into a big, long hug. I could hear her sniffles. I could feel her chest jumping against mine in an effort to control her tears. "Yeah, Mama, I'm home," I murmured into her hair. The scent of lavender wrapped around me like a snug coat. I didn't deserve this beautiful homecoming, but I still soaked it up. It had been way too long since my mama had held me like this. It felt rich and luxurious. It felt the way coming home should feel like. When she finally pulled back, she grabbed my cheeks in both hands. Her face was red and covered in tears, but I thought she had never looked more beautiful. Part of me was shocked at how happy I was to see her. I had spent so much time and energy avoiding the bad memories of this place that the good, sweet, and precious memories had faded along with them. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming home? I would have gotten things ready for you," she said. My wonderful mama, trying to take care of me when she was sick, just like always. Only now, I would be strong. I would take care of her. I'd be there for her and make up for the times I hadn't been there. "Why didn't you tell me that I needed to come home?" I asked. I watched her face fall as she processed my question. I knew that busybody would call you. She never could stay out of everybody's business," she said as she dragged me into the house by my hand. Everything looked exactly the same. It smelled the same, even. The furniture, the curtains, nothing had changed. Nothing but me. I was the outcast there now. I looked down the hallway toward Lori's room and noticed that her door was closed. I hoped to leave it that way. "Mama, you love Miranda, so stop. Why didn't you call me? I'd have come home right away," I said softly. I didn't want to chastise her or make her feel bad, but I also wanted her to know I loved her and wanted to be there for her. I do love Miranda, and she is lucky for it because I'm mad as sin at her right now. "Ainsley, I knew you didn't want to come home. If you had wanted to, you'd be here. I didn't want to bother you. You have a good thing going for you in Nashville. You don't need your mama holding you back." I didn't want to get into why I hadn't wanted to come back or why I hadn't been home in so long, but I wanted her to know what she still meant to me. "Mama, I'd do anything for you. You know that, right?" I asked, squeezing her hand. "I do, which is exactly why I didn't call you. When I came out there to see you, I was so proud of all you were doing," she said, making her way into the kitchen. "Now, what can I make you to eat? I know you're hungry after that long drive." The woman was crazy if she thought I was going to let her cook for me while she wasn't well. I was there to do the cooking, the cleaning, and anything else she needed. "No way, Mama. You are not cooking me a damn thing. Get out of the way and let me make us some dinner. I'm here to help you, remember? So get your behind away from that stove right now." I looked around the kitchen and noticed that nothing had changed in there either. It was sweet, but sad too. "What do you feel like having?" I asked. She smiled at me and leaned against the counter across from the stove. "How about biscuits and gravy?" she asked. I felt my nose start to sting with tears, so I turned toward the fridge, opened it, and promptly buried my face inside it. I took a few deep breaths while I grabbed the things we needed to make the biscuits. When I turned back to Mama, she was still smiling at me, and again, it reminded me how much I had missed her and how lucky I was to still have her. It reminded me that maybe my life wasn't so damn terrible, because I still had people who loved me and would forgive my faults. "Biscuits and gravy it is," I said happily. I leaned closer to my Mama and whispered, "If you behave and let me do all of the cooking, I might even let you pour the milk." Her grin widened even as tears filled her eyes. "Deal," she whispered back to me. I'd been home for 3 days. That was 3 days I had managed not to run into Adrian Davis, and I was damn happy about it. I knew that if I did see him and he shunned me, it would send my already cracked heart into a million pieces, so I steered clear of him. I did sometimes stare at his house from the front porch rockers in the evening, though. I wondered what he was doing, if he had a girlfriend, and if she loved him as much as I did. Had he gone to school? Was he still drawing and painting? A lot could change in 4 years. I wondered if he knew I was home again, and then I remembered how I'd left him. Yeah, he probably knew I was home and didn't give the slightest fuck. I couldn't blame him. I'd earned that. The first month I had called Mama from Nashville, she had tried to update me on Adrian. I'd politely told her that I didn't want to know. It was easier to pretend he didn't exist than to imagine him there without me. She'd tried again a couple of months later, and again, I'd declined any information. So, when she had caught me staring at Adrian's old house from the rockers the evening before, she'd looked at me questioningly, like she didn't know what I wanted to know. I guess she took my silence as consent, because she looked at Adrian's house from her rocker and said, "He doesn't live there anymore, baby." I'd figured that since I hadn't seen him since I'd been home, so I'd said nothing back. What was there to say? I didn't even deserve that tiny kernel of information, so I didn't demand any more. It didn't stop all the questions that ran through my mind, though. I was being a total girl. I wanted to know, but I didn't. I wanted to know because I still loved him. I didn't want to know because I knew he didn't love me anymore. How could he? I would probably find answers out whether I wanted them or not because I was meeting Miranda in exactly 2 minutes. I opened the door to Bo's, a small hole-in-the-wall bar that served shit food. Miranda had picked the place. She'd called the night before and demanded to see me so we could catch up, and since Mama wasn't feeling bad, I didn't really have a reason not to. Besides, I was starting to feel like being at the house was wearing on me. I had been avoiding the backyard and the creek, but there was no way to evade her pictures on the wall or the memories that came with every room in my childhood home. Those memories would sweep in without warning, making me smile while slowly killing me inside. It was a terrible mixture of nostalgia and agony with each one, but I pushed through for my Mama. I wouldn't let her see it. She already had too much on her plate at the moment. Bo's smelled like old beer and fried food, and my wedges stuck to the floor as I made my way in, but it was one of the only places to hang out after 9 p.m. in this small town. I felt a tad overdressed for the place, but I needed my armor, so I had donned a white, strappy summer dress and my wedges and straightened my hair. I had completely done my face up with dark, smoky eyes and a nude lip. I hoped that Mama was going to be okay while I was gone. She hadn't had any treatments since I'd been home and seemed to be fine. We'd been hanging out, watching daytime TV while cuddled up on the couch. It had been a good few days of reconnecting. I spotted Miranda in the back with a pitcher of beer and wings in front of her. She was wearing a white and blue trucker hat and a blue t-shirt. I slowed my approach as I got closer. God, I was nervous, and that fact just made me sad. It shouldn't have been like that, but I had done it to myself, and to her. Miranda smiled and stood up when she saw me. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't the big hug I got or the Holy shit, you're skinny, that followed. I guess I'd expected her to be a little pissed, but I should have known. Miranda didn't hold grudges. We sat down at the table, and I fidgeted under Miranda's stare. God, you look different, Ains, she said. It didn't sound like she was pleased with the changes. I looked down at my dress and my wedges. Everything looked fine. I wondered if my makeup had held up in the heat. Miranda must have read my concern, because she immediately said, I mean, you don't look bad. You just don't look like you, that's all. I let out a relieved sigh. Good, I thought. I didn't want to be me anymore. I didn't want to talk about myself, so I quickly changed the subject. Yeah, well, you look exactly the same. You still have your kitty hat? I asked, grinning. Probably somewhere. Everything comes back in style eventually, you know, she laughed. Girl, I don't know if that hat was ever in style, I replied. We both laughed, and I ordered a Diet Coke and watched Miranda dig into her wings. So, tell me what's been going on with you, I asked. And that's what she did. She told me that she'd landed a job editing romance books. I wasn't surprised, and I was glad she was putting her English degree to use already. Miranda seemed normal and adjusted, and as happy as I was for her, I couldn't help but be envious. She was moving on and seemed genuinely satisfied with her life. Meanwhile, I was stuck in this odd purgatory where I couldn't go back, but I also felt like I couldn't move forward either. I'd forgotten the fun and laughter that always came with Miranda, and before I knew it, the night was winding down. The waiter was grabbing our checks when I told her that I needed to run to the bathroom. I used the restroom, checked my makeup and my hair in the mirror, and slammed the bathroom door open as I checked my phone to make sure Mama hadn't called. Suddenly, I slammed into a wall of pure muscle and my phone clattered to the floor. The woodsy scent of cologne hit me, and as I backed away, my eyes went up. First to his cream-colored button-up shirt, covered with black suspenders, and then to his thick neck and masculine jaw. Up some more, and my gaze went to those lips. I knew those lips better than my own. I'd dreamt of those lips for years. They were the star of every fantasy I'd ever had since I was 12 years old. Those damn lips. My mouth went dry as I took in blue eyes and black-framed glasses. Adrian, I breathed. We were standing toe-to-toe, but I might as well have been perched at the edge of a cliff because I felt like I was ready to fall. I'd been falling for this boy-turned-man for as long as I could remember, and there he stood, beautiful beyond my wildest dreams. He was taller, broader, and more gorgeous than ever. My heart soared even as my hands shook with trepidation. Of its own accord, my body swayed toward his like it knew exactly where it belonged, even if my mind was at odds with it. God, but who knew I could still love him so much after all this time? My shaking hand was making its way to his chest when a tall blonde woman shot around him, separating us, and picked up my phone, which had landed between us. She was wearing a tight, sleeveless red dress and black pumps. She a friend of yours? She asked Adrian while handing me my phone. Both of our gazes traveled to his, and the venom coming from his sent me a few steps back. His lips twisted in disdain, and his eyes held mine as he answered. No. Just some girl I used to know. The physical blow of those words ricocheted through my body, even though I knew I deserved them. I didn't let him see it, though. I took one last look at Blondie and noticed her too bright smile. The kind of smile that said, yeah, bitch, he's mine. I shoved my phone back into my purse and made a quick escape. I didn't turn around. I didn't look back because I couldn't stand the look on Adrian's face. That face had once been full of adoration and love, and now the disgust on it cut me to the quick. When I returned to the table, I could tell by the look of pity on Miranda's face that she had seen my not-so-great reunion with Adrian. Fuck, Ainsley. I should have warned you, but I didn't know he was going to be here tonight. I thought I would at least have a couple more days to catch you up on everything. I stood next to our table, still a little stunned. I couldn't even focus on Miranda anymore. Adrian had a girlfriend. I felt the bile rise up in my throat. He had a girlfriend, and she looked like a damn Playboy bunny. He had a gorgeous girlfriend, and there I was, still pining away for him. How pathetic was I? But I couldn't even be mad. This was all my doing. He had every right to move on with his life. And me? I deserved this misery. I made sure my face was as neutral as possible. It's fine, Miranda. Of course, Adrian has a girlfriend. He's a great guy, and he deserves to be happy, I said with a tight smile. Miranda didn't seem the least bit fooled by my act. She stood up and pushed me down in a chair on her side of the table. She sat down next to me and reached her hand out for one of mine under the table. It's okay if you're sad, Ains, she said, squeezing my hand. I scoffed. I'm not sad. I mean, I guess I'm a little disappointed that he hates my guts, but I expected it, honestly. How I treated him was terrible and unforgivable, so I get it. There's a fine, tiny damn line between love and hate, Ains, Miranda said through a sad smile. I knew what she meant. I knew all too well that you couldn't hate something or someone without loving them madly. I loved this town as much as I hated it. Sometimes I thought of Lori and how much I loved her to only hate her for having left me. It was a fine line, and I was damn sick of riding it. I got up and dragged Miranda up, too. We gotta get out of here. I'm sure Mama is waiting up on me, and it's getting late. Miranda grabbed her bag, and we both slipped into the aisle and made our way to the front door of Beau's. I knew that it wasn't an accident that we walked right by Adrian and Blondie as they snuggled in a booth, their tongues shoved down each other's throats. I couldn't help but pause in shock when Adrian's vengeful eyes flew to mine while he continued kissing Blondie. I felt sick. I did my best to keep the hurt off my face as I practically ran out of that bar and into the parking lot. Miranda caught up with me in a huff and grabbed my arm before I got in my car. God, I'm sorry, Ains. Adrian is being a complete asshole. She was right, he was. But I had it coming. I played it off like his kissing that woman in my presence hadn't sent me spiraling into a world of hurt. It's all good, girl. Stop by the house tomorrow, yeah? Mama wants to see you. Miranda nodded solemnly as I got in my car and closed the door. As soon as I was out of the parking lot, I felt the familiar burn of tears. Clenching my teeth, I tried to keep them in, but it was no use. I couldn't believe that a 15-year love affair had come to this. I thought of Adrian kissing that woman, the look in his eyes searing me through. He was putting me in my place. He was sending me straight back to hell, a place I hadn't been for over 4 years. Only now, Adrian had the key.
Chapter 14. Adrian. I was fresh out of the shower, toweling myself off when I heard the slam of my front door and the bellow of, "Adrian Davis, get your ass out here now!" Only one person in the world was crazy enough to walk into my apartment and scream at the top of my lungs at me, and I loved her dearly, so I put up with that shit. Also, she was good for entertainment purposes. I smirked and kept drying off as I heard her footsteps thunder toward my bedroom. The door swung open, and there stood Miranda, mad as hell. I turned my body fully toward her, draped my towel over my shoulders, and quirked an eyebrow for effect. You burst into my house, you suffer the consequences. Her jaw dropped open, her big brown eyes got bigger, and her gaze traveled lower. Oh my God, what in the hell is wrong with you? Put that weapon of ass destruction away, man. Jesus, don't you know I can't unsee that shit? She shouted at me. She put her hands over her eyes and turned away. I wrapped my towel around my waist and scowled at her. I wasn't really mad, but I loved to get her going. Miranda had been my best friend for years, and the truth of it was I had been expecting her to visit this morning. I knew she wouldn't let last night slide. I had been a grade A asshole, and she was there to call me out on it. You wouldn't have to see anything if you learned how to ring a doorbell, Miranda. I threw over my shoulder as I made my way to my bathroom to finish getting ready. She followed me because the girl has absolutely no boundaries. See? Crazy town. I would ring the doorbell if you actually locked your door like a normal person who was actually concerned about his safety, she said just outside the bathroom. It's common courtesy, babe, I said through my toothpaste before spitting in the sink. Speaking of common courtesy, Miranda growled through clenched teeth. Shit. She really wasn't going to let last night slide. Damn it. I hadn't meant to go that far. I'd only wanted to hurt Ainsley like she had been hurting me for 4 damn years. The touch of heartache on her face, the small smidgen of pain I'd seen when I had said that she was no one, didn't even come close to the agony I had experienced when she had left. The sheer misery of the last 4 years. She had barely reacted, but I knew her face like I knew my own. She might have been trying to hide behind all of that makeup and ice, but I had seen her. I always had, and I always would. As for the kiss, I'd meant for it to hurt her, but I hadn't meant to open my eyes and see hers staring back at me. It had floored me, and I couldn't look away. Greta's lips had felt wrong, not soft enough. They hadn't tasted right. That kiss had ruined my night as surely as it had ruined Ainsley's. I was pure shit at this revenge crap. I rubbed some deodorant under my arms and tried to make my way out of the bathroom. Miranda was blocking my way, so I placed my hands under her arms, picking her up and physically moving her aside. She huffed and leaned back against the door jamb of the bathroom. I grabbed my boxer briefs, sat on the bed, and slid them under my towel, getting fully prepared to defend myself. I looked up at her, really taking her in for the first time, and I couldn't stop the laugh that fell out of my mouth. "What in God's name are you wearing?" I asked through my chuckle. I stared down at her very tight black pants that seemed to have donuts all over them. I mean, I could have been mistaken, so I studied them harder. Nope, still donuts. I laughed even harder. Now is not the time to discuss how delicious and fashionable my leggings are, Adrian. I seriously cannot believe what you did last night. It so wasn't you. I'm freaking disappointed. You knew she was coming home. I prepared you, and instead of trying to win her back or playing nice, you were a complete douchebag. I mean, that kiss, well, it was just wrong on so many levels. Lord, you have to be the worst alpha in history. She rolled her eyes, sat down on the bed with me, then lay back. She stared at the ceiling and sighed. You were a complete... She stopped like she was contemplating just how horrible of a person I was. Then, she snapped her fingers and shouted out enthusiastically, Alpha hole! Yep, that's you. An alpha hole. You are ruining every book boyfriend I've ever read. Miranda's book shit drove me crazy, but usually it was pretty comical. Not that day, though. She couldn't ask this of me. She couldn't expect me to forgive Ainsley. There was no going back for us, no way to make it right. There wasn't even the possibility of friendship. I was still too damn hurt and mad. I got up to finish getting dressed, leaving Crazy Town lying in my bed. Miranda, Ainsley and I are over, and you know it. Get that crap out of your head, babe. She left me when I needed her. She took something precious and shit all over it. I don't even know how you can forgive her. She left you too, remember? Me? I'm done. I shouldn't have done what I did last night. You're right. I'll try not to be horrible to her, but we will never be the same. Hell, we probably will never even be friends. But I'll try my hardest to be respectful, which is more than she gave me when she left. That's the best I can do, I finished as I pulled my t-shirt over my head. I know she hurt you. I do. I was there. Remember, we were all each other had, but I also know that Ainsley is not the same girl she was before we lost Lori. She may look like she is okay, but she isn't. Something's not right with her. And I don't know how to help her because she refuses to show a speck of emotion. She needs our help, Adrian, and I know you're hurt, but she needs you. Trust me. You're the Mr. Darcy to her Elizabeth, the Deuce to her Ava, the Joe to her Violet. She needs you to heal. She needs back her epic love to make things right. Jesus, I had no idea what Miranda was going on about. I didn't even want to ask because I was positive it had to do with some of her romance book shit. But I needed to stand strong and let her know the way things were going to be. I wasn't getting trapped in Ainsley's web again, only to be left there hanging, alone. Never again. I sat down next to her on the bed and pulled her so she was laying on my chest with my arms around her. You know I love you, babe, right? She nodded, so I kept going. And you know I would do anything in the world for you. You know this, because I have. I was there the nights you couldn't sleep after Lori passed. I was there for every nightmare you called me, and I dropped everything in a flash to be there for you. And I'd still do that, because that's what we are to each other, and that will never change. I stopped talking so that I could grab her chin, and she could give me those eyes because I was serious, and I wanted her to see that. But you can't ask me to do this, Miranda. It's not fair or right. Life isn't a chick novel. Life is hard, and mistakes are made that can't be fixed. Ainsley made one of those mistakes, and now she has to live with it. And as hard as it still is to deal with, so do I. So do you. We all do. Miranda hugged me around my waist and whispered into my chest, I just want you guys to be happy, both of you. Life gave us a rough start, you know? We all deserve a bit of happiness. I did know. I knew most of all because my start had been pure hell, and Ainsley had been my heaven in that hell. Until she hadn't. I didn't want to upset Miranda with that, though, so I just pulled her long ponytail and jokingly said, Don't worry, Crazy Town. You'll find your Dex and get your happiness. Miranda sat up and looked down at me with confusion. Dex? She asked. Her face cleared of confusion, and then she smiled. Ah, you mean Deuce. She ruffled my hair. I guess I had meant Deuce, although I wasn't sure why any chick would want to date a dude called Deuce. Miranda continued on. I'm not really sure I want a Deuce. I mean, maybe because he is super hot and swoony. Oh, and he is the president of a badass MC. But he can also be mean as hell and really isn't all that great of a guy about 99% of the time. She was so serious, and I felt like this could go on forever, so I cut her off with a genuine question. What the hell is an MC? A motorcycle club? She answered smartly, like I was the dumb one. Her face got all dreamy. I could only assume she was fantasizing about this Deuce. I rolled my eyes and tackled her to the bed, tickling her. Oh, hell no. No mean, hot, swoony MC dudes for you. We're gonna get you settled down with a nice software developer or accountant, I said while continuing to tickle her. Miranda laughed hysterically at this because she knew I was full of shit and had absolutely no control over her kind of crazy. The laugh reminded me that we were happy. We had been moving on and things were better for me, Miranda, and Jesse. We were getting there, and Ainsley had the ability to come to town and tear us down, ruin us all. But I wouldn't let her. No way, no how. No matter how I prepared, no matter how many pep talks I gave myself, it still burned me to the damn core every time I saw Ainsley. I had known I would see her because I was stopping at the hospital to check on Jessie and drop her chemo bag off, which was still in my car. What I hadn't expected was to see her standing at the entrance, looking on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She was pacing back and forth and would stop every now and then, rocking backward and forward on her toes. Her arms were wrapped tight around her body like she was holding herself together. I wanted to walk past her. I wanted to ignore that niggling feeling in the back of my brain that said, "Stop, she needs you." I wanted to abandon her and let her pain sweep her away into an unceasing misery, just like she had done to me when she had left. But Miranda's words from this morning were still haunting me. Ainsley wasn't the same. She was still damaged. She needed someone. I was the first to admit that someone wasn't me, but still, I couldn't just walk past and ignore her. My heart wouldn't let me, and that pissed me the hell off. I was right near her when she finally saw me. She had obviously been far inside her mind. I knew where she was because sometimes even I had to go there to escape the sting of real life. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her hair was a mess, and she seemed to have lost some of her makeup in her distress. She wasn't wearing some fancy-ass dress like she had been a week ago when I had seen her at Beau's, but rather, she had plain faded jeans and a soft-looking Nashville t-shirt on. It pleased me too damn much to see my Ainsley peeking through, which made me even more mad at myself. But God, she was beautiful. Smudged makeup and all, she still took my breath away. Fuck. I stood in front of her, Jessie's bag in hand and fire in my blood. I was mad. How dare she look like mine? "What the fuck are you doing out here? Why aren't you in there with your mama?" I asked a little more harshly than I should have, but I couldn't help it. This girl made me absolutely insane. Her eyes widened, and she pushed one trembling hand in my direction, like she was reaching for me. But quick as lightning, she brought her hand back to her body. She stood straight and tall, and a hard look replaced the pained one I had seen when I'd first spotted her. She wrapped her arm back around her body protectively and asked me calmly, "What are you doing here, Adrian?" That one question pushed me over the edge. She had not just asked me what I was doing there. The real question was, what was she doing there? I was doing what I had been doing for 4 damn years. I was taking care of my family. I got right in her face because I wanted her to see my rage. She had no right to question me. "I'm doing what I do, Ainsley. I'm taking care of the people who love me. That's what I do for the people who care for me. I don't run when things get tough. I stick around and try to help." I held Jessie's bag up for her to see. "And I have Jessie's chemo bag. She'll need it today. Now, why the hell aren't you in there with your mama?" Her face fell just enough. I saw it. Probably no one else would have noticed the flash of pain that crossed her face. But I did, because of what we had been to each other our whole lives. Because she was her, and I was me. Hell, I'd never be free of her. She rocked a little on her toes again and said, "It's just hard to be in there, you know, the smell, the sounds." She looked down at the ground. "It reminds me." I did know. I knew because I had taken Jessie to all of her chemo appointments so far. I knew because this was the only hospital in this small town, and I had graced its doorsteps countless times over the years. And it fucking killed every time I walked through those doors. It always reminded me of Lori, my pretty girl. I placed the bag on the ground between us and grabbed the tops of her arms, urging her to look at me. She continued to stare at the ground, so I forced out through clenched teeth, "Look at me, Ainsley." When the emerald green of her eyes hit mine, my body went solid. How could I hate her and want her so damn much? Touching her sent sparks of electricity along my skin. I took a deep breath to get myself in check. "You are gonna get your shit together and walk into that hospital with me. You are going to do it because your mama needs you and it's the right thing to do. Do you think that it doesn't hurt all of us to walk in there?" Do you think that it didn't hurt your mama a week after she lost Lori to walk in there and go to work? It absolutely did. But she did it because she had to. She did it for you, and so will you. She looked sideways past me, like she couldn't bear to look at me any more than I could stand to look at her, and nodded softly. I picked the bag between us up in one hand and pried her arm from her body with the other. I placed my hand in hers and dragged her toward the sliding glass doors of the entrance to the hospital. She picked her pace up and walked alongside me. She appeared just a bit stronger, and I was glad for it, not because I cared. I didn't care about her at all, or so I lied to myself. I cared about Jessie, and she needed Ainsley right now. I kept telling myself that until we reached the elevator, and I let her hand go. "What is a chemo bag, and why do you have it?" Ainsley asked softly as we entered the elevator. She didn't know. I was floored. No one had told her that I had been taking care of Jessie. Holding her hand, being near her, was making me waver in my hate for her. She could hurt me again if I let her in. I felt my distrust slam between us like a window closing. So I fed off that feeling and snapped out, "It's her magazines, an iPod with her favorite music and some audiobooks, her Kindle and some snacks that don't make her nauseous. It's just shit she needs for chemo. And I have it because I've been carting your mama to and from her appointments for a while. Some of us have been helping her out, Ainsley. Some of us know what the hell is going on because we talk to her more than once a fucking month." My voice was loaded with hate, I knew, but I couldn't care less. If I gave her an inch, she would take all of me. And I refused to let that happen. Again. After stepping off the elevator, I made my way to where I knew Jessie would be. I had been there enough times to find her. Ainsley trailed behind me quite a few feet back. I didn't blame her. In fact, she was probably safer back there because I was ready to blow. I stopped in front of Jessie and plastered a huge smile on my face. I wouldn't let my problems with Ainsley become hers. She didn't need that crap. She needed love and stability, not the craziness that was the new Adrian and Ainsley. "Hey, gorgeous. I brought your bag. I didn't want you to be without it today." I cooed as I leaned over and hugged Jessie tight. Then I kissed her cheek. I loved this woman like she was my own mother. She had been there for me when I'd been growing up. I didn't know if she knew what had gone on in my house as a child, but I have a feeling she did. Jessie was smart, and not much got past her. She had tried to help as best she could, and since Lori's passing, we had become even closer. Our grief had given us each other. As much as I hated to admit it, Lori had given me a mother. "Oh, thank you, honey, you're the best," Jessie said while tightly hugging me back. I could feel Ainsley's eyes on my back as I unloaded a soft Afghan Miranda had made for Jessie from the chemo bag. I placed it over her legs and tucked it around her. She was already hooked up, receiving her treatment. Every time I saw that IV, I panicked a little. I couldn't lose her too. It would be too much to endure. The doctors had said that her prognosis was good, though. They had found the cancer early, and with treatment to shrink the tumors and a surgery to remove the rest, she would be fine. I had more than faith this time. I had facts on my side. "You need me to bring groceries by, or are you good?" I asked. Jessie smiled at Ainsley behind me, and then looked at me. "I think I'm good, honey, but thank you for everything." I was glad she had Ainsley, even if it was miserable for me. There was a light back in her eyes, and she hadn't looked this good since we had gotten the news about the cancer. "All right, well, I'll bring by your favorite soup from that Mexican joint when you're feeling better. I gassed up your car last week, so you should be straight for a while, and I'll be by this weekend to cut the grass," I said. Jessie beamed at me. "You take good care of me, sweetie. I really appreciate it." I didn't want Ainsley intruding on our private moment, so I bent at the waist, put my lips to Jessie's ear, and whispered, "I love you, gorgeous." Then I placed a long kiss on her forehead. I mumbled my goodbyes and walked right past Ainsley on the way out, not paying her any mind, all the while paying her all the mind. I walked into the hallway, thinking on how I was going to avoid Ainsley while still taking care of Jessie. I would have to get over it because there was no way in hell I was giving Jessie up. She was practically my mother, and soon Ainsley would bolt, because that was what she did when shit got hard. I'd be there to clean the mess up and make things better again, because that was what I did. Chapter 15. Adrian. Sweat poured from my brow and settled into my eyes. I grabbed my towel, which was hanging from the treadmill, and wiped my face. I threw my towel on the ground and cranked the speed on the treadmill up. I'd been pounding on this thing for well over an hour to no avail. I'd woken up this morning feeling completely unhinged and decided to head to the gym in my apartment complex to let off some steam. Usually working out calmed my ass right the hell down, but not that morning, and I knew exactly why. Fucking Ainsley. An hour's worth of weights and an hour more on the treadmill hadn't done a damn thing to chill me out. I knew what else would calm me. Sex. Sex would definitely settle me down, but ever since I'd run into Ainsley in the front of the hospital a few days ago, I hadn't wanted to call Greta. And I knew why. It was because I had seen a tiny glimpse of my Ainsley, and now no one else would do. Fuck. I shut the treadmill down and ran the block back to my apartment. After I turned the shower on and stripped my gym shorts and my shirt off, I took in my red, sweaty face in the mirror and thought about Ainsley's flushed face in front of the hospital. It had been almost makeup-free. And then she had shown me a sliver of emotion. I felt my pulse quicken at the thought of having my Ainsley back. God, I needed to get this girl out of my head, but I didn't have the slightest idea how. Since she had been back, she had taken up residence in my mind almost 24/7. If I wasn't thinking about how to avoid her or how much I wanted to hate her, I was thinking about kissing her. Her soft mouth on mine. Or better yet, fucking her. I stepped into the shower, washed the sweat of the gym out of my hair, and started soaping my body. I ran my soapy hand over my chest, past my abs, and down to my already half-hard cock. I rubbed my soapy hand around the head a few times. It felt invigorating after I'd been so miserable the past few days. I slowly stroked myself while my mind automatically flashed to Ainsley's mouth. I thought of how she'd tasted the first time I'd ever kissed her in that dark, small room at the back of the music hall. I thought of how her tongue had tentatively reached for mine, her taste exploding in my mouth. I remembered her moans as my chest met hers. I recalled the rush of her breaths as she ground her core against me. I reminisced on the first night I had actually taken her, and how tight she'd been around my throbbing cock. I'd wanted her for so long, and she had been well worth the wait. My strokes came faster and harder as I imagined having her on her knees before me. Her gorgeous mouth wrapped around me while her own hand furiously rubbed between her legs. That was what did it. Her on her knees, my hands in her hair, me fucking her face. I felt the prickle of my orgasm start at the base of my spine and shoot upwards, the impact of it almost sending me to my knees while I came on the shower floor. Shit. I laid my forehead against the cold tile of the bathroom and shook it back and forth. What in the ever-loving hell was wrong with me? Thinking of Ainsley sucking me off wasn't going to help me move on with my life. Now that she was back in town, I was back at square one. I felt like my 16-year-old self again, and I hated it. As a teenager, I had come on the shower floor more times than I could count to the thought of Ainsley James. I didn't want to moon after some girl who had practically ripped my heart from my chest. I slammed my fist into the bathroom wall, turned the water off, and then got out of the shower. I should have felt relaxed after that mind-blowing orgasm, but instead I was furious with myself and felt more on edge than ever. I finished getting dressed as quickly as possible and headed out. I was locking the front door to my apartment when I heard a familiar voice from behind me. "There you are. I've been trying to get a hold of you for days." Greta made her way up the sidewalk, her hips swaying in a black skirt-suit combination that usually made my dick rock hard. Now, nothing. I sighed. I was in a shit mood, and while I didn't want to take it out on her, I was pissed that she had stopped by without an invite. She knew what the deal was between us, and the deal was just sex. There were not hearts, romance, or flowers, which meant there damn sure shouldn't have been any uninvited stops by my place. "What are you doing here, Greta?" I asked. I knew she could hear the irritation in my tone. It was written all over her disappointed face. She popped her bottom lip out in a pout and said, "I've missed you. I've been calling for days and you haven't answered, so I thought I'd stop by and see how you were doing." She came closer and I could smell the strong floral scent of her perfume. I used to think that bottom lip was adorable. I used to think her perfume smelled like sex and flowers. Now they were both giving me a damn headache. Jesus. I just wanted her to get in her expensive-ass car and go, but I knew there was absolutely zero chance of that happening without me brushing her off. "Yeah, I've been really busy. How about I call you later when things slow down?" I asked. I jingled my keys and headed for the parking lot. I was hoping she would take the hint and get gone. She did not want to have to deal with me. Hell, even I didn't want to deal with my grumpy ass. But it was too much to ask for her to just leave, of course. She quickly walked to catch up with me and jumped in front of me. She pinned her body up against mine and wrapped her arms around my neck. Her face was so close to mine that our noses were touching, and I felt my stomach roll. It felt wrong and dirty to be pressed so closely to someone else when I'd just gotten off in the shower to images of Ainsley. "Don't you want to go upstairs and play for just a bit?" Greta asked through her Cheshire Cat grin. She looked ready to pounce, and I was in no temper for that. "Look, babe, I'm not in the mood today. I have a lot on my mind and things I have to get done this afternoon. So I'll call you when I'm free, okay?" I was trying to be as clear as I could because she was obviously having trouble getting the fucking message. I removed her arms from around my neck and skirted past her, heading to my old blue Mustang. I heard the clack of her heels following behind me in the parking lot and thought I was out of the woods. Wrong. "Adrian, you've been acting weird since we saw that girl at Bo's. Is that what this is about? Are you seeing someone else?" She had said that girl like Ainsley was beneath her, and I felt my temper start to climb. Before I could stop myself, I turned around and shot back. "That girl's name is Ainsley, but you do fucking well to keep her name out of your mouth. You got me?" Greta nodded. I kept going. "You know what we have is casual, Greta. I won't be expecting any more uninvited visits here. I'm in a crap mood today, so I'll call you when I'm not busy, yeah?" I finished sternly. "Yeah," Greta answered back, and rushed on her high heels to her car. She got in her white Lexus, slammed the door closed, and peeled out of the parking lot. I ran my hands through my hair as I made my way to my car. I got in and then slammed my own car door behind me. God, this day was turning to shit. I rolled the window down and turned the radio as loud as I could stand, hoping that it would keep my thoughts of Ainsley at bay. She was reeling me back in, and I couldn't let her. I needed to reinforce the steel walls around my heart, and if that meant I had to be a complete douchebag to her, then so be it. I didn't care what Miranda had to say about it either. I wasn't foregoing my happiness for Ainsley's. Fuck that. I stopped by Jesse's favorite Mexican place. picked up the soup she liked, and headed to her place. I would drop it off, pay her a quick visit, and then get the hell out of there, seeing Ainsley as little as possible. Since I was that way, I'd probably pay my dad a visit too. We got along okay nowadays. He'd stopped drinking after I had gone away to college. Through a lot of therapy and AA meetings, my dad was getting there. We didn't have a stellar relationship, but every day it was getting better. He was still mostly a crotchety old asshole, but he'd lost the love of his life and his little girl in one swoop, so I understood, even if he pissed me off sometimes. I pulled all the way into Jessie's drive, wincing at the sight of Ainsley's truck. Of course she'd be home. How else would my day get even worse if she wasn't? I grabbed the soup and made my way up the sidewalk I'd traversed too many times to count in my lifetime. The sky was cloud-covered, and the smell of rain floated in the air. I knocked once before letting myself in. We were almost family, and Jessie never locked her doors during the day. Gilbert was a safe little country town. "Hey, hey," I said loud enough for anyone who was listening to hear, as I took my Converse shoes off in the foyer. I didn't get an answer, so I made my way around the corner and into the living room, where Jessie and Ainsley were curled up together under an Afghan on the couch, watching some Who's the Daddy daytime television garbage. It almost made me smile seeing them cuddled up like that. Ainsley's face was still made up to the nines, her hair thrown up in some elaborate but messy thing chicks did at the top of their heads. Her face looked open and expressive, and I liked it way too much. They were so engrossed in the television that they didn't even notice me until I was practically on top of them. "Hey, gorgeous. I brought your soup," I said as soon as Jessie's eyes met mine. "Oh, baby, you didn't have to do that. I could have sent Ainsley to get it for me," Jessie replied while standing to hug me. I noticed over her shoulder how shocked Ainsley looked to see me standing in their living room, and I couldn't help but smile at the kick I got out of it. Good. She could stand to be uncomfortable for a bit. I'd been a damn mess for days. "You stay right there. I'm going to go reheat this and put it in a bowl for you." I held the container of soup up. Jessie smiled and nodded, and I headed into the kitchen. Then I heard, "I'll be right back. I'm going to help," from Ainsley. I was already pulling a bowl out of the cabinet and filling it with soup when Ainsley came into the kitchen. I didn't need her help. I knew this kitchen well. I put the soup in the microwave and turned it on, determined to ignore Ainsley. I grabbed a spoon from the silverware drawer when Ainsley quietly called, "Adrian?" I gave her my eyes even though I didn't want to, and damn, it was a terrible mistake because my gaze couldn't help but travel the entire length of her gorgeous body. She was way thinner than she had been in high school, but no less beautiful. And the tight purple tank top and even tighter black pants she had on did nothing to hide it. Fuck, her nipples. She wasn't wearing a bra. I was being tested in ways I never had before, and I hated how much I wanted to fail. I hated how much my body wanted hers. "What?" I snapped back as my eyes roved her body one more time. Yes, it was the worst form of torture, but I couldn't stop myself, and I felt strung tight with tension, ready to snap at any moment. Ainsley folded her arms over her breasts, covering her nipples like she was hiding them from me, as she said, "There's a leak under the sink in here. I tried to figure out what was wrong with it, but I couldn't see the problem. Mama said you would take a look when you got here. Do you mind?" I could tell she hadn't wanted to ask me for a thing, but she had for her mama, so I said, "Yeah, sure. After I get your mama her soup, I'll have a look." She threw a smile at me that used to light my entire world. That smile used to guide me through the worst days of my life. It pissed me off that she dared smile at me like that. It made me want things I couldn't have. It made me remember. I loved that smile entirely too much, and I couldn't have her give me one ever again. "I'd have brought some soup for you too, but I thought you would have hightailed it back to Nashville by now. But I guess it's not a big deal. You don't look like you really eat much anymore anyhow," I sniped. I expected a pained look or at least a fight in response to my caustic words, but what I got was worse, because it was nothing. It was like she understood and accepted my malice. I didn't want that, and I damn sure didn't like it. I wanted the opposite of that smile. I wanted her anger, her hostility. I wanted a damn reason to still hate her. I definitely didn't want that vacant look on her face, because it made me think of what Miranda had said. It made me think that maybe she was right, that Ainsley was broken. She grabbed the soup and the spoon from my hands and mumbled, "I'll take these to Mama so you can look at the sink." I just stood there, my mouth open, stunned like the asshole I was. So as not to add to my mortification, I grabbed a step stool from the laundry room off the kitchen and put it sideways in front of the cabinet sink. I removed a bucket half full of water from underneath the sink, sat down on the stool, and leaned back into the cabinet so I could clearly see the leaking pipe. It looked like it just needed to be tightened, so I got up and looked for a wrench in the kitchen junk drawer. After 5 minutes of scrounging around for it, I found it at the back of the drawer with about 5 million other things. I sat back on the stool, leaned back into the cabinet like before, and got to work. I was almost done when I saw sexy as hell, black-clad legs standing in front of me. I continued tightening the pipe even as I could feel her hot gaze on me. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't handle one more second of it. If I didn't say something soon, I was going to jump up from under this sink, strip her naked, and bury my cock in her in record time, whether I liked her or not. Because liking her didn't seem to matter to my body one way or the other. I took a deep breath and said, "Ainsley, are you staring at my dick? Because I feel like you're staring at my dick." Of course I am not staring at your dick because, well, that would be crazy, and I'm not crazy. Why would I do that?" she rambled. I couldn't help the smirk or the scoff that fell from my lips. Yep, she'd totally been staring at my dick. I was glad I wasn't the only one in this lust-fueled hell. I finished tightening the pipe, pushed out from under the sink, and sat up on the stool. There stood Ainsley, leaning against the stove, waiting on me. She was looking at me like her mind was full of questions, so I raised my eyebrows in a go-on gesture. She took a deep breath and asked, "You help Mama out a lot, don't you?" I had a feeling we were going to have this conversation ever since our talk at the hospital. I didn't want to explain to her what I'd been doing for the last 4 years. She didn't have the right to know me or my life anymore. So instead of answering, I asked, "What's it to you, Ains?" Her face got red, and I could see her trying to control her anger. "What's it to me? What kind of question is that, Adrian? She's my mother. I think I have the right to know what's going on in her life, who's helping her, who's taking her places." I let out a sarcastic laugh, put the stool back into the washroom, and closed the cabinet underneath the sink. "Babe, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You gotta be. Because while your ass was doing God knows what, gallivanting around Nashville, I've been here taking care of," I pointed my finger in her face, "your mama." I had her. I could see the rage taking over her face and knew I had her. Yes. Give me all of that anger and let's hash this shit out and move on with our lives. I wanted this done so I'd never have to talk about this again. So I'd never have to have this conversation with her ever again. I wanted to finally be done with this pain, done with her. I wanted some fucking peace in my life. Give me a break, Adrian. When are you going to stop punishing me for leaving? How long are we going to continue to be awful to one another? When will enough be enough? She yelled across the kitchen. Give you a break? Seriously, give you a break. You've been home for less than 2 fucking weeks, and I'm supposed to just let bygones be bygones? Is that how this is? Well, that's not ever happening, Ainsley, so you give me a fucking break. I yelled back as I walked out of the kitchen, pulling my keys from the front of my jeans pocket. Fuck her. She wanted me to give her a break. She'd had a fucking break for the last 4 damn years. Meanwhile, I'd been sweeping up all of the damn pieces she and Lori had left behind. I opened the screen door of the house to a torrential downpour. It was raining so hard that I could barely see 2 feet in front of me, but I kept right on going. I needed to get the hell out of there. Right before I made it to the driver's side door, I was intercepted by Ainsley. She leaned against the door in the pouring rain, her clothes soaked through, her eyes tipped up to mine. Her chin trembled as she yelled at me. "Why didn't you come?" I didn't understand what she was asking. Why hadn't I gone where? Why the hell were we standing in the rain asking stupid questions? "What are you talking about?" I asked. Even in the rain, I saw tears slip from her eyes. "Why didn't you come for me when I left? Mama knew where I was. Why didn't you call? Why didn't you text? Hell, why didn't you even email? Why, Adrian? Why?" She begged, banging her small fist against my chest. She'd wanted me to come for her. I felt an ache in my chest, one I hadn't felt since the morning I had woken up alone in that bed and known she had left me. It hurt so deep and so raw that I wanted to scream this neighborhood to the ground. But instead, I grabbed her hands from my chest and asked, "Why did you leave? Why did you leave me when I needed you most? How could you do it knowing how I loved you? How could you be so fucking careless with my heart?" I tried to shove her away, but she grabbed the fabric of my shirt, pulling me closer until our wet bodies were up against each other. She was pressed against the car door, with me pressed to her front. Thunder sounded in the distance, and rain pounded the pavement all around us. But all I could see and feel was her, the tiniest glimmer of my sunshine in this monsoon. "Why didn't you come?" she whispered across my lips. She looked as defeated as I felt. I grabbed her face hard between my palms, using my thumbs to wipe the tears from under her eyes. I couldn't believe she didn't understand why I hadn't come for her. It rocked me with so much emotion that I couldn't help but tell her the truth. I looked deeply into her eyes. "I didn't come for you because I couldn't. I couldn't chase after you, knowing you'd left me without a care. I know you were hurting, Ains, but I was hurting too. How can you not see it? How can you not see that Lori left me too?" I dropped my hands to her shoulders and shook her body. "My mother and my sister left me against their will. It was quick and shocking, but it still fucking killed. My father deserted me for the damn liquor bottle, only paying me attention with his fist, and then Lori? God, I never expected you to do that to me. Ever. I never expected you to willingly leave me, Ainsley. You weren't supposed to do that. You were supposed to be there for me like you'd been for 10 damn years. I couldn't fucking come after you because you'd crushed me. I couldn't come after you after that. I still can't. I'm still too damn hurt. Do you understand?" I yelled through the gushing rain and howling wind. Mother Nature's violent disturbances swirled around us, but I hardly noticed because I could only focus on the storm within me. It raged inside. It was brutal and savage, and I wanted to cry from the fierceness of it. Ainsley lowered her head to my chest, and even though the rain was too loud to hear her cries, I saw her shoulders shake with sobs. She lifted her head to mine, her mouth but a breath away, and said, "God, Adrian, forgive me. Please forgive me. I was such a mess. Every day here was pure agony without Lori. Every time I looked at you or Mama or anything here, all I could see was her. It was ruining me. I had to leave. Please forgive me. I was such a disaster." I placed my hands back on her cheeks and rubbed my thumb against the pink staining her lips. "You think you're not a disaster anymore? You think you aren't a mess anymore? Then what the hell is this shit all over your face?" I kept rubbing her lip with my thumb until the true color of her lips came through. The pink was smudged all around her mouth, and the rain washed more of her makeup away. Who are you pretending to be today, Ains? Why the hell are you so thin? Why are you hiding behind some veneer that isn't you? You're still a fucking wreck. And it kills me that even as shattered as you are right now, I still want you more than my next breath. Because I can see through all of this shit you try to cover up with. I see through straight to the heart of you, straight to my Ainsley. The girl who rescued me time and time again as a kid. And I can't help but still fucking love her. And I hate myself for it. I foolishly slammed my lips down on hers. I couldn't help it. She froze for only a second before her body melted like butter into mine. Fuck. I had forgotten how her frame fit so perfectly to mine. She opened her mouth and slid her tongue against mine, and all was lost but us. This very moment. I was so hungry. It felt like I'd been hungry for years, and now I was determined to take my fill. I ate and ate from her mouth, and it still never felt like enough. When her small hands made their way under my wet t-shirt and ran up my stomach onto my chest, I lost all control. I growled low as I ran one hand into her soaked hair and gripped tight, while moving the other hand over her shirt to her small but fucking perfect breast. I rubbed my thumb over her nipple, and then brought my fingers together, squeezing the tight bud. She moaned into my mouth, and that was all the permission I needed. I pushed her body up against the car with my own until she was leaning on it, and moved my trembling hand down from her breasts to her pants, sliding it inside her underwear. My breath caught on contact. Fuck, baby, I said into her mouth. You're so wet and warm for me. She tilted her pelvis toward my hand and leaned further back onto the car, her body begging for more. And at that moment, I wanted to give her it all. Every damn thing. I slid my middle finger deeper into her heat, penetrating her. The gasp she let go against my mouth pushed me on. My thumb rubbed lazy, slow circles around her clit while I fucked her with my fingers. She was beautiful in her bliss. She ground herself against my hand while I ravished and punished her mouth with my own. Her breaths started coming faster and faster, and I could feel her getting close. I leaned back so that I could see her face when she finally let go. She laid her head back against the car and arched her neck so beautifully. It was so striking, so magnificent. I wanted to paint her just like that, draped over my blue Mustang, her mouth parted in pure bliss, ecstasy etched across every feature on her face. I wanted the world to see how fucking spectacular she looked when she was mine. Please, Adrian, please, she begged as she grabbed my wrist, pushing my hand harder against herself. Please, faster. Her pleading sent my mind reeling. I moved my thumb faster around her nub and pushed my fingers deeper and harder into her. Come on, baby. Let me see it. Come for me. Come on my hand. I whispered in her ear before sucking and biting her earlobe. And God, I wanted to see her fall apart for me. Only me. Yes, yes, she said so softly that I almost didn't hear it over the rain. She was riding my hand, her head thrown back in rapture when I felt her shatter apart. It was gorgeous and ugly and so real. And in that moment, I knew I was fucked. Because I wanted it over and over and over again. She wrapped her arms around me and rested her forehead on my chest as her breathing slowed. Meanwhile, I felt like a bomb ready to detonate. My anxiety reaching all-time highs. How had I allowed that to happen? It had been a mistake, but I wanted to make it again, only this time inside her. Ainsley interrupted my thoughts. I'm sorry, Adrian. I am so sorry. I shouldn't have left. My body locked tight with her words. They pushed through me like steel in my veins. That's right. She had left me, and she would probably leave me again. Her life was in Nashville, and mine was there in Gilbert. And God knows Ainsley didn't want to be here. She would leave when her mama was better. She was going to hurt me again, and the only person I would have to blame was me. Because I was weak. And this woman was my complete undoing. I pulled out of her arms and mumbled a weak apology. I'm sorry, I need to go. I pulled her away from the car and opened my door before sliding my soaking wet body into the seat and slamming the door shut. Ainsley knocked a fist on my window, so I cracked it open enough to hear her. We need to talk, Adrian. Don't run away, please. Stay. She looked pathetic standing out in the rain, wet to the bone, begging for me not to leave. But I couldn't stay, because if I did, that would be it. She would have all of me, and then she would throw me away like yesterday's garbage when she was done with me. I couldn't survive that again. I'd barely lived through it the first time. I shot her a steely look through the window and let out a sarcastic chuckle. You should probably start packing, Princess. She looked confused and dazed by my response. What? What are you talking about? Why do I need to start packing? She asked. Because, isn't that what you do? You come, and then you go? I answered. She looked perplexed for only a second before realization dawned. Angry daggers flew from her eyes as I rolled my window up and mouthed, "Step back," through the glass. I needed to get the hell out of there before she blew because I knew it was coming. I carefully backed the car out of the driveway while Ainsley barreled after my car. She slammed her fist onto my hood and screamed, "Fuck you, Adrian! Just fuck you!" I gave up on careful and finished pulling out as quickly as I could, peeling out onto the main road. I checked the rearview mirror, and there she stood, angry as hell, screaming at the top of her lungs. Even as scared as I was of my reaction to her after all of those years, I couldn't help but smirk at the anger, the absolute fire in my sunshine's face. It had been good to see something other than that sad, despondent expression I had grown accustomed to since she'd been home. Yep, fuck me. Just fuck me.
Chapter 16. Ainsley. My head was aching and my entire body was sore from having spent most of the night on the bathroom floor with my mama. Chemo was kicking both of our asses, and even though I was beyond tired, I was feeling just so incredibly thankful that I was there to help her. I made a mental note to call Miranda and tell her exactly that. I owed her a thank you because my mama needed me, and because of Miranda I was there. After a long night of holding Mama's hair while she threw up over and over again, we'd both slept until almost noon. Now I was dragging ass but determined to get some food into her. I started boiling water on the stove for some bland oatmeal, hoping she would keep it down. I'd just started loading the dishwasher with last night's dishes when I heard the buzzing sound of the lawnmower from the backyard. I pressed my face against the window over the sink and looked toward the left side of the yard, where the sound was coming from. Sure enough, there stood Adrian, the rat bastard. Despite myself, I pressed my face closer to the glass like the infatuated teenager I was beginning to think I was acting like. Of course, he would look ridiculously sexy while mowing the grass, his hat placed backwards on that thick mane of dark hair, his old tight white t-shirt, and his faded blue jeans molding perfectly to his fine ass. I lifted the hair off my neck and used my other hand to fan myself. He was absurdly hot, and it pissed me right the hell off. It had been just a week since the epic rainstorm orgasm of 2016. Yep, I was calling it that, because it had been the most epically awesome orgasm of my life. Not that I had much to compare it to. I'd had exactly 2 orgasms that hadn't been at my own hands, and Adrian had given me both of them. I was still mad as hell about the beginning and the ending of that night. But the stuff in the middle, the orgasm stuff, I wasn't mad about that at all. In fact, I couldn't stop thinking about his skin against mine and the determined look on his face as he pushed me over the edge. I'd seen how he'd wanted me as much as I wanted him, and it made me forget that I'd left him and he hated me. For those few moments when his body had towered over mine, the heavy rain shielding us from the rest of the world, we'd been just Ainsley and Adrian. We'd been the us that fit together like 2 puzzle pieces, the us before Lori had died. I really hadn't meant to start a huge fight in the kitchen that night. I'd only wanted to know how much and how often he had been helping my mama. I had even been planning to say thank you and hope for some kind of civility between us. And I'd only been looking at his dick a little bit when he'd been fixing the kitchen sink. I mean, what was I supposed to do? His dick was right there. It seemed weird not to look at it. Dude, I was turning into a total creeper. Honestly, I was just finding this whole situation bizarre. I'd had no idea that Adrian had been helping Mama the whole time I'd been gone. When Adrian had shown up at the hospital, I'd been on the verge of another one of my damn panic attacks. It had been so hard to walk into that hospital, and I'd kept it together long enough to get Mama settled, but then I'd bolted for the door. God, everything in that damn place made me feel sick. From the smells to every familiar sound. My stomach had twisted in knots. Thank God Adrian had shown up, and even though his words had been harsh, I'd needed them. His hand in mine as he'd walked me through those doors had comforted me beyond measure. So, no, I wasn't shocked when he'd been there for Mama when I hadn't been because it was Adrian. And even though I wanted to strangle his sexy ass, I knew he was a good, decent, and loving person. It was sweet, admirable, and just plain him. It only felt odd because I should have been the one helping her. But I hadn't been there. I should have been, though. And that's what this all came back to. Me. I was responsible for every bit of this. But still, I hadn't expected his hateful words right after he'd made me come against his car. You come, and then you go. It had stunned me so completely that I'd frozen for a second, thinking I'd surely misheard him. Even now, I felt my embarrassment at the situation climb up my face. I wouldn't make that same mistake again, even if it had been epic. Even if it had felt good to let go and be the old me for a bit. I wasn't going to let him have me like that again, only to insult me afterwards. God, I still wanted him, though. Even knowing I didn't deserve him hadn't stopped me from running off that porch and practically begging for an answer as to why he hadn't come for me. I could tell he'd been shocked by my question. His reasons for not having come had been all too valid. Even so, I couldn't do this anymore. He needed to leave me the hell alone now that I was back home. I wasn't going to be his play toy. The lawnmower's cutting off jarred me from my thoughts, and I focused on the backyard again. Adrian was only a few feet in front of the window, drinking some water. He put the water down and then reached for the bottom of his shirt. Holy hell. Not today. I was still reeling from our night in the rain. I did not need to see him without his shirt. I was a weak woman, though, so I pushed my face right up against the glass again. Abs and lean muscle for days covered in sweat had me biting my lip when, all of a sudden, he turned toward me like he had felt me watching him. I jerked my head away from the window, embarrassed that I had been caught gawking again. Adrian shot me a knowing smile, and I wanted to smack it right the hell off his face. I could tell in that single look that he knew. He knew that my love for him was as strong as it had been the first day he'd put his lips to mine. He knew that with one careless flicker of his finger, I would come running. And I would because it was all true. No matter how mad at him I was still irreparably in love with him. However, he didn't need to rub it in my face, arrogant son of a bitch. I raised my fist to the window and slowly let my middle finger rise from my hand, giving him a fuck you smile of my own. Take that, asshole. Even through the window pane, I could hear his muffled words.
Been there, done that, sweetheart.
I slammed the blinds down on his sarcastic chuckle and huffed over to the stove only to run right into my mama. Where are you off to in such a snit? And is that Adrian I heard out back mowing the grass? She asked. Yep, he's out there. And using every bit of his sex appeal to make me miserable. I wanted to bang my head on the counter a couple of times, but instead, I stirred the oatmeal on the stove. Mama came up behind me and wrapped her arms around me, resting her head on my shoulder. I let out a relieved sigh at her hug. You know that if you ever want to talk, I'm here, right? And I'm told I'm a really good listener. I did know that because my mama had always been there for me. I realized I was one of the lucky ones because I had an amazing mama, one who'd never let me down. And that's exactly why I couldn't talk to her about this. She was sick and I was supposed to be taking care of her, not troubling her with all of my problems. I wanted to take care of her like she'd taken care of me my entire life. I know, Mama, I said, laying my hand over hers at my waist. You know that you can tell me anything, right? God. I didn't want to tell her just anything. I wanted to tell her everything. I wanted to stomp my feet, cry, scream, and let it all out. I wanted to tell her how by not going to that party with Lori, I'd virtually killed her. I wanted to tell her that I still had nightmares about Lori's time in the hospital. I wanted to tell her that I shouldn't have left, that I was sorry and I missed her so much while I was gone that I sometimes felt like I couldn't breathe. I wanted to tell her that Adrian hated me and I couldn't bear it, that every time he gave me a disgusted look, I died a little inside. I didn't tell her any of that, though. Instead, I kept stirring the oatmeal and said, I know, Mama. I love you. I woke up the next morning feeling even worse than the night before despite having gotten a full night's sleep. I'd had my first nightmare since I'd been home, and it had been the very worst of all. I was walking down the halls of Gilbert Hospital all alone, wearing only a long white nightgown. The tile was cold against my feet, and the only sound I could hear was the thunder of my heart in my chest. On each side of me, the walls were lined with doors, one after the other. I was looking for someone or something, but most of the doors I tried to open were locked solidly. Occasionally, I would stumble across an unlocked door and find two neatly made beds inside. Every room was vacant or locked, and I felt my anxiety ratchet up a notch. Eventually, I became hysterical, running from room to room, frantically checking doors. Just when I thought I couldn't stand it a minute longer, I opened a door and found someone in one of the two beds in the room. I slowly and tentatively walked toward the bed, terrified of what I might find lying there. I approached the end of the bed and saw 2 feet and long legs covered in white all the way up to the chest of the person lying flat in the bed. I kept going up the bed until I reached the face of this mystery person, only to discover that it was Adrian. His blue eyes were open and vacant. His lips almost exactly matched his eyes, blue. He was dead. A silent scream fell from my lips. I screamed again, but still no sound came from my mouth. Adrian! Adrian! I yelled over and over again, yet the room remained completely silent. I'd shot up in the bed, feeling like I was going to die right there. No air. There was no damn air to be had. I'd clutched my hand to my chest and counted backwards from 10, praying for oxygen to come, and eventually it had. I didn't think I'd ever had such a bad panic attack in my life, and I'd had plenty since I'd lost Lori. I'd buried my hands in my hair and cried. I knew I had been getting worse since I'd gone home. Around every corner was a memory of Lori and Adrian, and sometimes it was almost insufferable being there. I was enduring for my mama, but that dream had stayed with me most of the day. I couldn't get the image of Adrian lying there like Lori out of my head. I knew why I'd dreamt that. Because I had lost him. I'd never get him back. And this was my subconscious's way of letting me know. I'd lost him, and he'd never forgive me. He'd be walking around this small town 20 years from now, still throwing me dirty looks and wishing I'd never come back. This was my bed. I'd made it. Now I'd lie in it. It was time to move on and quit pining over him. It wasn't healthy. It was time to let the dream go along with the nightmare. I didn't need Adrian. I needed to be stronger on my own. I didn't have one fucking clue how to do that, but I'd figure it out. I'd figure out how to be me again, whoever the hell she was. It had been 4 years. I could barely remember her. But I knew a few things about her. She loved fiercely and openly. She didn't hide. She didn't leave her loved ones. She loved this town. She loved this house. She loved herself. I had to get there again. Time. It'd take time. I'd thrown a t-shirt and faded jeans on and run down the hall to Lori's room, determined to open her door. Only I couldn't. I just stood outside of it and laid my palms to the door, wishing I were braver. Eventually, I'd laid my hot cheek to the smooth, cool wood, too, knowing I was standing on the precipice of something big. Only I couldn't push forward. I was too scared. Tears had silently rolled down my cheeks, but I'd kept my face pressed to her door. So close, but so far away. Not that day, but eventually. I'd open that damn door. I'd spent the rest of the day cleaning bathrooms and vacuuming and dusting. In the evening, I'd grabbed my violin and played for hours and hours until my fingers were hurting and my shoulder and my neck were stiff. Still, it hadn't been enough. I'd thrown some flip-flops on and left my hair down and wavy. I'd looked in the mirror and decided I couldn't be bothered to put my mask on. Instead, I wanted to be the Ainsley I used to be. The one Adrian had loved. And then there I was, driving to Beau's in hopes that open mic night was still a thing on Friday and Saturday nights. I'd never played there, but I needed an outlet, and I remember being a kid and hearing people play there while we had dinner. I pulled into the nearly empty lot and grabbed my violin. I walked through the doors and asked to speak to a manager. The manager politely smiled at me, delivering news I didn't want to hear. "Ma'am, we don't do open mic here and haven't for years." I looked at the empty stage and asked, "So is someone playing tonight?" I didn't see why I couldn't play if no one else was scheduled to go on. The place was freaking empty anyway. I'd seen exactly 2 people besides the staff since entering, and they'd been playing pool in the back. The manager looked at me and wrung her hands a bit like she didn't know what to do. "Look," I said, "I'm not trying to make any money here. I just want to play. Is that cool?" She gave me a relieved smile and said, "Sure. We don't have anyone playing tonight anyway. Go for it. Although there's not much of a crowd tonight. It's still pretty early though, so you never know." "Thanks," I said, walking briskly to the small stage, which really wasn't much of a stage at all, but just a spot where the dirty carpet ended and a glossy floor began. I dragged a chair over and unpacked my violin. I didn't need a mic. I didn't really need an audience. I just needed to be brave. I needed to be me. I closed my eyes and played.
Chapter 17. Adrian. All I wanted was a beer and my bed, and after the day I'd had, I deserved it. Even so, I walked into Beau's feeling lighter because I'd finally told Greta that I didn't want to see her anymore, and I was feeling so damn relieved. For the past couple of weeks, I'd been putting her off and making excuses. She'd been right that day on the sidewalk in front of my apartment. Now that Ainsley was home, it didn't feel right to see her, because as much as I wanted to hate Ainsley, I knew that a good part of me still loved her. That's the thing with loving someone so deeply. it doesn't go away simply because that person does something awful to you. It doesn't just go away because you want it to. Love could be as cruel as it could be wonderful. I couldn't take things further with Ainsley, even though a big part of me wanted to. I couldn't trust her, not after how she'd left me without a word. I also knew I couldn't continue to string Greta along when I was still in love with another woman. Greta hadn't made it easy on me, to say the least. She'd gone batshit crazy, which is why I'd stopped at Beau's for a beer and then was heading home from my bed. I was praying that Greta got her shit together. Because even though we didn't have a personal relationship anymore, we still had to have a professional one. As soon as I made my way to the dining room at Beau's, I heard it. A violin. And I knew, I just fucking knew, because fate was a bitch and she was constantly throwing Ainsley and me together. I felt like I was in one of Miranda's chick novels lately. So, figuring it was her, I took a seat at the back of the restaurant. A confrontation with her after my debacle with Greta was the last damn thing I needed. The place was mostly empty, so even though I was tucked into a dark corner booth far away from the stage, I had a perfect view of Ainsley. I couldn't help but smile as the wave of nostalgia came over me when I saw her playing. She was brilliant. Always had been. The waiter came to take my order, and I could barely be bothered to tell him my beer selection. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Her body swayed back and forth to the rhythm of the classical piece she was playing. I smiled, remembering that she'd always done that. Even when she'd been horrible, she'd stand on her porch, swaying to and fro. Her eyes were closed in concentration, and her hair was down, wild around her face, just how I loved it. Every day she was at home, she was looking more and more like my sunshine. And it was killing me. Like that morning she had been watching me mow the grass like a stalker. That morning, she'd made me genuinely laugh when she'd given me the finger. I'd missed her sass. It reminded me of what we used to have. She had been easier to ignore when she hadn't resembled her old self. The sexy dresses, makeup, and hair only reminded me that she wasn't mine. But when she was dressed like this, in jeans and a t-shirt with her face bare, it felt like she'd never left. I hated that as much as I loved it, because it was a lie. Ainsley stopped playing and opened her eyes. I sat forward in my seat, anticipating what she was going to play next. Since I'd come in, the place had received a few more patrons, and a few were sitting in the front. She smiled, looking around the room. This next song is for the two loves of my life, for the one who left me, and for the one I left. Her lips trembled as she continued. I'm sorry that our love ended too soon, but I am still so grateful for having it all, because it was the absolute best. And starting now, I am going to remember the good of it all. A lone tear slipped down her face as she closed her eyes and started playing. I'd never heard the song before, but it was slow and sad, and it had a country feel to it. I felt the sting of tears behind my eyes even as I wondered where she learned this beautiful, morose song. I wondered what her life had been like in Nashville. I wondered if she had been happy there. It didn't seem like it. It seemed like she'd been just barely living while she'd been gone. And I remembered Miranda's warnings that Ainsley wasn't herself anymore. More tears tumbled down her face, and she kept her eyes shut, closing out the rest of the world. She was filled to the brim with emotion, but she still played flawlessly. I've never seen her more beautiful than she was at that very moment. Not even the night she'd been pressed against my car. I felt every wall I'd erected around my heart in the last 4 years tumble down with every note of that song, every sway of her body, every tear that left her eyes. I thought of her words. This next song is for the two loves of my life, for the one who left me and for the one I left. Wetness pooled in my eyes and spilled over. My tears were as inevitable as my love for the girl up on stage. I didn't know how to stop loving her, but I didn't know how to love her anymore either. Our relationship and the trust that came along with it had been damaged so irreparably that I didn't even know where to begin fixing it. But that was assuming I could fix it at all. My heart and my mind were at odds with each other, and it was excruciating. I didn't think I could ever trust her again, but God, I wanted to so badly. So, instead of focusing on all the things I couldn't fix that night, I listened to Ainsley play, and I watched the sunshine light up the stage in a dirty, dark bar located on the outskirts of a small country town.
Chapter 18. Ainsley. Time was flying by. I'd been home almost a month, and while I didn't exactly know what to do with my life, I knew I was contemplating staying there. The thought of leaving Mama, Miranda, and, yes, even Adrian again, sent my pulse skyrocketing with anxiety. So I'd been scouring the wanted ads for people looking for violin lessons. I'd even put up my own Craigslist ad in the Students Wanted section. Now I was scrolling through the South Carolina Philharmonic webpage, trying to figure out how to get an audition. They performed and practiced only about 40 minutes away, and I needed to play. "Adrian's here working on the car, baby," Mama said while walking into the living room. She stood behind the couch, looking over my shoulder at the laptop perched on my crossed legs. "Seems like you two have been getting along better lately," she asked, not so subtly. She had been doing this lately, asking a million questions not so subtly about Adrian and me, with good reason. She was right in a lot of ways. The past couple of weeks had been mostly better for Adrian and me. He wasn't climbing into my window at night, professing his love for me or anything crazy like that. In fact, he was barely speaking to me, and when he did speak to me, it was to say, "Hey, Ains," on his way in, or "See you later, Ains," on his way out. He was still there all the time to help Mama when she needed it, and he'd been pretty indifferent to me for the most part, but I'd take indifferent because anything was better than pissed off Adrian. I hummed back to Mom, continuing to scroll through the webpage but not really seeing anything. She'd been digging for information for over a week now. I know she was curious about what had changed, but I didn't have a damn thing to tell her because I wasn't sure myself. I'd come back from Beau's 2 weeks ago, determined to make good changes in my life and not fight with Adrian anymore, and it seemed, by some magic, he had come to the same conclusion. Even so, I sometimes found myself daydreaming about us being friends again. Not lovers, just friends. I missed that part of us more than anything. Mama plodded around to my side of the couch, sat next to me, and let out a big sigh. I snapped the lid on my laptop shut and turned my body toward her. I knew she wanted to talk, and when my mama wanted to talk, you damn well listened. "Baby, I know that Adrian was real upset when you left. That boy feels with every bit of his heart, and I know that when you came back, he was still so hurt and angry. But I see the way you look at him. I see the longing in your eyes. And more than anything in the world, I want you to be happy, Ainsley. Do you understand that?" Mama asked, leaning over and taking my hand. I nodded, even as I felt tears pool in my eyes. "I also see the way Adrian looks at you. And if you think for 1 second that boy doesn't still worship the ground you walk on, you are dead wrong. He adores you, even if he is still mad as sin at you." I shook my head back and forth as the tears fell. No, she was wrong. Adrian didn't adore me anymore. He had at one time, but I'd ruined it when I'd left. Mama grabbed my face between both hands and said, "Listen to me, baby. We know better than anyone that life is short and tomorrow isn't guaranteed. If you want something, you need to go after it. Don't wait until it's too late. she finished. It already felt like it was too late for me and Adrian. But it wasn't too late for me and Mama, and I owed her an apology. She hadn't deserved my running away any more than Adrian had. I needed to quit feeling sorry for myself and own up to my mistakes. I threw my arms around her neck and said, "I'm so sorry for leaving you like that, Mama. It wasn't right. You were hurting too, and I left you all alone. I'm so sorry." I cried into her shoulder. She rubbed my back and shushed me. "No, Ainsley. I understand why you left. You did what you had to do to survive. We lost someone so precious to us." She paused and looked off into the distance like she could barely stand to remember losing Lori. "It was such a hard time for everyone. I've never been angry about how you left. I missed you something fierce, but I was never mad at you." She pulled me closer. I scooted toward her until my hip touched hers. I laid my head on her chest and closed my eyes. "You've always been such a selfless child, Ains." She let out a small chuckle. "You ran around here like a little mama, even at 4 years old, taking care of Lorelai. And then, when Adrian moved next door, you took care of him too. It's just your nature to want to take care of everyone. But now, it's time to take care of you." She squeezed me around my shoulders. "Loving yourself doesn't make you vain or selfish. It only makes you indestructible. Make it known what you want, and everything will fall into place, baby, I promise," she said softly, rubbing my back. At that moment, I felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I didn't necessarily think Mama was right about me and Adrian, but I did know she loved me more than all the stars in the sky. Mama pulled back and tipped my chin up with her fingers so I'd look at her. "Today's a good day to grab that violin and play outside for a bit, don't you think? Maybe you'll gain an audience." She winked, giving me a knowing smile. She was right. The hot evenings of summer were coming to an end. The weather was finally cooling down, and I hadn't played out there since I'd been home. It had been too hot. It had brought back too many memories I was doing my best to avoid. But I wasn't doing that anymore. I was embracing those memories because they were all I had left of the trio that was once Lori, Ainsley, and Adrian. Adrian was out there working on the car, and maybe he'd throw me a, "Hi, Ains." It was pretty damn embarrassing how I lived for those greetings, but I'd take what I could get. "I love you, Mama," I said, giving her a big squeeze around her middle. I looked up into her face. She looked sick, and not at all like herself. She'd lost most of her thick hair, and her eyebrows and her lashes were non-existent. She'd taken to wearing a bandana to cover her balding head. I needed to remember to ask Miranda to crochet her a beanie before fall really was here. It was hard seeing her like this, but I knew that it wasn't the cancer making her so sick. It was the chemo, and it was temporary. And that's what I told myself every day. "Love you too, Ainsley," she murmured as I pulled away and made my way to my bedroom. I walked down the hall, then only briefly paused at Lori's closed door. I rubbed my hand down the smooth wood and wished again for the courage to open that door. Not today. I kept going down the hall and pushed my own door open. I grabbed my violin and my bow from the case. Then I glided it across the strings so I could tune my instrument before subjecting the whole neighborhood to sharp or flat notes. Sucking in a deep breath, I then headed out the front door. I didn't need a music stand or sheet music. I carried all too many songs in my heart and my head. It was a cool evening, and I looked up at the sky, noticing that the sun and the moon were right there, side by side in the sky. They made me think of me and Adrian. So different, but much the same. Day and night, dark and light. I thought of Mama's words from earlier. "It's time to take care of you." I looked around the side of the house and noticed that the garage door was open. I couldn't see all the way into the garage from the porch, but I assumed Adrian was still in there because his car was still parked on the street in front of Mama's house. I delicately placed my violin onto my collarbone and brought my bow over the strings a couple of times before I lapsed into an old blues song I'd learned in Nashville. And on it went. I played for what felt like forever. From blues to classical to bluegrass. I just kept going until the moon was higher in the sky than the sun. At some point, I heard Mama make her way onto the porch, where she rocked while I played. Eventually, she went inside, but she made sure to turn the porch light on for me because I was losing daylight. When my fingers were numb, my arm was tired, and I'd promised myself that this would be my last song, Adrian finally made an appearance. He walked straight out of the garage and to his car. I thought for sure he was leaving until he walked his way back up the sidewalk with a pencil and a sketchbook in hand. He made his way up the porch steps and leaned against the pillar at the top before sliding down until he sat only 3 feet from me. He crossed his Converse-clad feet, and I felt a whoosh of breath leave me. He didn't look at me, and I didn't stop playing even though I was overwhelmed with emotion. I couldn't believe he was sitting so close to me of his own volition. He opened his pad and started drawing, and even though I was played the hell out, I kept going. Because I got to see him and watch him draw. I hadn't been able to do that in years. I'd missed the crinkle in his forehead, the way his jaw ticked in concentration, the sure and deft way his fingers moved around his pencil. He looked like my raven-haired boy sitting there, and I felt the familiar tickle at the back of my throat that signaled tears. But I was done crying. I was all cried out. I wanted to smile, and even though I felt tears at the back of my eyelids, that's exactly what I did. I closed my eyes and smiled with all of my heart. I was swaying to the rhythm of one of my favorite pieces, and Laurie's Blue was sitting right next to me because that was where he wanted to be. I would play all night if only he sat there with me. I fluttered my eyes open again to make sure he was still sitting there, and he was. Only he was staring at me instead of sketching. His eyes on me brought my bow to a complete stop. I lowered my violin and my bow and gazed back at him in shock. He was making eye contact, and I couldn't decide if this was good or bad. Mama's words floated back to me again. It only makes you indestructible. Make it known what you want, and everything will fall into place, baby, I promise. Be indestructible, Ains. Be indestructible. I chanted it to myself over and over again. I wanted to spill my heart to Adrian, but all I could muster was my smile. I looked him dead in the eye and smiled so big that I felt my cheeks burn. I wanted him to know what it meant to me, for him to be sitting there with me after all this time, how happy he'd made me. I didn't expect him to return my smile, but he did, and I ate it up. His kind eyes and his sweet grin sent sparks of electricity all along my skin. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to ruin this moment because I feared I'd never get it again. And just like when I was 8 years old, I wanted to bask in that moment. Adrian looked away, and even in the evening light, I could see the pink on his cheeks. He looked at me again, and his iridescent eyes hit mine.
You've come a long way from killing cats, Sunshine, he said nonchalantly.
It had been said in such a way that one would think 4 years of heartache and grief hadn't come between us. It had been said in a way that suggested that we'd never not been friends. Sunshine. He'd called me Sunshine again. I hadn't heard that sweet name in too long. Even in the growing darkness, that word cast an abundance of light to shine down on me. My heart swelled so big that the center of my chest ached, and I felt the familiar tingles only one boy in my life had ever given me in my fingers. I knew he was only offering me his forgiveness and friendship in that moment, but it felt so much bigger. It felt like he'd given me the world.
I have an art exhibition coming up,
Adrian said bluntly. My pulse raced. Is he inviting me? Okay, I answered back a little breathlessly. Please let him be inviting me.
You think you're gonna stick around long enough to come?
He murmured while looking down at his sketch pad. I could tell that it had cost him a lot to ask me. The knot in his throat bobbed up and down when he brought his gaze to mine. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I said, looking at him, and I'd meant it. His jaw ticked, and his eyes narrowed at me in question. He didn't believe me. I swear, Adrian, I'll be there. I'm done running, I said firmly. I wanted to beg him to believe me, to plead with him to give me a chance to prove myself. He didn't give me the chance to say anything else. He only nodded thoughtfully, closed his sketchpad, and walked down the sidewalk toward his car. Bye, Ains, he said, before shutting himself in his car. Chapter 19. Ainsley. There were probably a million things I enjoyed doing in life. You know, drinking hot coffee on a cold day, reading a book while snuggled under a soft blanket, eating pizza while drinking a real Coke, not the diet shit that kept me from getting fat, but real, sugary, syrupy goodness. Yeah, I could go on all day about the things I loved to do, but heading to the airport at 6:30 on a Saturday morning was not one of them. Nope. I didn't enjoy this task at all. Only one thing kept me smiling the 40-minute drive to the airport, and she was standing under the arrival sign smiling when I pulled my truck to the curb. It was still a little dark out, but even in the darkness, I didn't miss the small girl with the big personality perched on her suitcase, a pair of drumsticks dangling from one hand. Kels, I shouted, jumping from the car and racing around it to pull her into a big hug. God, it's good to see you. I have missed the shit out of you. I held on and rocked from side to side. She hugged me back while laughing into my hair. I miss the shit out of you too, which is why I can't be held responsible for how the apartment looks. I was in distress. It was a crafting emergency. I laughed even as I rolled my eyes. I had absolutely no fucks to give about that apartment right now. I didn't even know if I was ever going back there. All I cared about at that moment was my best friend being in the exact same place I was. I pulled out of our hug so I could take her in. Her hair was a little longer, but other than that, she looked the same. It felt like we had been separated for a year and not just a little under 2 months. She looked happy and normal, and I needed that normalcy almost as much as I needed coffee. When she'd called last week asking to come see me for a couple of days, it had been a no-brainer for me. Pack your shit and get here as soon as possible, I'd yelled into the phone, and she had, because that's just the kind of friend she was. I was beginning to realize that. Though life had taken a lot from me, it had given me so much more. I'm a slower learner, I know, but I'm getting there. As we were walking back to the car, she nudged me with her arm and looked at me, smiling. You look good, Ains. I'm digging the fresh-faced country girl vibe. It looks good on you. It was 6:30 in the morning, for heaven's sake. I looked down at my flip-flops, my cut-off jean shorts, and my red t-shirt. I hadn't had time to do my face or fix my hair. I'd just thrown it up in a knot at the top of my head and poured myself into my truck. Lately, though, I hadn't been doing much of those things anyway. She was absolutely right. I was feeling more like myself, and she was dead on, but I laughed it off anyhow. Kelly, I've only been home a little under 2 months, girl. Nothing has changed except this ass. I showed her my behind, smacking it for good measure. I definitely gained some weight since coming home. Apparently, biscuits and gravy do not do an ass good. She laughed. I think your ass happens to look fabulous, so I'd say the opposite, actually. Her face took on an earnest expression. But seriously, Ains, you look happy. Really fucking happy. And I guess I was happy. The happiest I'd been in a really long time. Being home actually seemed to be helping me in some crazy way. Even with Mama doing chemo once a week, trips back and forth to the hospital, staying up all night with her when she was sick. Still, I was content. Weird, I know. But the good times, the watching TV snuggled together, the movies at night, the familiar sounds and smell of my home, comforted me during this challenging time in my mama's life. Somehow, this place was healing me from the inside out. Some way, every day spent with my people, Adrian and Miranda and Mama was repairing the deep-seated wounds of my grief. I'd once felt so trapped and suffocated there and wanted nothing more than to flee. Now I was starting to feel free. I grinned at Kelly as we loaded into the car. That's because I am happy, Kels. I really am, I said. My easy friendship with Adrian seemed to be firmly back in place. Things were still strained, but he came over and made dinner with Mama and me at least once a week, and on the weekends, he never failed to come by and sketch while I practiced on the front porch. We were slowly getting back to our us, and I was over the moon about it. So, coming home has turned out to be a good thing then, huh? She asked. I cranked the car and pulled away from the curb. Yeah, I guess it has. I mean, Mama being sick is hard, but she's going to be okay. I know it. And me? I'm going to be okay too. Kelly grabbed my hand in hers. Well, I'm beyond happy for you, Ains. You deserve every bit of goodness in the world, she said, squeezing my fingers. I didn't know if I believed that, but I could tell by the look on Kelly's face she did. Fuck, I loved her. I wanted to snatch her tiny ass up and carry her around in my pocket every day, everywhere. Instead, I only squeezed her hand back and went back to concentrating on getting us home. The ride home was fun but uneventful. We argued over the radio. She wanted to listen to rock and bang her damn drumsticks all over my dashboard. I wanted to listen to country so I didn't murder her for beating the shit out of my old truck. It was business as usual with Kelly, and it was freaking awesome. You look hot as fuck, Kelly said to Miranda as she twirled around my small bedroom. I'd just finished giving Miranda the total Ainsley package, which meant I had done the absolute shit out of her makeup and her hair, and she did look hot as fuck. Not an eyelash was out of place. I silently gave myself a pat on the back as I watched my best girls giggle together. Kelly and I had come home from the airport and hung out with Mama for a couple of hours. Mama had met Kelly when she'd come to see me in Nashville, and they'd clicked right off the bat. We'd spent the day making cookies and lasagna. It had been fun catching up, but not nearly as fun as Miranda and 2 bottles of wine. She showed up this evening demanding that we Uber it into the city tonight. A bottle of wine was dangling from each hand and a duffel bag full of sexy dresses was thrown over her shoulder. I was excited at the prospect of getting out of town and dancing the night away with my girls. Since Mama wasn't feeling bad, it was a perfect time to get out and let loose. I'd spent the last 2 hours curling, teasing, and plucking while Miranda and Kelly had bonded over wine and sexy clothes. Their connection had been instant. It made total sense to me because they were both crazy as hell. Right? I almost looked street corner worthy, Miranda said while rubbing her hands from the sides of her breasts all the way down to her hips. She thrust her pelvis a little, and Kelly fell over on my bed laughing. 2 bottles of wine, and we were feeling pretty buzzed. Hey, watch your hair, Kels. It took forever, and I still need to get ready, I said, pointing my finger at her. I walked into the bathroom and threw some black wedges and a black bandage-style dress on. It was really just one sleeveless spandex tube. I applied mascara and a red lip and flipped my head upside down, fluffing my curls up a little perfume, and I was done. We all crowded into the back of a white Cavalier, Kelly and me on the ends and Miranda in the middle, all of us refusing to sit up front with the 40-something male Uber driver. He looks so creepy, Miranda whispered to the 2 of us. I rolled my eyes. She was the one who'd suggested the Uber, and he didn't look creepy at all. He looked like a typical white-bread American, and I wondered if Miranda had taken up reading murder mysteries instead of romance. Shut up. He doesn't look creepy, I whispered back as quietly as I could as the driver pulled out onto the road. He's probably just trying to make some extra money to take home to his wife and kids. That man has no wife, Ains. He doesn't even have a wedding band on. You know what he probably does have, though? A rope and some chloroform in his trunk. Miranda whisper-yelled back at us. creepy Uber guy cranked the radio up so loud that he couldn't hear us anymore, and we fell into fits of laughter. Before we knew it, we were pulling up in front of the club. It was pretty early still, so the line out front was non-existent. We paid our cover and headed inside. Strobe lights and loud music greeted us, and even though summer was winding down, the space was overly warm from the crowd. Weaving our way through the crowd, we made our way to the bar area. "Shots!" Miranda yelled over the music. Kelly and I nodded in agreement. "I have first round," I said, as I ordered 3 tequila shots from the short, blonde and blue-haired bartender. We perched ourselves on 3 stools that ran alongside the bar while we waited on our drinks. As the bartender approached, carrying our shot glasses, I placed my credit card on the bar, only to be cut off by a masculine hand throwing a couple of 20s down. I followed that masculine hand to his black suit jacket, his blue-collared shirt, and then his pale green eyes and dirty blonde hair. I smirked even as I rolled my eyes. What were the freaking odds? "I got this," Anthony Jackson said, pushing the 20s closer to the bartender. "Keep the change." I'd be damned. I had no idea he was still around the area. Honestly, he hadn't changed all that much. The sexy lumberjack beard was gone and his blonde hair was clean cut, but he was still incredibly handsome, only now in a mature way. It was a shame that only one man set my soul on fire, and he was brunette, gorgeous, and beyond talented. Anthony's familiar lopsided grin made me smile. "I heard you were home, Ainsley. It's been a long time," he said, sitting down right next to me. It had been a long time, but unfortunately for him, it hadn't been long enough. I still looked at him and thought about spit bubbles in my hair in elementary school and his man-whoring ways in high school. "Ah, fuck," Miranda mumbled under her breath at the same time Kelly breathed, "Holy hell, who do we have here?" Miranda had never been a fan of Anthony's, but Kelly's words made me giggle. "Hey, Anthony, how have you been?" I asked, tipping my head back and taking my shot. I had a feeling I was going to need it. Miranda and Kelly shot theirs back as well, but Kelly didn't take her eyes off Anthony the entire time. I couldn't blame her. He was good looking. He just wasn't for me. "I've been good. Are you living here in Columbia now? Or are you girls just in town to party a bit?" he asked, before taking a sip of his amber-colored drink. "We're just here to let loose a little bit. I'm staying back home at Mama's right now." I was talking to Anthony, but my eyes were on Miranda, who was furiously typing on her phone. She'd better not be texting who I thought she was. I narrowed my eyes at her once she looked up from her phone. I looked back over to Anthony. "What about you?" I asked. He looked at his watch before answering me. "Just meeting some friends here tonight, but I live a couple of blocks over. I moved up this way to go to school a few years ago. I just finished my undergraduate degree, so in the fall, I'll start medical school." Anthony looked toward the front door and spotted his friends. He motioned them over to our side of the bar, and I watched open-mouthed as a whole slew of hot men positioned themselves around us, slapping high fives and greeting each other. Kelly grabbed my arm and yanked me toward her. Please tell me that hot man just said that he was going to be a damn doctor? "And how in the hell do you know him?" She looked a bit frantic, and I couldn't help but laugh. "We were childhood friends. Sort of. Well, mostly he blew spit bubbles at me in class and tortured me at the bus stop. And he was a total slut." Miranda threw in over Kelly's shoulder. "Pretty much slept with anyone who let him in high school. You don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole," she said, while leaning over to get the bartender's attention for more drinks. Kelly leaned close so only I would hear. "No, but I'd let him touch me with his pole," she said, waggling her eyebrows at me. "Just, ew, Kels, ew," I exclaimed, reaching for the new round of shots on the bar. Yes, lots and lots of alcohol was going to be needed to get through the night. All the damn alcohol. An hour later, I was feeling good. Too good, probably, which meant I was going to feel like absolute shit in the morning. But at the moment, it felt so worth it. Anthony and his school friends were turning out to be great company, and even though I had no interest in Anthony, I would be a liar if I said his attention didn't feel good. He wasn't being overly flirtatious, but his hand on my cheek every now and the twinkle in his eye when he said that I was even more beautiful than he remembered, let me know he was interested. I was basking in all of this attention when Kelly grabbed my arm and spun me around on my stool. 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Look at 2 o'clock now, she said into my ear just loud enough to be heard over the music, but my drink-addled brain didn't catch on. What are you talking about? I asked, trying to decipher what in the hell was going on. Look at 2 o'clock right now, Ainsley, because the most amazing-looking man I've ever seen just walked in through the front door, she said a little louder this time, bouncing in her seat. Finally, through the slur of some of her words, I made out what she was trying to say. I turned on my stool to the front door and watched Adrian Davis come barreling toward us. He was a man on a mission. His face was set and determined, his stride toward us adamant and unwavering. He was wearing black dress pants and a green long-sleeve collared button-down shirt. His shiny shoes brought him even closer to us, and I immediately took in his black suspenders. Damn, those things did all sorts of things to my body. Of course he'd be wearing them. He knew what they did to me, and he'd made sure to come out in full Keep Anthony Jackson Away attire. His purposeful expression sent a delicious shiver down my spine, and I had to remind myself that this mouth-watering man wasn't mine anymore. The past couple of weeks between us had been great, though. I was damn near giddy every time I saw him pull up in Mama's drive. He'd even invited me to his first art exhibition, and I'd promised to be there. I was beyond proud and wouldn't miss it for the world. But this, whatever this was, it wasn't working for me. Did he want me for more than a friend, or didn't he? Damn Miranda. I glared at her down the bar, to which her only response was a shrug of her shoulders. She didn't even have the decency to deny that she'd texted Adrian the moment Anthony had shown up at the bar. I took a deep breath, remembering that she had always been Team Adrian. I couldn't blame her. I'd always been Team Adrian, too. And, truth be told, I still was. Miranda nudged Kelly with her shoulder and lifted her shot in the air. Kelly clinked it with her own while Miranda shouted, "This shit's about to get good!" before downing her drink. I have no idea what we are toasting to, but I am not going to pass up a chance to drink, Kelly said, laughing to Miranda. I rolled my eyes at the two of them. I was probably going to kill Miranda before the night was over. My mama was right. She was a damn busybody. I watched as Adrian politely greeted Anthony and then made his way over to stand between Kelly's stool and mine. "Evening, ladies," he said easily, like he hadn't gotten himself all gutsied up and made his way to town in record time. Like I had invited him out with us when, in all actuality, Miranda had sold me out. "Hey, Big A. You made it just in time," Miranda piped up and leaned across to fist bump Adrian. I wanted to kill her. I motioned my hand toward Kelly and then to Adrian and back. "Kelly, Adrian, Adrian, Kelly," I said, making my introductions. And that's when I knew that Kelly had already had way too much to drink. "This is Adrian?" she asked. "You have got to be fucking kidding me. What do they have in the water around this place? Christ almighty, Ainsley, but I get it. I totally get why you waited now. Forget 4 years. I'd go 400 years without sex for this sweet piece of man meat. And these suspenders? God, I could scrapbook you all night long, baby," she said, looking longingly at Adrian. "Jesus, I'm in love." She ran her hand down one suspender, and I somehow resisted the urge to smack her hand away. I made wide shut-the-hell-up eyes at Kelly and felt my face burn with embarrassment. Adrian did not need to know that I hadn't been with anyone since him. Kelly and Miranda were both on the list now, and it wasn't the good list. It was the shit list. Adrian smugly smiled at me, and it made me want to take him down a notch or two. So I ordered more drinks, turned my stool toward Anthony, and listened to him and his friends talk about football. I cared nothing about sports, and I was bored out of my damn mind, but Adrian didn't need to know that. In my peripheral vision, I spotted Adrian downing drinks like water. It pleased me that he was clearly having trouble coping. Served him right for having shown up there on a mission to cockblock me. It was totally unnecessary and not his responsibility at all. Finally, Anthony broke away from his friends and turned his full attention to me.
"Want to dance, Ains?"
he asked. Hell yes, I wanted to dance. Only, I wanted to dance with that sweet piece of man meat and the suspenders, as Kelly had so eloquently put it. But I didn't turn Anthony down. I nodded and placed my hand in his as we made our way to the dance floor. It took every bit of my willpower, but I didn't look back at Adrian. Anthony and I pushed our way through what felt like 5 billion people. The place was now packed, but we somehow found a space in the middle of the dance floor. I could see Adrian standing at the bar with Kelly and Miranda, while Anthony pressed his chest close to mine and we began to dance. An upbeat techno song set the pace, and I couldn't help but giggle at how incredibly awkward Anthony's dance moves were at times. He placed his hand on my waist and grabbed my hand before twirling me in a circle. I threw my head back and laughed because adult Anthony was pretty damn fun. He'd almost made me forget about Adrian at the bar. Almost. However, I couldn't help but allow my gaze to drift over to him every now and then. It seemed that Kelly and Miranda had abandoned him for the dance floor, but there he still stood, stationed at his post, leaning up against the bar, never taking his eyes off me. He'd lift his drink to those masculine lips, his eyes lazy and focused on me. To others, he might have appeared sleepy or bored, but to me, those eyes screamed sex so loudly, he might as well have been yelling it. And as mad as I wanted to be about him showing up here and practically eye-fucking me while I was dancing with Anthony, I just couldn't be. Every bit of attention Adrian Davis deemed to bless me with felt sacred and special, and I soaked it up like the sun on a cloudy day. The song switched to a slow, old-school R&B jam, and Anthony pulled me even closer, this time placing his thigh between my legs and his forehead to mine. He ran his hands down my back, and they were traveling all too quickly to my ass. Warning bells were going off in my brain, but before I could say anything or push him away, Adrian's voice from behind demanded, "Enough." Woodsy-scented cologne wrapped around me like a warm blanket on a frigid night. My body involuntarily leaned back into that warmth, and Adrian placed his hands on my hips, steadying me from behind. Anthony let me go, smirked over my shoulder at Adrian, and gave me a knowing look. Before I could apologize for Adrian's Neanderthal behavior, Kelly snatched Anthony away. "I'll take this one," she said. They disappeared into the mass of people on the dance floor, leaving Adrian and me alone in our small bubble, but surrounded by too many people. Adrian's hot breath hit my neck, and I couldn't help but tip my head to the side, giving him better access. He gently ran his nose from the base of my neck to the sensitive bit of skin right behind my ear, and I couldn't muffle my moan. He inhaled.
You smell good, sunshine,"
he whispered into my ear. As good as he thought I smelled, I was willing to bet my life that he felt better. Because his body pressed against mine felt heavenly. I could feel myself falling into him. The music was drowned out by his breath in my ear. The people around us disappeared as his large hands ghosted up my thighs. It was just my favorite man in the world on the dance floor with me, and I never wanted it to end. He swayed to the rhythm of the music and made sure I felt every inch of him pressed into my ass. I pushed back against him, and he placed one slow, closed-mouth kiss on the crook of my neck.
"Did you enjoy making me jealous, Ainsley?"
he asked calmly. His lips pressed against my ear. He brought his hands even higher up my thighs, dangerously close to my panty line. I tried to close my legs, but it was all in vain because he only demanded,
"Tell me."
I squeaked out a small, maybe, unsure if he heard me over the music, but I could barely breathe, much less speak. He softly bit at the lobe of my ear before saying, "You'll pay for that later, sunshine." The scent of his breath sailed past my nose, and I could smell the sweet scent of brandy and man. Oh, God. I wanted to pay. So much. I wanted him to make me pay. I raised my arms and wrapped them around his neck, holding on, because the higher his hands went, the less steady I felt on my feet. Finally, one of his hands made it to my panties, and instead of slipping inside like I expected, he rubbed slow circles over the damp cotton with his fingers. I turned my head and groaned into the side of his neck, embarrassed that someone might see, but gone too far to stop him. I was burning up and on the verge of setting this entire room on fire. "Always so wet for me, baby," Adrian breathed into my ear. I couldn't help but push my hips harder into his hand. I was so close, and more than anything in the world, I wanted to come, but Adrian pulled his hand away and pushed the bottom of my dress down before gliding his hands up both sides of my body and whispering into the spot where my hairline met my neck. "Come home with me, Haynes." Chapter 20. Ainsley. I was a terrible friend, and I was being completely irresponsible, but I couldn't be bothered to care. Alcohol and desire were liquid courage in my veins, and in that moment, all I wanted was the man seated next to me in that cab. We'd said goodbye to Kelly and Miranda, and made Miranda promise she'd get Kelly home. Although Kelly was wrapped around Anthony on the dance floor and didn't seem concerned about finding a way back to my house. I should have felt bad about leaving her all alone in a town where she knew hardly anyone and didn't have a clue where she was. But I didn't. Because Adrian's wet lips were pressing hot, open-mouthed kisses all along the top of my cleavage and my chest. I had a feeling he was half a second away from pulling the top of my dress down, and I didn't know whether to be terrified or excited at the prospect. Be indestructible. I grabbed the back of his head with one hand and ran my hands through his thick hair, holding on for the ride. Each kiss along my breasts sent a zing of heat straight to my core. It made me want to crawl over Adrian's lap and straddle him. I wanted to rub myself all over him. I wanted every inch of his skin to touch every inch of mine. I leaned my head back and groaned into the air inside the cab. He was killing me. I wanted him. I didn't care where we were or who was watching. Adrian peppered sweet kisses up my neck before biting my chin just hard enough for it to sting. The pain and pleasure mixed together so flawlessly that I felt myself groan yet again as Adrian whispered, "Kiss me, sunshine," into my ear. I placed my hands on either side of his face, the scrape of his stubble tickling my palms. Close-mouthed, I kissed his top lip and then the bottom, and I did it again and again, alternating between his two red swollen lips until he took my bottom lip into his mouth, sucking it gently before bearing down with his teeth. He then soothed the sting with the stroke of his tongue. I sucked his top lip into my mouth, glided my tongue along his, and then opened my mouth wider. The loud groan he sent down my throat only pushed me on, and I found myself crawling over his lap and straddling his thighs. I heard from the front seat of the cab. I didn't know how I'd heard anything through the haze of lust thickly wrapped around us. I felt Adrian's lips smile against my own. He then pulled away, grabbed me around my waist, and placed me back on my seat. He leaned all the way across me, pulled my seat belt over my body, and clicked it into place. "I can't wait to get you home," he whispered into my ear, grazing his teeth along my collarbone before he moved back to his seat. I couldn't wait for him to get me home either. I had no idea what he was going to do to me there, but whatever it was, I knew that it would be mind-blowing. I hoped he knew I didn't have a damn clue what I was doing. But when I pulled a strand of hair from the back of my head around my index finger and started twirling it intensely, Adrian grabbed my hand, dragged it over to his lap, and wrapped his hand around it. "None of that, Ainsley. There is nothing to be worried about," Adrian said, looking at our hands together as if they were some kind of anomaly. I guess they were. We hadn't held hands like this in a really long time. It felt so intimate, more so than the long, slow kisses and passionate touches. And, hell yes, I was worried. He was taking me back to his place, where I was assuming he had plans to get me naked and ravish the hell out of my body, which was all good and well, except I didn't have much experience in that department. Not much meaning hardly any at all. Adrian was my one and only, and while I knew he wasn't a clumsy, fumbling teenager anymore, I pretty much still was. You know, minus the teenage part. Even in my alcohol-induced state, the nerves overwhelmed me. When the cab stopped outside an old apartment building, I realized I didn't even know where Adrian lived. I wanted to look around and familiarize myself with his home, but Adrian threw a couple of 20s at the driver and practically dragged me out of the cab to his front door. He pulled his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and pulled me inside behind him. I heard the clang of his keys hitting the table and the slam of the door closing. And then suddenly, my body was pressed face first into the wall right beside the door, and Adrian was against me. I laid my warm face to the cold wall and took a deep breath as Adrian's words washed over me.
"You almost let another man touch this ass, Ainsley,"
he said into my ear as he walked his cool hands up the bottom of my dress. He brought my black dress higher and higher until it was resting around my midsection and my bottom was fully exposed. Equal parts embarrassed and aroused, I tried to press my ass back against him, but he held me still, his large hands spanning my hips, holding me hostage. When he backed up, I could feel him admiring my black thong. Adrian ran one finger along the waistband of my panties and asked,
"Do you like letting other men touch what's always been mine, sunshine?"
His words. Holy hell. Fuck me running, but this was probably the hottest moment of my entire life. I felt myself tremble against the wall. My legs felt rubbery and weak, and if he hadn't been holding me up, I'd probably have melted into the floor in a big messy puddle. I moved my lips to answer him, but my voice caught in my throat. I was entirely too turned on to function, even on the simplest of levels. Adrian's hand came down hard on my bare ass cheek. Not once, not twice, 3 times.
"Answer me, Ainsley."
He rubbed his hand over the burn of my skin, easing the pain and sending my arousal higher. Shaking my head back and forth as best as I could with the side of my face pressed against the wall, I let out a quiet, "No." I'd tell him damn well anything he wanted as long as he eased the incessant ache between my legs. I'd never wanted anyone so badly before in my life. Grabbing a globe of my bare ass in each hand, he asked roughly,
"Who does this ass belong to, baby?"
I rocked my hips back into his strong hands and whispered, "You." He squeezed me harder between his hands and asked again more sternly,
"Who, Ainsley?"
"You," I yelled loudly into the room. His rough treatment seemed only to heighten all of my senses. My nipples tingled, wetness pooled between my legs, an inferno raged through my body. I needed him like I needed my next breath.
"That's right,"
he said softly into my ear, pressing his body into mine once again, his dress pants cool and rough against my bare skin. In no time at all, Adrian turned my body to face him and kissed me with a ferocity I'd never experienced before. His mouth pillaged mine over and over. He only stopped long enough to say,
"Legs up, baby,"
as he hoisted me up, pulled my legs around his waist, and carried me down a hallway and into his bedroom. He gently laid me on the bed and towered over me on all fours, his eyes intently on mine. His stare down at me nearly undid me, because while it was full of lust and need, it also held a great deal of heartache and regret. I could only imagine that my eyes reflected something similar back at him. That look stole my breath. He averted his eyes and blinked slowly, and in a flash, his pained look was gone, and in its place was a self-satisfied smile.
"You've been waiting for 4 years for me?"
His voice was smug. I was going to murder Kelly. He was rubbing this in my face now? I had half a mind to get up and leave. I totally would have, except he was making his way down my body and pushing my knees apart with his hands. He moved my panties to the side and gazed down between my legs.
Since this pretty pussy waited so long for me, I should probably give it a taste,
he said, right before burying his face between my legs. And God bless America, because he licked all the way up my slit before sucking my clit into his mouth and taking long pulls on it. I jackknifed up in the bed, held his head right where it was, and groaned out a long, "Fuck." My hands buried themselves in his glossy locks, and I rocked my hips against his face as he groaned into my heat. He ran a hand up my thigh while he mercilessly flicked his tongue over my clit again and again. A careful finger rubbed around the entrance to my opening before easing inside and filling me. Wet sounds filled the room, and I might have been embarrassed if I hadn't been so far gone, if I hadn't been so very caught up in the gorgeous man between my legs. I was so damn close, teetering on the edge of an explosive orgasm. I was surprised I'd lasted this long. My legs quivered around Adrian's head, and my back bowed. Adrian chose that very moment to ease up and stand next to the bed.
"No, sunshine. When you come, I'll be inside you,"
he said, pulling the top of my dress down over the rest of my body, taking my panties with it in one swift move. He pulled my shoes off one at a time before stepping back and sliding his suspenders down his arms. I sat up quickly because I didn't want to miss a minute of this strip show. Yes, I'd been with Adrian, but I'd never gotten to appreciate his body before. I wasn't missing the opportunity now. Watching him undress was almost as erotic as his pressing me against the wall and spanking my ass. He looked predatory and dark, looming so near to the bed, stripping down to just his boxer briefs but never taking his eyes off me for a second. Perfect, dark, flat nipples adorned his chest. The smooth expanse of tan skin over the sinewy muscles of his chest and his abs sent my pulse racing. Black boxers encased thick thighs with dark hair that made my mouth water. He was utter perfection. Adrian slowly slid the palms of his hands into the sides of his boxers, pushing them down. He threw me a lopsided grin that told me he was enjoying my attention, but I couldn't assemble a smart comment or even a smile of my own back. Adrian's boxers pooled around his feet, and his hard cock jutted so gloriously from his body that the only word my mouth could formulate was, "Fuck." I'd said it loud and clear, my gaze never wavering from the very large shaft standing straight up and proud between his legs.
"You want this, sunshine?"
he asked, slowly and tightly stroking himself up and down. I paid attention to what he was doing and how he liked it because I wanted to make sure, when I touched it, oh, and I was planning to touch it a lot, that I did it right. I didn't know if it was the alcohol or the lust that was buzzing through my body when I answered with a resounding, "Hell yes." Because, for real, hell to the yes. I wanted his cock. I wanted to feel its velvet skin in my grip. I wanted to taste the drop of liquid on its tip. I wanted to feel it stretch me and fill me up. Adrian chuckled quietly, prowling toward me on the bed, still stroking that gorgeous pink cock. The muscular lines of his hips were calling to me, and when he got close enough that I could touch him, I ran my finger down the valley of that deep V. Adrian's nostrils flared, and he let out a quivering breath. It made me feel strong, empowered. I brought a shaky hand up to his shaft and wrapped it around his considerable girth. I was surprised at the softness of it, at the heavy weight of it in my hand. I pressed a kiss to those rock-hard abs before moving my lips lower and taking the head of his cock in my mouth. The flavor of musk burst on my tongue, and I couldn't help but groan. I wanted to take him deeper. I wanted to touch him everywhere, but I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Adrian covered my hand with his own and squeezed both of our hands around his cock. He brought his other hand to the back of my head and guided me forward.
"Just like that, baby. Wrap your mouth around it and suck. Squeeze me with your hand."
Okay, I could do this. I sucked him down like a lollipop and stroked him with my hand. Low, growly sounds came from above me and spurred me on. but they also made me want to see his face. With my mouth still full of him, I brought my eyes to his, and the ownership in them sent goosebumps across my skin. Blue eyes held mine captive while he growled out,
"Yeah, sunshine. Fuck yes. Take it all. Suck it harder. Yes. Just like that."
I kept going until he pulled my hair hard at the back of my head and freed himself from my mouth. Crawling over my body, he covered my mouth with his own.
"I've waited so long for this. I need your pussy wrapped around my cock now,"
he murmured across my lips. I felt the head of him nudging at my entrance. It stung a little, but I brought my legs around him and dug my heels into his ass, bringing him farther inside me. He pushed forward until he was seated completely inside me. He ground his pelvis against my swollen clit, and I cried out, "Please move. Please, I can't." I ran my hands over the smooth muscles of his stomach and his chest while he picked up a punishing rhythm. His tongue swirled over one of my nipples while his thumb drew circles around the other. My senses were on full overload. His tongue, his lips, his hands, his cock. They all sent me higher and higher, and right before I tipped over the precipice, Adrian grunted, "Fuck, come, baby. Now. I can't wait any longer. You feel too good." "Yes, yes, yes," I cried out. My body shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces of blinding light. My eyes were tightly closed, but a mirage of colors burst behind my lids, and it made me feel like I was living in one of Adrian's beautiful paintings. He frantically pounded into me twice before he stilled.
Fuck, Ainsley. Feels so damn good."
He breathed into the skin between my breasts. I felt wetness and warmth pool deep inside me before he sagged against my body, his breath fast against my chest. Contentment and the heavy weight of Adrian lulled me to sleep. Fuck, I was hot. So hot. Like I'd been banished to hell hot. I tried to dig myself out from underneath the covers, but they wouldn't move, and I needed them to get the hell off me because I felt like I was suffocating. I pushed at the covers again only to realize they weren't covers at all, but a solid wall of muscle. Oh God. Adrian. The sexual escapades of last night flooded my mind. Me flirting with Anthony to make Adrian crazy. Adrian actually going crazy and dirty dancing with me at the club. The makeout session in the cab. The spanking in his front hallway. Oh my shit, the spanking. God, it had been hot. His face pressed so snugly between my legs. Him fucking me. Not making love to me like when we'd been teenagers, but seriously fucking me. Wow. Adrian Davis had put it the hell on me. And it had been amazing. But I had a pounding headache. My mouth tasted like ass, and I was 99% sure my hair looked like a rat's nest, and I was still wearing last night's makeup. Sweet baby Jesus, I needed to get the hell out of there before he woke up. I was in no way prepared to face him after last night's sexual Olympics, especially not looking like I did right now. I opened one eye and looked around, trying to gather my bearings. I glanced across the room toward a big window without blinds or curtains. It looked like it was just before dawn, and the little bit of sun peeking through made me wince in pain. It was going to be a long day with this hangover. I was lying on my stomach, the side of my head firmly planted on a pillow, and Adrian firmly planted on top of me. His head was so close to mine that he was lying on all of my hair that wasn't hanging in my face. Even in Adrian's sleep, it was like he could read my mind, because he had me pinned ridiculously tight to the mattress beneath us. His entire upper body was pressed into my back, his arm around my waist. One of his big hairy legs was thrown across my body, effectively blocking my escape. I blew out a frustrated breath at the hair in my face and cringed at the smell. Oh God, I needed out now. This was not the time to discuss last night. We could discuss it when my head wasn't killing me and I didn't smell like death. Also, I was terrified he'd wake up and I'd find out he regretted last night. Or what if he didn't even remember last night? What if he did remember last night, and it didn't mean anything to him? Or what if he remembered and he wanted to talk about it all? My entire body heated with embarrassment at the thought. Fuck me. My head throbbed. A soft snore from Adrian took me from my inner ramblings, and I attempted to open my eyes again. This time was slightly less painful, but it still sucked pretty damn badly. I slid my body to the edge of the bed, away from Adrian, and I was almost there. Almost. Then Adrian mumbled in his sleep. No. Wrapped his arm tighter around me and pulled me back over to him. Holy hell. I was never getting out of this bed. I didn't even attempt to slide to the side of the bed again. This time, I shimmied down the bed. Down and down I went, keeping my stomach as close to the mattress as I could so I didn't wake Adrian. I was almost scot-free when I stopped and looked over at Adrian. Big mistake. Huge. Because I was right at eye level with his dick. It looked soft and sleepy, lying against his leg, and I had the ridiculous urge to giggle. Fuck, I was probably still a little drunk. My body shook with concealed laughter as I shimmied the rest of the way out of the bed. I'd made it. Yes. Now, if only I could find my dress and purse. I looked back at the bed, making sure my dress wasn't somehow tangled in the sheets. But then Adrian started to move around. Because I was a complete chicken shit, I dropped to the carpet on all fours and prayed that, by the grace of God, Adrian was still asleep. I waited a few moments. I didn't hear him move around anymore, so I crawled on all fours around his bedroom floor, looking for my dress. I finally found it in the corner near my shoes and my panties. I grabbed everything and crawled out of the room as fast as I could. Carpet burn be damned. As soon as I'd made it down the hallway, I found the courage to stand up, slip my dress over my head, and put my shoes and my panties on. Shit. I felt a wetness between my thighs. I slapped myself on the forehead and buried my face in my hands. We hadn't used a condom. Why hadn't we used a damn condom? So stupid. I wasn't on birth control because I didn't have sex. I didn't get drunk at bars and go home with men. Well, I hadn't before, but I guess I did now. I blew out a deep sigh. I guess I had to add this to the list of things I didn't want to talk to Adrian about, but would need to anyway. Where the hell was my purse? I needed it because it had my phone, and I needed a ride out of there. I walked toward the front door and saw it lying on the floor right next to the wall Adrian had pushed me against. Guess I'd dropped it while he had been spanking my ass. I had to suppress the urge to giggle again. Yep, I was completely insane at the moment, so I was probably definitely still a little drunk. I typed out a quick text to Miranda. Me. SOS. Come to Adrian's now. I changed my phone to silent, still terrified of waking Adrian. I walked out the front door and made my way to the parking lot. I took a seat on the curb and waited. Miranda. On my way. I can't wait to hear all about it, winky face. I rolled my eyes at that damn winky face.
Chapter 21. Adrian. As soon as I heard the front door close, I rolled over to Ainsley's side of the bed and brought her pillow to my nose. Fuck. She smelled good. And last night had been the most amazing night of my life. She'd been so uninhibited, real, and raw. My cock hardened again from just thinking about her up against the wall in my entryway. Her magnificent ass on display, and so very red from the bite of my hand. I smiled. I know, crazy, right? You would think that I would have been fucking livid, fuming mad even. And maybe I should have been. But I wasn't. I fully anticipated Ainsley's freak out this morning. I'd even expected it, so when she'd tried to ease out the side of my bed this morning, I just pulled her back to me and mumbled a firm no. When she'd started scooting down the bed, I decided that maybe she needed time to process what was happening between us. And a lot was fucking happening, so I hoped like hell that she was paying close attention. Ainsley and Adrian were officially a thing again, and I didn't give two shits what she had to say about it. I was done doing the fighting thing. I was done doing the ignoring thing. I was even more done with doing the friendship thing. Basically, I was just done. And the final straw had been seeing Anthony Jackson about to put his hands on my girl's ass. Hell would freeze over before anyone touched what was mine. I couldn't fight it any longer. And the sooner Ainsley came to terms with last night, the better. Because she was mine. Always had been. Always would be. Ainsley James had been mine since I'd seen her standing on the bank of that creek. Her pink dress had been covered in mud, but she'd still been the prettiest thing I'd ever laid my 8-year-old eyes on. And I was never going to give her up again. Ever. I thought of her friend Kelly's comment last night. She hadn't been with anyone in 4 years, and that knowledge broke something inside me. It was impossible to hold on to years of resentment when it proved what I secretly knew. She was mine just as much as I was hers. Now I just needed to figure out a way to get her on board. She could take a breather for the next couple of days. I'd give her some space to figure her shit out, but this running crap was over. She'd passed out last night with me still on top of her, still inside her. And I'd rolled over to the side, bringing her with me. I'd wrapped myself around her and made a vow that I'd never have her look at me and ask why I hadn't come for her again. She could run from me. But what she couldn't do was hide her heart. Whether she liked it or not, I owned it. It was mine. I would always come for her because when you love somebody, that's what you do. You put up with bad because the good is just so damn great. And I wanted all of that greatness again. And I get it, even if I had to chase it down over and over again. I just finished making myself some lunch when I heard my front door open and Miranda say, "I hope you're decent because I just can't deal with that shit again today." "Yep, I'm in the kitchen." I put some chips on the plate next to my sandwich, and Miranda took a seat at the bar across from me. "You hungry?" I asked. "God, yes, I'm starving and freaking exhausted," she said, rolling her head around on her neck. I smiled at her dramatics and grabbed the stuff to make another sandwich. It's exhausting running around town picking up damsels in distress at 6:30 a.m., huh? "Did our girl make it home okay?" I asked. Yep, I was fishing for information, and Miranda knew it. Her sneaky smile was a dead giveaway. "I don't know. I can't remember. She might have, or she might be wandering the streets all alone." She pushed her bottom lip out and blinked a lot at me. "But an exchange of information might jar my memory," she said with a smile. I laughed out loud. So she had picked up Ains this morning, and it looked like she hadn't shared. Oh, this was too damn fun. "I don't know what you're talking about, babe," I said through my laughter. I set her sandwich in front of her and poured a Coke before stuffing my face with my own food. "Spill it, Adrian. I don't have all damn day. I've 3 books to edit and a hot neighbor to stalk. I'm a busy girl," Miranda grumbled around a mouthful of ham and cheese. I pushed her Coke next to her plate and leaned against the counter, finishing my lunch. "Nothing happened, crazy town. We came back here and went to sleep, and she snuck out this morning before I woke up. End of story," I lied through my teeth. "You are so full of shit right now, Adrian, and I don't like it one damn bit. Tell your bestie all about your hot night of sex so I can live vicariously through you, please and thank you," Miranda said, picking at her chips. "I told you, stop calling me your bestie. That shit's for girls." I hated that bestie shit. She'd been pulling it for years. Miranda laughed. Spill it, now. Ainsley wouldn't tell me a damn thing, she said. I gave her a serious look. Fine. I brought her back here, pushed her up against the wall, and spanked her ass in my foyer. Then I walked her back to my bedroom and sucked and fucked her for hours until she virtually passed out with me still inside her. Happy? I asked with an arched eyebrow. Her mouth dropped open and a chip fell out onto the counter. You are lying. You're a filthy, dirty liar, Adrian. She narrowed her questioning eyes at me. You are lying, right? I tried to look serious, but I couldn't hold my grin back any longer. Guess you'll never know, babe, I shrugged. You and Ainsley both suck. I get nothing, she said, picking at her sandwich. I was cleaning up the mess from lunch when she asked a question I could answer. So, does this whole thing mean that you and Ainsley are back together? She asked this so tentatively that I answered her right away. I wanted her to know I meant business. Yes. She's probably not on the same page with that yet, but I'll get her there, I confirmed, rounding the counter and hoisting myself up to sit on the bar. I let her run out of here this morning. I'm giving her a moment to get her shit together, but soon I'll be coming for her. A loud squeal came from Miranda as she jumped from her stool and wrapped her arms around my waist. Oh my God! Finally, you finally did! I'm so proud of you. She paused all of a sudden, taking a step back and looked at me seriously. Holy shit! You really did spank her, didn't you? She asked through laughter. I grinned proudly and she poked me in the stomach. So, what's your plan now? She asked, sitting back on her stool. Plan? I asked back. What the hell was she talking about? Yes, your plan to get you and Ainsley on the same page again, to win your girl back. How are you going to do it? She asked, looking at me like I was the dumbest person on the planet. Oh, I don't need a plan. I'll talk to her after she's calmed down a bit. We'll figure things out, I said nonchalantly. Miranda shook her head. No, wrong answer. Now is the moment that you win your girl back with a grand gesture, Adrian. You have to go after her. You need something epic, something she will never forget, something that will prove that you've always loved her. Know what I mean? A grand gesture? She left me, Miranda, I reminded. Yes, but women are insane. We can't be held responsible for that. And besides, you want your woman back. You might as well go big. I pondered Miranda's advice and wondered if maybe for once in her life she wasn't being completely insane. Huh. A grand gesture. If she could hold out for me for 4 years while our hearts healed, there had to be at least one way I could show her without a doubt I've loved her almost my whole life. I thought on that idea for a few seconds longer before deciding what I had to do. But what I couldn't do was tell the mouth of the South seated on the stool beside me. She'd be blabbing all over town. Time for you to go home, babe. I got work to do, I announced, moving her off the stool and herding her toward the front door as politely as I could. I had 2 days to get this shit done, and it really wasn't enough time. But what are you going to do? Don't you need my help or advice? She asked, standing in front of the door. Nope. I got it all under control, I replied, opening the door and crowding her through it. Bye, I said, closing the front door on Miranda's shocked face before turning the lock. As I was walking away, I heard the doorknob jiggle. Muffled through the door, I heard her groan, "Now he locks the door," in an exasperated voice. I laughed. It's for safety reasons, I yelled loud enough so she could hear me. It damn sure is, she shouted back before stomping off down the breezeway. I practically ran down the hallway to my work studio and opened the closet next to the futon. I pulled a truckload of miscellaneous art supplies out, but finally made my way to the back of the space, where I found what I was looking for. I stood inside the closet, looking at all the work around me, and dug into my back pocket to pull my cell phone out. I found Greta's number in my contact list and prayed that when I made this call, the woman didn't act a damn fool. I pressed the send button. She answered right after the first ring with a, "Hello, Adrian." I ran my hand through my hair, thinking about all the work doing this would entail. It would be hard, and I'd be pushed for time, but it would definitely be a grand gesture. It would be the grandest. "Hey, Greta, listen, there's been a bit of change of plans with the show. Could you come over right now to discuss it?" I asked. It was a hell of a lot more than a bit, but she didn't need to know that right now. Besides, this was my debut as an artist, and I had the final say. "Sure, let me wrap up what I was doing and I'll be over in, say, an hour?" she asked professionally. Maybe Greta and I could have a professional relationship. She wasn't losing her shit on me, which I considered to be winning. "That sounds perfect. See you then," I replied before hanging up and glancing around me. I was feeling a little stressed, but a hell of a lot excited. Looking at these old sketches and drawings brought the best of my memories back. I studied them all one by one while I pulled them out of the closet. I thought of what color paints I would add to old sketches. I contemplated how to paint some of the art together to make bigger pieces. And while I did all of this, nostalgia rolled through me in soothing waves. I'd kept these beautiful memories buried too long, and letting them free felt so damn good. Ainsley Michelle James had been in my heart for as long as I could remember. I was only just realizing she'd been in my soul for just as long. Our destinies had been written the moment I'd laid eyes on her, and I wasn't going to give her up ever again. I'm coming for you, sunshine.
Chapter 22. Ainsley. Oh, God. I feel like hell warmed over. Kelly groaned beside me. We were both lying in my full-size bed, freshly showered. Miranda had dropped both of us off this morning. She'd stayed for all of 2 minutes when she realized I wasn't going to spill the beans about Adrian and me. I knew where she was running off to. She and Adrian were very close now, and all I could do was hope that he wouldn't tell her about last night. Now it was early evening and we'd slept most of the day away. I needed to get up and make Mama some dinner, or at least do something productive. But the truth was, I felt like hell warmed over, too. I was never drinking again. Me too, girl. But I need to get up. I have things to do, I told Kelly. Did you stay at Miranda's last night? Not exactly, she answered, giving me an embarrassed grin. Stop the presses. Kelly was not the type of girl to just go home with a man. I knew I looked shocked because I was. Holy shit. Did you go home with a guy last night? I asked, sitting up in the bed. She laughed nervously and removed the pillow from under her head before placing it firmly over her face. She mumbled and groaned beneath it. What? I asked, staring down at my friend who was trying to smother herself with a pillow. Her next words were muffled by the pillow, but she repeated them louder. She was just clear enough that I barely made them out, but I had to have been mistaken because there was no way in hell. None. Tell me you didn't just say that you slept with Anthony last night? I shouted, trying to pull the pillow from her face, but she had strong drummer arms. Kelly, I yelled. She finally let the pillow go. I can't tell you that, Ains. Because I did. I went home with him and he totally rocked my world. She was smiling goofily at the ceiling, like memories of last night were running through her head. I shook my head. I was confused. How the hell did you end up with Miranda this morning, then? I asked. Her faraway smile disappeared, and all of a sudden, she looked completely pissed off. Well, I woke up this morning completely blissed out and ready for round, 5. But Anthony got up and asked me to leave. I guess he doesn't do the morning after, she said, frowning. Oh, hell no. That man-whore did not throw my best friend out of his house. Are you fucking serious? Kelly, I will kill him. No, Miranda will kill him. She will kill him dead, I said. I was outraged, and I knew Miranda would be even more so. She'd never liked him. It's okay, Kelly said, leaning back against the headboard. He warned me that it was only one night. I knew what I was getting into, and I don't regret it because it was unbelievably hot. I guess I was just surprised because he seemed to be just as into me as I was him. It was weird how he threw me out. She looked confused. She seemed concerned for Anthony. I wasn't concerned for him at all. I wanted to murder the bastard. Kelly deserved better. I leaned back against the headboard, too, and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry, Kels, I said, and I'd meant it. And if I ever saw Anthony Jackson again, I was kicking him in the balls. Kelly looked at me seriously. How'd it go last night with Adrian? She asked. Last night had been passionate. Everything I'd ever wished for and then some for 4 long years. I didn't want to get into details with Kelly, but I also wanted her to know that last night had been breathtaking. It was amazing, Kelly. It was everything I've been wanting, I said to her. So why were you sitting on the sidewalk outside of Adrian's apartment at 7 this morning? She asked, confusion on her face. I took a deep breath and let it out. I grabbed a piece of my hair and twirled it around my fingers. I don't know. I guess I'm a chicken shit. I think all I know how to do anymore is run. I used to fix things, make things happen, help people. Now, all I know how to do is leave, I said quietly. Oh, Ainsley, that's not true. You're just scared, and that's okay, Kelly said, leaning into me. I am scared. I'm terrified Adrian will regret last night. I couldn't live with that, so I left before he even woke up. I still love him so much it hurts, Kels. What if he never loves me again? What if he won't forgive me for what I did? I asked her. Oh, come on. Even with as drunk as I was last night, I could tell how much that man loves you. He couldn't take his eyes off you all night. And when he saw you dancing with Anthony, I thought his head was going to explode. She smiled. My heart squeezed at her words. Shit. What if I made a huge mistake leaving this morning? What if he thinks I was running from him like last time? I just needed some time to think, you know? We just got to the point where we are friends again, and all I can seem to do is fuck everything up, I said, bringing my hands to my face. Girl, get your ass in your car and go talk to him. Stop sitting around here worried whether or not he is angry with you and go find out. Kelly was right. Sitting around hungover and worried was just plain counterproductive. I would have to face the music sooner or later anyhow. You're right, I said to Kelly, getting up out of the bed and grabbing my keys off the nightstand. Sitting around here worried about what Adrian thinks is just dumb when I can just go find out for myself. Be indestructible. God, I wanted him. I wanted him to tell me that last night wasn't a mistake. I wanted to tell him that I loved him and nothing in the world had changed or ever would change that. I'd made a grave mistake in leaving Adrian 4 years ago, but I was done paying for it. I was done crying over it, and I damn sure was done waiting for him to come to me. 4 years and 450 miles had separated us, yet this man still held my heart in the palms of his hands. It was damn well time he knew it. I drove to Adrian's apartment in record time. I was seriously hoping he was home because I didn't know how long this burst of courage was going to last. I parked my truck in the parking lot and actually got a quick look around because no one was dragging me inside. The apartments were brown and dated, but the property was nice and well kept. I knocked on his door, nervously tapping my foot. I couldn't help but remember how scared I'd been the very first time I'd stood on Adrian's porch. I'd been waiting on him to answer after Lori had rushed around me to push the doorbell. We'd been so excited to swim in his pool, and even then, I'd thought he was the most beautiful thing I'd ever set eyes on. The memory made me smile, and for the first time in a long time, I thought of Lori, and pain didn't flood my body. Agony didn't wrench in my heart. I rang the bell this time because he hadn't answered yet. The door opened, and the smile I was wearing instantaneously disappeared. There stood Blondie, and my heart firmly lodged itself in my throat. I'd just left there this morning, and she was there this evening? She looked at me questioningly, but all I could manage to do was to stare back at her with my mouth gaping. "Yes?" she asked condescendingly from her blood-red lips. She was standing there, looking freaking perfect in her impeccable pantsuit, without a damn hair out of place, and there I was, hungover, wearing a set of blue sweats, not a drop of makeup on. Of course. "Is Adrian here?" I finally managed to squeak out. I didn't really want to see him anymore, but I had to say something. Anything. She gave me a superior smile. "I believe he's in the shower right now. Would you like me to get him a message?" She looked away from me and down to a cell phone in her hand, completely bored with our conversation. Fuck. I was going to be sick. And not just because I'd drunk my weight in alcohol last night. I felt like my heart was being ripped from my chest. But somehow, I managed to mutter, "No thanks. I'll just catch up with him later." I turned away from the blonde bitch. Yes, she'd graduated from Blondie, and walked as quickly as I could back to my truck. "You are not going to cry, Ainsley. You are not going to fucking cry," I told myself over and over again as I drove away from Adrian's apartment. What did you expect? You left him this morning. You ran just like you always do. You come and then you go. God, I was so sick of feeling sorry for myself. I was sick of being pitiful and pathetic. I turned my truck into the parking lot of a grocery store. I stomped down the aisles, mad at Adrian for having a woman over right after he'd sexed me the hell up, and mad at myself for being so damn upset about it. I tossed soda, junk food, ice cream, and anything else I could find into my cart. I stopped at the Red Box outside the store and got myself and Kelly a movie that wasn't a romance. Fuck that. I loaded it all into my truck and drove home, determined to enjoy my last couple of days with my best friend before she went back to Nashville. My heart felt like someone had pulled it out of my chest, stomped all over it, and then shoved it back in. But I didn't cry. I just rubbed the sore spot on my chest with the palm of my hand over and over again and pretended to watch movies and eat junk food with Kelly. All I really did was think of that woman answering Adrian's door only hours after I'd closed it on my way out. Chapter 23. Ainsley. 2 days later, my heart still felt heavy with disappointment and bruised beyond repair. I was an emotional mess, and I had a feeling no amount of makeup or hair was ever going to cover it up either. Not that I was trying. I'd only moved from my spot on the couch to take Kelly to the airport yesterday evening, and that had only made me even more down. I missed her. She'd kept me semi-distracted from the whole Adrian ordeal, and now that she was gone, I couldn't stop thinking about it. And him. I was more confused than ever about what was happening between us. At least Mama was there to keep me company. We'd watched movie after movie and eaten our weight in pizza and ice cream, but she kept throwing me worried glances. I didn't want to talk about it, so I ignored her concerned looks. Adrian hadn't tried to call me. He hadn't come by the house. As far as I knew, he could still be shacked up with the blonde bitch face. The thought made me sick. The pain in my heart moved to my stomach. "Are you going tonight?" Mama asked from the couch next to me. She hadn't been looking at me when she'd asked. She'd had her eyes on the TV like she didn't care what the answer to my question was, but I knew better. "Where?" I asked back. I knew what she wanted to know, but since she was pretending, so would I. Miranda had only messaged me 1,000,000 times already to ask if I was going. The answer was simple. Probably not. but she wouldn't know because I'd been avoiding her texts. To Adrian's art exhibition, Mama answered, still not looking at me, but staring too intently at the TV for it to be genuine. I hadn't told Mama what had happened when I'd gone to Adrian's. I hadn't really told anyone because every time I thought about it, the pain in my chest spiraled out of control. Probably not, I said. I knew I'd promised Adrian I would be there, but that was before the sore spot in my chest. I wasn't feeling good. I didn't want to go anywhere, especially to see him. I placed my hand over my chest, willing the hurt away. Mama grabbed my hand off my chest and held it in hers. "Baby," she said so softly that I looked at her. "I don't have a clue what's going on between you and Adrian right now, but I do know this. The very best things in life are worth fighting for. And I know for a fact that you think Adrian is the very best. You've been in love with that boy since you were just a tiny thing." She got quiet for a moment like she was lost in her memories. "Both of my girls loved him so much," she smiled. "How could both of my babies love a boy so much if he wasn't the best? It's just not possible, Ainsley, and Lori would want you to have the best because you were her best." The ache in my chest intensified, and the tears I'd been keeping at bay for days spilled over. Oh, God, it hurt. I rubbed my sternum in slow circles. I'd lost so much when I'd lost Lori, and I didn't know if I'd ever get it back. I lost my best friend and Adrian, but more importantly, I'd lost myself. The real Ainsley was gone, and I wanted her back. I wanted to smile easily. I wanted to feel like I deserved to be happy. I wanted the me from before I'd lost Lori back. I missed her, but she was tucked away in the grief-stricken recesses of my mind. And every time I caught a glimpse of her, something traumatic had sent her running for cover. She didn't like the agony of facing things head-on, but it had to be done. I couldn't live with this guilt any longer. I'd been carrying it around too long. If I was her best, then why didn't I save her, Mama? Why wasn't I at that party with her? I asked, my voice thick with tears. I couldn't look at her. The guilt of it all made me too ashamed. I stared down at our joined hands instead. "You look at me right now, Ainsley," Mama said sternly. Bringing my guilty eyes to hers nearly killed me, and when I saw the harsh anger etched across Mama's normally soft face, my heart dropped. That face looked unforgiving, and I was terrified she'd always blame me for Lori's death. Mama's own tears rolled down her cheeks and onto the soft robe she was wearing. I was so scared of what her next words would be. "What happened to Lorelai was not your fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. Bad things happen to good people all the damn time. Lori was troubled, Ains. We did what we could to help her. Especially you, baby. She loved you more than anyone in her whole world. She'd never want you to blame yourself. Ever." She pulled me in and hugged me so tight that it felt like she was pushing all of my broken pieces back together. I let her hold me while I sobbed and cried into the soft fabric of her robe. A while later, after I'd quieted, Mama said, "Well, I don't know about you, but I have an art show to attend for my favorite guy, so I need to go get dressed. I think you should come too, Ains. Adrian would be so disappointed if you weren't there." I could see that she would be disappointed in me, too, if I didn't go. I pulled out of her arms and looked at her sadly. I don't know. I think I'm starting to finally realize that Adrian and I maybe aren't meant to be. So much has happened between us, and I know that a lot of that is my fault, but I can't keep blaming and feeling sorry for myself. I love him so much, Mama, but I'm so confused. She placed her hand over the sore spot on my chest. "Look deep in here, baby. That's where you'll find the answer," she said, before getting up and walking down the hallway toward her bedroom. I flopped my body back onto the couch, feeling emotionally drained, but somehow better after having talked to Mama. I felt lighter. I thought of calling Miranda and asking her what she thought I should do about Adrian, but I knew what her answer would be. The romantic in her had been rooting for us since we had been small children. I needed advice from someone who knew Adrian just as well as I did. Only I didn't have her anymore. Lori. If she had been there, she'd have told me what to do, and I would have listened because she had known Adrian and me better than we knew ourselves. I'd have just walked into her room, lain in her bed beside her, and asked her. I didn't have that anymore, but I still found myself walking down the hall with purpose and then pausing at the door to Lori's room. I faced it, placed my hand on the knob, and quickly twisted it before I could change my mind. It looked the same, completely untouched since we'd lost her. It was tidy like Mama had cleaned it, but every facet of Lori's life was still tucked away in this tiny room right where she'd left it. Her rock posters still adorned the walls. Her knickknacks still littered every available surface, and I felt happy at the familiarity of her belongings. I walked into the room, my heart thumping to the familiar beat of fear and anxiety. I sat stoically on the edge of her bed and looked around. Ponytail holders, makeup, chapstick, and pens lay on almost every available surface. Her black bedspread, which we'd picked out at the mall, was neatly made, and I forced myself to lie back on it. The moment my head hit the pillow, I smelled her. The sweet shampoo she'd used all of her life filled the air. I closed my eyes tight because the onslaught of emotion was almost too much to take. My body trembled and my heart raced. Through my tightly closed eyes, tears slipped down my face and onto her pillow. God, I miss you, I said into the quiet room, so overwhelmed with emotion that my voice sounded choked. Her smell almost fooled me into believing the inconceivable. I took a deep breath, taking more of her in. I'd missed that smell. I wish you were here right now. You'd know what to do about this whole Adrian mess. I felt ridiculous for talking to an empty room, but I was hoping for anything, just some kind of sign of what I should do. I scrubbed my hands over my still firmly closed eyes. This was laughable. A ghost wasn't going to help me figure my love life out. I envisioned Lori giggling her ass off in the afterlife while I lay there hoping for a damn miracle. I groaned out a laugh of my own and sat up on the bed, opening my eyes. My eyes zeroed in on Lori's pink and purple music box, the one Mama had gotten her for her 6th birthday. We'd spent that entire day twisting the tiny key on the bottom and opening the top, watching the ballerina turn and turn to the soft tinkling of a sweet song. I picked up the box and turned it over before twisting the little knob until it wouldn't go anymore. I placed the box in my lap, opening the lid. The soft sound of music filled the room, and the pretty pink ballerina spun and spun. I watched for the entirety of the song, wishing Lori were there with me. Once the music stopped, I went to close the lid, but a flash of silver caught my eye. Snuggled down near the ballerina's feet was a piece of jewelry. I pulled out a long, delicate chain with a locket in the shape of a heart dangling from it. Christ almighty, I remembered this locket. My breath froze in my chest. My hands shook as I cupped this precious piece of jewelry in my hands. I remembered that day all too well. It was Lori's birthday, and Adrian had given her this as a gift. She'd been so happy. I'd been so jealous and upset over it. The thought that he'd given her such an intimate gift had broken my teenage heart. I scoffed out loud at the ridiculousness of it now because Lori hadn't been the one to keep Adrian and me apart. It had been me alone. I'd never even looked inside that locket, too afraid to see Adrian and Lori there without me. I wasn't scared anymore. I pressed the tiny button on the outside of the heart with my thumbnail, and the locket sprang apart with ease. Oh my God, I breathed quietly into the empty room. Because the contents of that locket were nothing like I expected. In fact, It was the exact opposite, because it was Lori's picture that was nowhere to be seen. On one side of the heart, there was a 14-year-old me. Wild hair, bright green eyes, and a smile so free. One I hadn't seen in far too long. And nestled neatly into the other side was Adrian, his boyish face round with youth, his grin wide and toothy like I remembered, and that sweet smattering of freckles across his nose and his cheeks that made me smile so much that my cheeks hurt, made me smile now, too. I looked back and forth at our faces in the locket, so surprised that I could only continue to stare. It was Adrian and me inside, not Lori and Adrian. My heart was going 90 miles a minute, so I took a calming breath, but still, I was reeling with emotion, because I finally understood. It only took practically my entire life, but I got it. It had been Adrian and me all along. Thoughts of the two of us lying in his bed, me comforting him sitting at my feet on the porch while I played my heart out, him telling me he couldn't help but kiss me for the first time in the practice room at school. These beloved memories bombarded me with their sweetness. They overwhelmed me with their love. He'd loved me just as long as I'd loved him. This locket was proof. I thought of how Lori had worn this locket for years, carrying Adrian and me around over her heart. And it filled me with such warmth, such tenderness. This was it. This was my sign. Fresh tears fell from my eyes, so I clenched them closed again, the locket still firmly in my grasp. I turned my closed eyes to the ceiling. "Thank you," I whispered to Lori, feeling an immeasurable amount of love and relief seep into me. I knew I'd always miss Lori, and some days would be hard. Some days, I'd remember her and smile. I just knew I needed Adrian by my side for all of those days. I looked at the locket again, rubbing my fingers over the tiny faces inside. And all Lori had just given me wasn't lost on me. She'd given me everything back. I'd lost myself. I'd lost Adrian. But I'd finally found us. In one of the most obvious places ever, tucked neatly inside Lori's heart. Chapter 24. Ainsley. I carefully placed the locket back in Lori's music box. Holy shit. I needed to get to Adrian. I needed to tell him that I loved him. I needed to apologize for having run, again. And I needed to do it now. "Mama!" I shouted, running from room to room. I needed to find her and tell her that I was going with her. Running all over the house didn't do me a damn bit of good. I looked in the driveway and Mama's car was gone. I checked the clock in the kitchen. Crap. Adrian's show started in 45 minutes, and it was a 40-minute drive into town. I raced down the hall to my bathroom, took the quickest shower known to man, and dressed myself in a long navy blue maxi dress. I threw some brown sling-back heels on and slipped a brown cardigan on. My hair was still damp from the shower, and I didn't have any makeup on, but it would have to do. I couldn't miss this. It was Adrian's big night, and I needed to be there to support him. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and my purse and shot off a quick text to Miranda. "Me. I'm coming." I jumped into my truck and checked my phone before cranking it up. Miranda. "About damn time." I let out a self-deprecating laugh and shook my head at Miranda. Hell yes, it was about damn time. I was going to get my man. Yes, it was years later than it should have been. But I was a Southern girl. We weren't known for our timeliness. We did things on our own damn time. And it was finally mine. I pulled up in front of what appeared to be a very swanky art gallery, and my heart felt swollen with pride for the little black-haired boy sketching on my porch day after day. I handed the keys to my crappy truck to a valet and could only giggle as he took in my ride. I was still laughing as I entered the gallery, but I sobered immediately when I spotted Blondie right inside the entrance. She wasn't going to stop me this time. I'd let her keep me from opening a door once, but I wouldn't allow it again. I moved toward her and noticed a sign to her left. It read, "See-Through Heart, Adrian Davis." And beneath the words was a picture I immediately recognized. It was just a simple sketch, not a speck of color in it, but I'd recognize that locket anywhere. In fact, I'd just held it in my hands not an hour ago. The locket was only open enough to see one side, but even in profile, I knew that face was my own. Warmth sizzled through my body. He loved me, and I loved him, and that was all that mattered. That sketch only hardened my resolve. I wasn't even going to acknowledge Blondie. She didn't matter anymore, but as I passed her by, she grabbed my upper arm and brought me in close to her. She gave me a look meant to break me. It said, "You poor, pitiful girl," but I was done being broken. My teeth clenched so tight together that they hurt. "Don't be that pathetic girl, sweetie. His type never settles down, and especially not with girls like you," she whispered, sneering at me. She was looking down at me like I was some backwoods country bumpkin, and maybe I was in a sense, but I'd also lived and lost and gained a lot of perspective in my short 22 years. "Did you sleep with him yesterday?" I asked, praying to God that my gut was right. She cocked an eyebrow. "No, but there's always tonight." That's where she was wrong. Any chance she'd ever had with him was officially over. I should have known that Adrian wouldn't do that to me. Not right after we'd been together. I should have trusted him. I pointedly glanced to the sign, my face in the middle of that beautiful heart-shaped locket Adrian had drawn with his own 2 hands, and looked back at the bitch. "He ever draw you like that?" Her snotty grin fell. I knew then that she knew exactly who I was to Adrian, and I had not one doubt in my mind she was trying to keep us apart. I wanted to put her in her place, but I didn't. It was Adrian's night, so I wouldn't cause a scene. Instead, I quietly said, "I'm here to see my man, so I'm going to need you to kindly move the fuck out of my way." She still held my arm tight, so I added, "Right the fuck now." If she thought for 1 second she had anything on my brand of crazy, she was wrong. I'd waited too long for this moment, and she was keeping me from it. From him. I'd take her down in a skinny minute. She must have seen the fire in my eyes because she stepped back, releasing my arm. I shot her a victorious smirk and made my way farther into the exhibition. Crowds of people stood around the room, some admiring the pieces on the wall and some standing around chatting and drinking champagne. I didn't see the paintings hanging on the walls. I didn't see the faces of the nameless people milling around. I was looking for one person. I made my way around the outskirts of the room, my determination evident in every stride. Be indestructible. The mantra played in my head with every step I took. There was an older couple ahead of me, blocking my path, and as I skirted around them, I couldn't help but listen to their words as they stared at the painting in front of them. "This one is simply breathtaking. They are so beautiful together," the woman said, gazing at the painting.
"Yes, I agree. And the contrast. It's beautiful. The power of light and dark in this one really sells it," the man said back to the woman. Their words made me pause and take notice of the painting on the wall. At first, all I saw was the face of a woman with bright yellow hair and expressive green eyes. Me. It was me. Protectiveness was etched across her face as she gazed down and to the side, where another canvas was pushed up against hers. My breath stilled. Pain and love ricocheted around inside my body like stray bullets, hurting me and healing me in equal parts. Big, sad brown eyes stared back at me from the painting, holding me hostage. I didn't want to look away because I hadn't seen those eyes in so long. I stepped around the couple admiring the painting and walked closer. I wanted to study this girl's face. I wanted to see if every curve of her face, every wrinkle outlining her eyes,
and every angle of her jaw were the same. I wanted to see Lori up close. It had been so long, and she looked so real. The small dimple in her chin sent a lone tear down my cheek, and I wanted to touch that dimple to see if it was as soft as it looked. I was raising my hand, bringing it closer to the painting, when a man with a gruff voice and a firm grip grabbed my wrist.
"Please, no touching the art, ma'am,"
he said, releasing my grip and standing off to the side again, clearly manning his post.
"It's fine,"
a familiar voice said behind me. I turned and found Adrian watching me. Looking beyond handsome in a black suit, his face almost violent with emotion.
"They're all hers,"
he said, speaking to the security guy standing next to me, but looking me fiercely in the eyes. I turned my eyes back to Lori's painting, and then shifted my scrutinizing gaze back to my painting above hers. I looked like an angel hovering over Lori, ready to guard her with my life. And Lori, with her dark hair and sad brown eyes, looked like she needed the protection. The couple was so right. My painting was light, and Lori's was dark. The contrast was positively the most gorgeous thing I'd seen in my life, and its brilliance broke my heart. Wiping a steady stream of tears from my face, I circled the room, taking every painting in. I could feel Adrian's eyes on me every step of the way. It didn't escape my notice that he stayed close, like he was my safeguard while he allowed me just enough space to experience this kind of beauty alone. His presence screamed, "I'm here. Just look behind you and I'll always be here." Each painting told a story and had a unique quality that differentiated itself from the one before it, but every painting also held one similar quality. Me. Me, lying by the creek in Mama's backyard, looking at the stars. Me, standing on the porch, playing the violin, my eyes closed. Me, with freshly kissed lips in the middle of a cotton field. And sometimes it was me and Lori, two little girls standing on his doorstep in our bathing suits. The two of us curled up together in a sleeping bag sound asleep. Us laughing by the campfire, Lori's locket resting on her heart. Adrian's love shined back at me from each painting, and the older I got, the more beautiful every piece became. Sensuality and unrestrained emotion were reflected in every stroke of his brush of me as an adult. My hair was wild and yellow, my face open and revealing. Sometimes I'd be standing in a cotton field. Other times, it would be the back of me and music notes would fly from hair that shone like sunlight. It was our past splattered all over the walls of this square room, memories laid bare for all to see. Each image showing a moment of love, a moment of loss. There was nowhere to run, and I felt the memories surround me and swallow me up. I wanted to crumble from the sheer force of it all. I wanted to rip every painting off the wall and guard them with my life. He was right. They were mine, and I loved them as much as I hated them.
"Do you see now?"
Adrian asked behind me. I tore my gaze away from the paintings and faced him. I wiped my face with the sleeve of my cardigan because I was a snotty, ugly, crying mess. A crowd was forming around us, but Adrian didn't seem to notice. He kept his eyes glued to me.
"Do you see now, sunshine?"
he asked again with all the patience of a damn saint. I wanted to hurl myself across the room and into his arms, to hug him, to shake him, to never let him go. I felt Miranda and Mama crowd in close behind me, ready to catch me if I fell. "See what?" I breathed at him. I'd said it so softly that I didn't even know if he had heard it, but I felt emotionally naked and so vulnerable in that moment. I felt so seen when all I wanted to do was hide. Adrian didn't flinch or react to my outburst. He only tenderly smiled at me.
"Your story is written all over these walls, Ainsley. Literally. And it's beautiful. Yes, it was hard. And yes, I'd go back and change the way it ended if I could. But Ainsley, that's the past. And it made us who we are today, for better or worse. We lived it once, and I think it's time we get back to doing that. He took a step toward me and waved a hand around the room. The future isn't on these walls. He tapped a finger over his heart and then motioned between us. It's right here, sunshine. You and me. I know you feel it. We could be beautiful again. I didn't say anything because, what could I say? He was right. My life had been beautiful, and as I stared back at the people who had experienced it all with me, I realized that it still was. I'd lost somebody I'd loved so much, but we'd had an incredible life together. And I realized in that instant that I wouldn't trade one of those beautiful memories for anything in this world, not even the ability not to feel the pain Lori's absence left behind. I looked around the room again, seeing my story. Our story, really. Mine, Lori's, even Adrian's. He couldn't be seen in any of the pieces, but he was there in every stroke, his love reflected back at me in every painting. I love you, I announced loudly into the quiet room. That was what I'd come for. Everyone was watching, and I'd already made a spectacle of myself. But what was one more act of insanity at that point? He smirked. I know. I adamantly shook my head. He couldn't know, because there weren't words strong enough to adequately explain the way I felt for that boy. And now, the man. No, you don't. I sucked in a deep breath and then confessed. I really love you, Adrian. I always have. My entire life. Since I first laid eyes on a shaggy-haired, blue-eyed boy in suspenders. I paused as I struggled to speak through my tears. And I always will. Adrian's quick strides brought him to me in an instant. He grabbed my face in his hands and lowered his lips to mine. Thank fuck, he said against my lips before claiming my mouth in a slow but deep kiss. He pulled away and stared down into my eyes. It's always been you, Ainsley. For me, it's always been you. I want to be there for you through everything, even life's hardest moments. He looked around the room. Because of the big picture. Our picture. And I don't want to miss another minute of it. So let me be there for you. Let me take care of you. Let me love you. Okay, I whispered back into his mouth. No more pretending. His eyes grew soft as he kissed my nose. I was never pretending, sunshine.
Epilogue. 4 years later. Adrian. Green? No one likes green, Adrian, no one. It's red or blue, Ainsley huffed out, her frustration written all over her, ironically enough, green face. If I'd ever missed this woman's sass, I didn't now. She'd been making up for it in spades the last 10 weeks. It was Christmas Eve, and my sunshine was a little more on edge than usual. We'd made the trek 40 minutes from the city to Jesse's house for dinner and presents. Our small house in the city was perfect. It was in a central location to the college most of Ainsley's students attended, and only 5 minutes away from the orchestra hall where she practiced most nights. We were living the dream. Ainsley was teaching by day and playing for the South Carolina Philharmonic by night. As for me, it was a slow but steady climb to the top after my first art showing. But now most of my paintings could be found in art galleries all over the U.S. We'd gotten married in the fall outside by our creek, not even 6 months after the night Ainsley had finally run at me instead of running away from me. It was a small ceremony with just family and close friends. Ainsley made sure everyone we loved was there, even Lori. Her heart locket was the only jewelry Ainsley wore that day. Our marriage might have seemed too quick to others, but we were ready. We'd lost so much time already. Besides, we had belonged to each other nearly our entire lives. Now, we just had the piece of paper to prove it. It wasn't Christmas that had Ainsley on edge, though. She was excited to share the news we'd been keeping secret for the last 5 weeks. She was also sick as a dog. This baby was kicking both of our asses. Forget morning sickness. Why wasn't it called all the damn time sickness? The woman woke up sick, was sick at lunch, and went to bed sick most nights. I kept soothing her with words I knew to be true. We just gotta get through this first trimester, baby, then it's smooth sailing, I'd tell her. But I'd be lying if I said that this first trimester didn't feel long as fuck. Yeah, Daddy, green is yucky, a little voice said somewhere around my feet. I set the rest of the groceries on Jesse's kitchen counter and got down on my haunches. That's something you should have told Daddy at the store, buddy, I said, running my hand through his sweet blonde curls. Exactly 9 months after my night of drunken debauchery with Ainsley, Nicholas Michael Davis had come into the world with blindingly white curls adorning his cone-shaped head, weighing in at a hefty 9 pounds 5 ounces. Was I surprised that Ainsley had gotten pregnant only the second time we'd had sex in 4 years? Not really. Because fate. And although our little guy was a complete surprise, I wouldn't have changed it for the world. We'd decided as soon as we found out Ainsley was pregnant that we would name the baby after Lorelei Nicole. Nicole if it was a girl, and Nicholas if it was a boy. But once he was born and stopped screaming his head off long enough to blink those big blue eyes up at us, there was only one thing we could call him. Blue, go in the living room and see if Grammy will give you a cookie, okay, baby? Ainsley said, unloading grocery bags. I came up behind her, resting my chin on her shoulder and wrapping my arms around our unborn child resting safely inside Ainsley's still flat stomach. It's just Gatorade, sunshine, I whispered. I immediately felt her stiff body melt into me. She did that every single time I called her sunshine, and I fucking loved it. All of her worries seemed to melt away at that word. I also used it to my advantage when I was in trouble, like any smart man would do. Ainsley turned her body in my arms until she was facing me. I know, but it's the only thing keeping me going right now. I can't keep anything down. She buried her face in my chest and moaned like she was in pain. I wanted to take her home so she could, God forbid, rest or put her feet up and watch a movie for a while. But I knew there was no place she'd rather be than with her family. So instead, I rubbed my hands up and down her back and kissed the fragrant spot right beneath her hairline. She loved my mouth in that spot almost as much as I did. You want me to go back to the store? Everything closes at noon, but I can make it if I go now, I asked in all seriousness. No, I'll drink the damn green, she said before kissing my lips and then pressing her face back into my chest. Come on. We better get out there before they come looking for us, I told her, grabbing her hand and pulling her from the kitchen. We rounded the corner and found Blue happily stretched across Holden and Miranda's laps. That's right. Miranda had found her deuce or whatever the hell his name was. He came in the form of Holden Steele, an intimidating ex-Army Ranger whose smiles and laughs were rare, but his love for Miranda was fierce. And that alone was enough for me and Ainsley. Come here, baby Blue, Jessie said from the recliner next to us. Blue climbed over Holden's lap and down. Jessie pulled him up into her lap and asked, So, what's this news you had to tell us before we could start making the donuts? Jessie had been in remission for 3 years, and every day we spent with her felt like the greatest of blessings. She'd been such a big help with Blue, and honestly, I didn't know what we would have done without her. Or, surprisingly enough, my dad. He sat next to Miranda and Holden on the couch, his face as full of anticipation as everyone else's. My dad's sobriety reminded me of the good years before I'd lost my mother and Maggie. The fact that Blue got to experience the goodness my dad had to give almost made up for the bad years I'd endured. Well, Ainsley said, letting out a long breath. We wanted to wait until we were far enough along before we said anything, but we're pregnant. The room broke into applause and shouts of happiness. Hallelujah! I'm so glad the cat is finally out of the damn bag, Miranda said, jumping up off the couch. I'm freaking starving. Let's go make donuts. Miranda Elaine, watch your mouth in front of the baby, Jessie shouted from her seat. The sound of Holden's laughter broke through all the chaos and stopped every one of us in our tracks. He had his big head thrown back and giant booms of laughter echoed through the room. We all just stared. No matter how many times we saw it, it was still shocking. It was odd to see his face transform so completely. Miranda threw him a wink over her shoulder and laughed along with him. Ainsley broke the silence. You did not know, Miranda. We told no one. There is no way you could have known, she said, getting up out of my lap and walking toward Miranda. Her hackles were raised, and I smiled at her and Miranda's familiar craziness. Oh, honey, everyone knew. You've been miserable the past 2 months, and as much as you like to think you are good at hiding your misery, you aren't. In fact, you suck at it, Miranda said back with snark. I looked around the room. These insane people were my family. We'd walked through hell together, and somehow, we'd managed to come out on the other side better for it. Our grief had broken us in unimaginable ways, but our love for each other had pieced us back together. And Ainsley? She was getting stronger every day. Every time we pushed our child on the old rusty blue swing set in the backyard, every day we spent by the creek in Grammy's backyard with Blue. Every tomato we fed our little guy straight from the vine, I'd see the memories pour into her. Those memories would fill her up, and sometimes she'd smile. And sometimes they would spill over and onto her cheeks, and me and Blue, we'd just kiss them away.